I'm in charge of SCP, Chapter 101. Happy days are always short. That's life. We always do not know which comes first, whether it's a great life or an accident that may occur in the future. Master Chen fell ill suddenly. The cause was cerebral thrombosis. If the neighbors did not report it early, it is estimated that he would have died right then. It is said that he was getting treated, but the situation is still not optimistic. The hospital has issued several notices of critical illnesses. When Zhang Ju got the news, it was already the afternoon of the third day. He and Yang Shui came together to Zhangzhou First People's Hospital. Guanpeng was sitting outside the ward, feeling unwell, probably because of the lack of sleep in the past 2 days. "Uncle Guan. How is Master Chen doing?" Yang Shui asked. Guanpeng, who already had some white hair, sighed. "It looks like the situation was not good." Zhang Ju patted his shoulder. "It's good that people are still around." Guanpeng could only nod his head. Several people came to the ward. The old man was already awake, but his spirit was a bit depressed. Seeing Zhang Ju and Yang Shui come, he pulled up the corners of his mouth and smiled. When he was about to speak, he saw Guanpeng. He darkened his face again and said, "What are you crying for?" "I'm not dead yet." Guanpeng grew up with 2 dead parents, raised by Master Chen. All the training was taught by Master Chen. To him, Master Chen was also a teacher and a father. If not because of Master Chen, he would have died long ago, let alone become the MTF captain. Master Chen is a master of the martial arts, has a very good physique. He did not care about anything and did not think that he could fall into a severe illness. Guanpeng blamed himself a little. Seeing that Guanpeng was scolded, Zhang Ju and Yang Shui rushed forward to help. Squeezing the waist and pounding the legs, the old man Chen then subsided. The two of them talked to the old man for a while, and he seemed to be in a better mood. But the doctor had already instructed them so that they couldn't chat for too long. Zhang Ju thought that the old man would gradually get better, but he never expected this to be the last time they would see him. In the early hours of the following day, he passed away in his sleep. According to the doctor, it ended peacefully, and he died without any pain at all. The old man had no children. The funeral was simple. Only Zhang Ju, Yang Shui, Guanpeng, 3 people, and a few neighbors attended. He was buried directly behind the village on the hillside. Guanpeng poured a glass of wine in front of his grave and did not speak. Neither he nor the old man was a talker. Zhang Ju lit another cigarette and placed it in front of the old man's grave. The old man had lived a spontaneous life, and even being defeated at his peak hadn't left his mind be empty. His only regret probably was not being able to see Guanpeng get married and have children. Guanpeng is not unaware, his work is too dangerous, and he has lost half of his face. It is too much of a problem to put his partner into a dangerous situation. The old man had nothing to lose. There are a few books left. They look pretty old and don't look like any martial arts books of secrets. Guanpeng gave Zhang Ju and Yang Shui a book as a souvenir. Human life is fragile. The death of Master Chen made Zhang Ju silent for a while. But life had to go on, and Zhang Ju was not the one to dwell on his grief all the time. Soon, he was swamped with the work from the Foundation again. On this day, an unexpected visitor arrived at Site 14, blonde and blue-eyed, probably from another site in trouble. Zhang Ju was about to go after her but found that he was not looking for him. "Excuse me, is Dr. Yang Shui here?" A fluent mouthful of Chinese. Zhang Ju blinked. Seeing that Zhang Ju didn't recognize him, the man pulled his ID out of his pocket and handed it to him. "An expatriate of the special branch of the Foundation's headquarters, my name is Tang Mao. I had the pleasure of discussing a few issues with Dr. Yang Shui at an academic exchange conference before, and this time I'm here to ask her for help on behalf of the headquarters." "So that was it?" Zhang Ju looked him up and down once. He double-checked his documents, then shouted, "Dr. Yang Shui, your old buddy is here." The Foundation had many sites with different talents, and it was not uncommon for them to ask each other for help in private when they encountered problems. However, if the headquarters sends someone directly to the site for something, it means that the matter has come to the point where it must be solved. The special agent from the headquarters talked with Huang Xingwen for an hour, and they called Yang Shui into their office. They talked for another hour until late afternoon. After dinner, Zhang Ju went to the roof to blow off some steam, only to find that Yang Shui was already there. This was a little tacit agreement between the two before. Wow, what a coincidence. Zhang Ju walked next to Yang Shui and leaned against the railing side by side with her. "The sun is quite round this evening." Yang Shui asked, "Could you be more cheesy with your lines?" "Yes." Zhang Ju smiled, "I'm the boiling water, and you're the instant noodles." "I'm 6, and you're 9. Yang Shui froze, then sighed, "Boring." Zhang Ju shrugged, "Let's get down to business. What's up with that old buddy of yours doing here today?" Ignoring Zhang Ju's strange name-calling, Yang Shui said, "They're in trouble and want me to come over and help." Zhang Ju raised his eyebrows, "What a coincidence, you have a sister out there too? She wants to meet you too." Yang Shui gave him a blank look. Zhang Ju gave a heated smile. Yang Shui had a double doctorate in biology and organic chemistry and was considered one of the top talents in the entire Foundation hierarchy. Otherwise, the headquarters wouldn't have promoted her. This time, the headquarters had sent someone to pick her up, so there was probably a problem that could not be solved. As for what exactly it was, Yang Shui didn't say, so Zhang Ju didn't ask. Yang Shui was already the deputy director of experiments at Site 14, and she had her own pride. Since this chick had confidence, so he let her go. The two of them said goodbye to each other, and Yang Shui left the next day. Looking at her back, Zhang Ju suddenly felt a bit chagrined that he should have installed a GPS locator on her as well. Time passed day by day, and a week later, the blonde guy came to Site 14 again. The first person he saw was still Zhang Ju. "Your old buddy is not here." Zhang Ju said, "Didn't she already get picked up by you?" "She hasn't come back yet." Tang Mao said, "Advisor Zhang Ju, I'm here to see you this time." In the site director's office, Zhang Ju sat on a chair. Huang Xingwen and Tang Mao looked at him blearily. It was business as usual. "Something happened to her, right? You came because you wanted me to save her, right? I knew she was unreliable." Zhang Ju crossed his legs and sat on the sofa with an "I knew it" look on his face, expressing great disdain for such a cheesy plot. However, Tang Mao shook his head. "On the contrary, Dr. Yang helped us a lot after she arrived on the scene, and under her leadership, we made great progress in our research." "Was it, though?" Zhang Ju raised his eyebrows. "So what did you come to see me for?" "A briefing and praise." Tang Mao sighed, "Because we encountered a new problem that couldn't be solved. We asked headquarters for help, but the response from headquarters was only 2 words. It was your name, Advisor Zhang." This statement sounded pretty cool, as if he was the Lord Savior, but Zhang Ju was no longer someone who could be fooled by such tricks. He said, "You guys can ask for my help. Can you explain to me about the situation?" Tang Mao's expression was torn, and it looked like there was something hidden. Zhang Ju shrugged, "Forget about it. I won't hide it from you. I'm very busy discussing life, ideals, and children's education with those young female researchers every day." Seeing him lift his butt to leave, Tang Mao hurriedly glanced at Huang Xingwen, the site director. But Zhang Ju was directly under the O5 council position, and Huang Xingwen could not command him, so he could only pretend to follow his choice. Forced into a corner, Tang Mao said, "Advisor Zhang, please wait." "Okay, I'll talk." Zhang Ju turned back to look at him. Tang Mao said, "Advisor Zhang, Do you know about chlamydia? Chlamydia. The name seemed a bit familiar. Zhangju thought about it for a while before remembering that he had seen an international news item while eating in the Foundation's cafeteria, saying that the residents of the small town had contracted a plague and that the entire town had been sealed off and no one was allowed to enter or leave. Needless to say, it was clear from this look that something was wrong. Zhangju nodded and gestured for him to continue. The residents of Chlamydia town are not infected with the plague. Tang Mao's expression turned strange as if what he was about to say next made him feel a little uncomfortable. All of them were turned into devils. Chapter 102. 2 days later, Zhangju and Tang Mao arrived outside of Chlamydia. They scoped around the area. The inside of the town was already in ruins, with dilapidated houses, collapsed streets, and a few black smoke slowly drifting into the sky in the distance. The town's perimeter was fenced off and surrounded by a fort that had just been built. The air was filled with smoke, and there were many bullet marks and explosion traces on the fort, which looked like they had undergone several very fierce battles. Inside the fort, a team of heavily armed MTF members, holding their sniper rifles, were guarding on the ground, standing by as if they were afraid that something might suddenly appear inside the town. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhangju was suddenly in a bit of a trance. If he hadn't just been playing a game on the plane, he would have thought he had traveled to the battlefield of World War II. The situation is rather complicated, Tang Mao said. At first, the town's residents caught a cold and fever one after another, and people thought it was a common flu, but then they realized things weren't that simple. This virus is very contagious. Several large hospitals are overcrowded, but there is still no way to cure them, and the number of the infected is increasing. Tang Mao said here. Zhangju suddenly waved his hand to interrupt him. Wait, can I ask? In what way is the virus spreading? Have you taken any countermeasures? The small town of Chlamydia was so remote that no one thought of the matter so seriously at that time, and they didn't even use masks. Until a few days later, when the government found that things were out of control, and only then did they ask the Foundation for help. Tang Mao sighed and was helpless. You know, the president of Mei province, Tbukeo Park is a very, what's the right word? He will never admit that his decision was a failure, and by the time we arrived here, the whole town had been turned into a dead city. Dead city. Zhangju looked around and pointed to the fort that had just been built. So you're shooting at a bunch of devils with submachine guns? That sounds pretty exciting. Tang Mao scratched his head in embarrassment. It's true that devils is a bit exaggerated, but I really don't know how to describe them. Zhangju lifted his chin, signaling him to speak freely. Those who infected with the virus, most of them died and died very tragically. Usually with 7 stages of bleeding, only a small portion of their body remained, which would turn into a kind of fake death. Tang Mao continued, that fake death, although they will also experience brain dysfunction, their hearts will still keep beating weakly, and after a few hours or days have passed, they will be resurrected. Resurrected? Zhangju raised his eyebrows. Yes, they are resurrected. Tang Mao said, and after they're resurrected, they become so aggressive that they start tearing up the normal people around them. Like the zombies in The Walking Dead. But zombies aren't hard to deal with, Zhangju said. Tang Mao hummed. At that time, the government hadn't sent a plea to the Foundation for help, and they sent a team of soldiers to Chlamydia to execute people as soon as they found them turned into zombies. But then, something bizarre happened. When they executed the first batch of zombies, the ones that appeared since a certain point became fast and would move in groups, specifically killing those in uniform. That group of soldiers was consumed within a week. From that point on, the whole thing began to move in an uncontrollable direction. After the first group of soldiers was killed, President Tbukeo sent another group of soldiers. The group lasted 3 days before they were all wiped out, and the town had already fallen by then. Finally, the May governmental army surrounded Chlamydia, and the forts you see now were built at that time. Zhang Ju looked at the surrounding fences, knowing that Tang Mao had one more thing to say that he hadn't been able to get out. Looking around the area, the defense may not be the only reason to keep those who have turned into zombies. Of course, some things could only be understood, not spoken. Zhang Ju looked at the town in the distance and said, "It looks like even with the forts from the May army was built, they still haven't been able to stop them." "Yes." Tang Mao nodded. "According to the information they provided, those zombies are very scary. Not only do they have extreme speed, some of them have evolved wings, and there was even a zombie that dived out to the river next to the town and attacked the May army from the rear. The May army only had a moment to conduct a round of bombardment on the town before they collapsed under their attack. It was also from this point that the May upper echelons realized the seriousness of the matter and turned to the GOC, Global Occult Coalition. The GOC came and suppressed those zombies within the town, but if they couldn't solve the underlying problem, it would be useless even if they killed all the zombies. If someone else got infected with the virus, everything would be back to square one, but the GOC is not good at this. So, they contacted the Foundation. Tang Mao's mouth was almost dry when he finally gave Zhang Ju a rundown of what had happened. Zhang Ju nodded and understood why they had called Yang Shui to do the job. The Foundation wanted to analyze what kind of virus could turn a normal person into this. It's okay to just turn into a zombie but grow wings and swim. If the Foundation came 2 days later, would they still be able to go to the sky? Wait, I think I know what that thing is. Zhang Ju suddenly slapped his thigh. A virus that will make the host evolve, isn't this SCP-016? SCP-016 is a bloodborne pathogen with an incubation period ranging from 24 hours to 2 years. Initial symptoms are similar to the common cold and include itchy eyes, runny eyes, cough, and body aches. When the virus enters the body to the final stage, the host will collapse and bleed profusely throughout the body, with blood gushing from all orifices, including the nostrils, tear ducts, pores, mouth, and urethra. If the patient survives this stage, the pathogen will be inactivated and go back into dormancy, returning to the incubation period. Those infected with the virus become aggressive, and even more bizarrely, when the host is in a state of stress, example under life-threatening conditions, the pathogen changes its survival strategy from simply replicating itself to recombining with the patient's DNA, promoting cell division and the growth of limbs, example wings and gills, that do not conform to the host's body structure to solve the problem being encountered. But that doesn't seem right either. After carefully recalling SCP-016's information, Zhang Ju shook his head and dismissed his thoughts. They don't behave exactly like SCP-016's characteristics. Tang Mao was just about to speak when Yang Shui's voice came from behind them. The reason is simple. Because what these people are infected with is the mutated variant of SCP-016. Chapter 103. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhang Ju turned his attention. Wow, isn't this the great Dr. Yang who combines beauty and talent? A day without seeing you is like 3 years without seeing you. May I ask how you have been? The two had not seen each other for a long time, and even though Zhang Ju said that word with a very serious look, Yang Shui still discerned that hint of roguishness in his tone. She gave Zhang Ju a helpless look and continued what she had just said. The SCP-016 here and the SCP-016 sample in the Foundation's lab, although similar in structure, have many differences. To put it simply, they have mutated and are 2 different viruses from SCP-016, which we will temporarily call it SCP-016-A. So that's how it is. Zhang Ju nodded. Yang Shui's words sort of solved a doubt in his mind, but the whole thing still made quite a lot of sense to him. 2 questions. He said. First, if I remember correctly, according to the Foundation's containment procedures for SCP-016, the nuclear bomb should be detonated to prevent it from spreading when the virus could not be effectively suppressed. SCP-016-A is obviously more dangerous than SCP-016. Why didn't we just do it before? It's been like this for 2 weeks, don't tell me the Foundation's approval process has not been completed. We have many times in the world, and those pigs are discussing nonsense stuff. Zhangju looked at Tang Mao and pointed out another finger. Secondly, since you have discovered the virus and managed to hold it to this point. What's my job here? Listen to your little science project here. It wasn't any wonder that Zhangju was so suspicious. Because, in his opinion, the entire incident smells suspicious. It seemed reasonable as far as the course of events Tang Mao had just described. But it was so full of discrepancies that it didn't stand up to the fact, and Zhangju could casually pick out several places where the logic didn't make sense. However, he didn't speak until this point. He focused only on himself because he could understand Tang Mao's difficulties. He had hidden something from him, and there could only be one reason for doing so: the Foundation's upper echelons, who didn't want him to know those things. Tang Mao was a little embarrassed, not knowing how to answer Zhangju's question for a moment. Suddenly, another familiar voice rang out from afar. "Advisor Zhang, please don't make things difficult for my subordinates. The reason why this town was not completely destroyed and the reason why you were invited here is the same. I will explain it to you later." Zhangju turned around, only to see a familiar face appear in front of him. "Lei Shan? What brings you here?" He had just seen Lei Shan on the news the day before, and he should be in Europe on business at this time. "Hello, Advisor Zhang. My name is Lei Shui, and Lei Shan is my brother. He asked me to relay this message to you." Lei Shui smiled, and his deep eyes were exactly the same as Lei Shan's. The Foundation had commandeered a farm 5 kilometers from the town of Chlamydia as a temporary camp. The farm owner had fled anyway because of the plague in Chlamydia. There are only 4 of them inside a private room. Zhangju, Yang Shui, Lei Shui, and Tang Mao sat around a table. "I've prepared this place for us to have a conversation. Please, Mr. Zhangju, have a seat," Lei Shui said. Zhangju waved his hand. "I'm tired of you guys talking about these useless polite words. If you don't mind, can we switch the place?" "Of course." Advisor Zhang had traveled far. "If you can't even meet such a small request, it's a bit unjustifiable. Tang Mao, please make a report and apply to the headquarters." Lei Shui's tone was natural, without the slightest hint of reluctance, as if he really wanted to apply for a conference room with better conditions for Zhangju. Seeing Tang Mao stand up, Zhangju hurriedly stopped him. No, 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 no. It's fine. This is enough." It was rare to see Zhangju get defeated, and Yang Shui smiled. Usually, he was the one who made trouble for others, but this time he was afraid he had met his match. Yang Shui glanced at Lei Shui. She had been here for almost a week and had met him several times, refreshing her mind each time they met. Lei Shan and Lei Shui were twin brothers, almost identical in appearance. But the two gave her a completely different feeling. If we say that contact with Lei Shan, there is a sense of spring breeze. Then Lei Shui is like flowing water. Outside the small town of Chlamydia, the number of people surrounding it was a lot. The Foundation, the GOC, the May military, and the state government. Each party has its own agenda, each with its own different purposes. But Lei Shui was able to arrange them properly, firstly because his status was high enough to suppress them, and secondly because his mind was really powerful. Several forces outside the town are working well without any disobedience as far as Yang Shui knows. If someone made a mistake and they enter his office, they will be out of the office without any problem at all and continue their job. Yang Shui thought, could he be brainwashing his worker? Of course, this can only be a joke. With the identity of Lei Shui, he must have something hidden in him that he doesn't want others to see. This old Lei family's second boy is cheeky, more than his brother. Zhang Ju thought so, a little upset about it. But knowing the current situation, he did not bother to take it into account. He picked up the glass of water on the table and took a sip, and said, "Older Lei, you just said that the reason for keeping this town and inviting me here is the same. What does that mean?" Lei Shui smiled. "It's actually very simple. Because we want to explore this town." "Explore?" "Yes, explore." Lei Shui answered. "According to the Foundation's investigation, there is something very important somewhere in the middle of the town. We don't know its exact location yet, so we can't take those extreme ways of killing those mutants with a wide range of strikes. We can only sneak in, and after we obtain what we want, everything will be very simple." "Oh," Zhang Ju pulled out long ah, "so you guys are just going to let me go as cannon fodder? It's not like you think." Tang Mao waved his hand before Lei Shui could say anything. "Advisor Zhang, you have misunderstood something. After Dr. Yang developed the virus vaccine, 2 MTF teams had already entered chlamydia, but they both failed to come out." Hearing Tang Mao say this, Zhang Ju was shocked. 2 MTF teams went in and didn't even come out, and you guys still wanted me to go? And you had the audacity to say that you're not using me as cannon fodder? He took the time to glance at Yang Shui, but this chick was also quite capable. Only a week after arriving here, the vaccine had been researched. The Birds of Prey team leader will personally carry the remaining team members for the third exploration mission. You are only responsible for them to carry out some necessary guidance work if you judge that there is danger. You can also step ahead and withdraw from the exploration team whenever you can. You can put your own safety in the first place." As the Foundation's special advisor, Zhang Ju's rank was not lower than Lei Shui. But with Lei Shui here, he has a similar role to a commander-in-chief. The authority given to him by the O5 Council must be very high. He had pulled a small meeting and personally explained the mission to Zhang Ju, which was considered enough for the situation. Unless Zhang Ju wanted to face off with the Foundation, he would have to go on this exploration mission even if he didn't want to. Thinking this through, Zhang Ju nodded his head. "I have one last question," he said. "Why did I have to go in? Did the 2 previous expeditions encounter anything in particular? Advisor Zhang is really as powerful as my brother said." Lei Shui said, "I'm not going to hide it from you. The first 2 expedition teams have found what we want. But they all didn't come back, and we couldn't locate their position according to the GPS. The 2 teams had disappeared from this world." Chapter 104. The time was 5 o'clock in the morning, and the sky was glowing with the white lights. Zhang Ju had already gotten up and was organizing his equipment. According to the information provided by the Foundation, the zombies infected by SCP-016-A seemed to be more afraid of sunlight. The exploration team had to leave early in the morning so that they could search more places. There was a knock on the door, and Zhang Ju didn't look back because he knew who was coming to him. "Have you prepared everything?" Yang Shui said softly. "It's all here." Zhang Ju smiled. "What, you want to go too? Should I bring some popcorn then?" Seeing that he still had the time to joke, Yang Shui shook her head. "I'm here to remind you that this town is dangerous in every corner. Things might not be as simple as Lei Shui said. Besides those infected people, there are probably other unpredictable dangers lurking. You should be careful." She is concerned about him. Zhang Ju smiled and nodded. Looking at Zhang Ju's natural expression, Yang Shui knew that he had a good idea. He thought, with Zhang Ju's mind, how could he not think of this? Yang Shui sighed, and Zhang Ju laughed. "Dr. Yang, don't worry about me. Didn't you say that gods and demons are afraid of smart people? Who am I? Those demons, devils, spirits, and monsters better pray they don't meet me, or I'll make them regret it." The day gradually dawned. During that time, Tang Mao also came to Zhang Ju's room, saying that he was afraid he would forget the time, but Zhang Ju knew that they were more afraid that he would run away from the expedition. Lei Shui acted cautiously, but it could also be shown from the side that he did not know Zhang Ju well. What he promised to others, he would do it as long as there was no special reason or force majeure. Zhang Ju ate something quickly and went outside the town to rendezvous with the 3rd exploration squad of birds of prey that had been waiting here for a long time. The MTF Birds of Prey squad consisted of 24 agents, and the first 2 explorations had left 16 agents missing in this bizarre town. The remaining 8 people were led by Captain Jeffrey himself and Zhang Ju for this operation. "Hello, Advisor Zhang." When he saw Zhang Ju, Jeffrey greeted him. He was a black man with a long scar on the left side of his jaw, and his body exuded the kind of steely aura characteristic of a soldier. Jeffrey's expression was serious, and when he faced Zhang Ju, he neither curried favor nor deliberately looked him in the eye. His gaze was focused on the town not far away. Zhang Ju knew that the disappearance of 2 consecutive teams had angered this captain. Although he didn't show any difference, the slightly narrowed eyes gave Zhang Ju a clue. Likewise, Zhang Ju looked toward the town as he said softly, "Captain Jeffrey, please rest assured that if your team members are still alive, I will help you find them." This time, Jeffrey finally put his eyes on Zhang Ju. He found that this young man seemed different from what he had imagined. Confident, but not conceited, with deep eyes, even when compared to Lei Shui. He pondered for a moment, but in the end, he couldn't say anything in gratitude and only nodded slightly. "Many thanks." At 6:30, it was already dawn. Lei Shui came, he and Jeffrey said a few words, and then exchanged greetings with Zhang Ju. Everything that needed to be said had been said yesterday, and he had come here just to boost morale. At exactly 7 o'clock, the 3rd exploration team sent by the Foundation once again headed for the town with the name of Chlamydia. After entering the town, led by Jeffrey, the group made their way along the main road. Zhang Ju had already printed the town map in his mind, so he knew exactly where the group was located. The hospital, the church, the supermarket, they didn't make any stops. Jeffrey had a very clear destination. This time, Jeffrey was the leader of the expedition. While Zhang Ju, like his position in the Foundation, existed only as an advisor to the team. As for the exact location of the mission and what the Foundation was looking for, he knew nothing about it. He had only one special power, the right to have a veto on decisions made by the captain at critical moments. To facilitate the differentiation of locations, the Foundation has divided the plane of the entire town into 9 grids. The town of Chlamydia is built on a mountain, and the 9 areas from outside to inside are A1, A2, A3, B1, B2, B3, C1, C2, C3, and the 2 exploration teams' missing location, are in the innermost C3 area. Jeffrey did not hesitate. The team entered the town and marched all the way to the C3 area. The exploration team was heavily armed. Although Jeffrey was concerned about the team members, he still didn't take any chances, and the whole team kept alert and moved slowly under his orders. Zhang Ju himself has the ability to self-heal and is immune to most SCP abilities, so he did not wear any protective clothing. Jeffrey was a little worried, but Zhang Ju was a Foundation advisor, 2 levels above him, and since Lei Shui hadn't even said anything, he wasn't going to complain about it. The town was quiet and silent. Explosions and signs of struggle could be seen all over the streets, but there were almost no dead bodies for some reason. The weather was overcast, with various unknown particles floating in the air and poverty everywhere, making the crumbling town feel even eerier. Faced with an unknown fear, even the well-trained MTF team members are a little nervous. Many of them have started to sweat on their palms. Under heavy pressure, the atmosphere of the exploration team is becoming more and more gloomy. Thanks to Jeffrey personally coming into the town. Otherwise, the team members' minds would be crushed by the pressure. Jiangju held the dragon crystal in his hand and sensed the situation around him. He could feel that some creatures were watching their every move in those unseen places, ready to attack at any moment. Whir! There was a strong wind. A javelin flew over from afar, its sharp tip glinting with a man-eating light, targeting none other than Jiangju, who was not wearing a protective suit. But Jiangju's position was at the very end of the entire group, and Jeffrey had no time to save him. Look out! Seeing this scene, Jeffrey's heart was startled. They had not yet reached the designated location. If Jiangju died like this, he would not only have no way to rescue the missing team members. Leaving the mission could get him into a disciplinary by the Foundation. However, what happened next was something he would not forget for a long time. Jiangju casually sidestepped the javelin and dodged it. Jeffrey clearly saw that the javelin almost grazed Jiangju's face and flew past it. If Jiangju had moved a fraction of a second later, his eye socket would have been directly penetrated by the javelin. It was good that Jiangju dodged this insidious blow, coincidentally or not. Seeing that Jiangju was okay, Jeffrey breathed a long sigh of relief. He told his team to be more aware. The town was in danger, and the infected hiding in the shadows was very powerful, so they had to be very vigilant. Confirming that there were no further attacks, Jeffrey gave the order to move on. However, Jiangju stopped. "What's wrong?" Jeffrey asked. Jiangju looked at him. "Captain Jeffrey, I have a question to ask you." "Please speak." "Under normal circumstances, if your team members were attacked by the enemy, what would you do?" Jeffrey said, "Organize a counterattack, of course." Jiangju smiled. "So, why didn't you do it now?" Jeffrey was momentarily speechless. "Of course, it's not because we just met today. You just think that finding the missing team members and completing the exploration mission is the first priority, right?" "Right." Jeffrey nodded. He did think so. "Captain Jeffrey, if I'm not wrong. You were once a soldier, so obeying orders and completing the mission is always your first goal. I can understand that. But to me, I'm not quite the same as you." Jiangju said, "To put it nicely, I'm an advisor for the Foundation. But to put it bluntly, I'm just a hooligan. When it comes to facing the enemy, my way of thinking is to be careful while also finding a chance to counterattack." Speaking of this, he suddenly laughed, and there was a hint of madness in his eyes. "Those who dare to not avenge me towards what my enemies do, I will do the same as my enemies do to any of my allies 1,000 times. Regardless of whether it is a human being or a ghost, I will fuck them up to death." Chapter 105. Advisor Jiang, there's only a dark area there, and we are in a good position with a light on. We have a more important mission in front of us. I am afraid that it will ruin the whole mission if we act rashly. Jeffrey organized his language to persuade Jiangju to give up that childish idea. In his opinion, this kind of counterattack is useless, and he's the careless one. In his opinion, the careless one would fall into the enemy's trap, which was not worth the loss. Not only him, but the other team members looked at Jiangju in a less friendly way, knowing that they would have to risk their lives to carry out some unnecessary actions because of the young advisor's words. But surprisingly, Jiangju waved his hand. "Captain Jeffrey, I think you've misunderstood me. I'm not trying to get your team involved in a risky situation, you just need to wait for me for a few minutes." Jeffrey still didn't understand what Jiangju was up to. However, Jiangju didn't wait for him to reply and acted first. He just turned back around and pulled out the javelin that was stuck in the ground. Jeffrey's pupils dilated as if he guessed what he wanted but still couldn't believe his eyes. With all the team members watching, Jiangju took a few steps backward, then quickly ran forward, stopped with his feet, and threw the javelin back along the route he had come with his arms firing, just like a professional athlete. Jiangju's speed was so fast that the javelin disappeared from their view with a swing before the team could see his movements. Everyone reflexively looked in the direction of the javelin's flight, but on the other side of the fog, there was no movement at all. A team member whispered, "Missed." Zhang Ju smiled faintly, "Let the javelin fly for a while." As soon as Zhang Ju said that, a sound could be heard from the distance. Seemingly the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. "It's a hit?" Jeffrey was slightly stunned. "The first thing you need to do is to get a good idea of what you're doing. That javelin just now, even a world-class player might not be able to throw that far, but Zhang Ju made the javelin fly all the way where it came from, which was incredible." Jeffrey wanted to lead his team to check out the situation but was stopped by Zhang Ju with a wave of his hand. Jeffrey looked at Zhang Ju with a questioning gaze. He could no longer guess what this advisor was thinking now. Zhang Ju shrugged, "Captain Jeffrey, I just said that if any person dares to stab me once, I will return it 100 times 1,000 times, and now I have only returned one, which is still far from enough." This time, not only Jeffrey but all the team members looked at Zhang Ju with the same eyes as if they were crazy. Everyone had heard what he had just said, but they all thought that Zhang Ju was speaking in anger, and no one took it seriously. To them, it was simply impossible. Who in their right mind would do that? Zhang Ju would. Zhang Ju's right hand posed in an empty grip, a javelin suddenly appeared in his hand, immediately causing a gasp from the team. Only then did Jeffrey realize that this advisor Zhang had an ability. This time, Zhang Ju did not run but turned in a direction and threw the javelin. A few seconds later, the sound of a heavy object hitting something can be heard again. Zhang Ju's seemingly random throw this time had hit the enemy again. Without waiting for the team members to make a sound, Zhang Ju once again manifested a javelin in his hand, sensed the enemy's location, and then threw the javelin out. He barely paused in his movements. 1 second, the javelin was thrown by him, and the next second another javelin appeared in his hand. Each javelin hits an enemy, so on and so forth. He was like an ADC in a game, thrusting the spear in his hand one by one into the heart of the enemy. As Zhang Ju kept throwing the spear in his hand, the sound of an object hitting something can be heard all around the places, and it looked like they were all killed with one shot. Zhang Ju spun around in place, not even moving his position much. He seemed to be able to pinpoint the direction of each enemy. 3 minutes later, Zhang Ju threw the last javelin in his hand. "Done, that's about it for the infected surrounding us." He clapped his hands. "I'm very sorry for the delay. If we encounter a similar situation again, I'll try to be a little faster." On the other side, Jeffrey and his team members no longer knew how to describe their feelings at this moment. If you have to say it, it feels like you're taking a friend to play a game, and you think he's a noob, but it turns out he's a world champion. The kind of person that would defeat you in a game in just a minute and end the game by saying, "Sorry, I'm not really good at this game." It's simply a beast. Never mind. Jeffrey looked at his watch. "Shall we move forward?" Zhang Ju nodded, then said, "Captain Jeffrey, no need to look at me like that. You're the one who's in charge here." Captain Jeffrey's mouth twitched involuntarily, perhaps a few minutes ago. After seeing Zhang Ju's real strength, he unconsciously looked at Zhang Ju. In this world of survival, those who are the strongest are the leader of the group. The exploration team continued, and they passed under a building and saw the first infected person who was killed by a single shot from Zhang Ju. The javelin had gone straight through his eye sockets, hard and accurate, and Jeffrey had felt a little sick when he saw that the blood coming out of his body was green. The infected man's arms were very thick, apparently evolved, and these mutated enemies were indeed terrifying. Jeffrey was about to go up and check it out but was stopped by Zhang Ju. Although these team members had been inoculated with the vaccine that Yang Shui had just developed before they left, who knew if the infected blood of these infected was more transmissible to the virus, it was better to be careful. After Zhang Ju's purge, the threat posed by the infected was greatly reduced, the speed of the team's expedition was significantly accelerated, and the atmosphere within the team was not as gloomy as when they first entered the town. With such a big brother in charge, even someone like Jeffrey was greatly relieved. Jiangju did not need their protection, and he could even protect them, which was a real surprise. His confidence in completing the mission increased by a few points. Jeffrey looked at Jiangju's leisurely back as if he were shopping and thought that what he had heard was true. The top brass of the Foundation were all monsters. After advancing for another 10 minutes, Jeffrey opened his map, double-checked it, and turned to Jiangju. "Advisor Jiang, this is it. The area where 2 previous exploration teams visited, this is where we lost contact with them." Jiangju looked around at the road sign that reads cemetery, and his eyes twitched slightly. It's a really nice place. Chapter 106. The time was midday. The 3rd exploration team has traveled in this town for nearly 4 hours. They finally arrived at the destination of this trip, Chlamydia Town Cemetery. Although the exploration squad did not engage in combat, marching in such a crisis-ridden situation was also very physically demanding. With Jiangju's suggestion, Jeffrey told the team to take a quick rest and energize up. Half an hour later, the exploration team began a full search of the entire area. The cemetery was built on a mountain with complex terrain that could not be seen at a glance. Jeffrey divided his team into 3 groups, skimming through the area forward. A way to explore the area, although it will reduce its efficiency, but the safety factor is greatly increased. Because the first 2 teams disappeared for unknown reasons, indicating that the cemetery is not as calm as it seems, and there is a hidden danger lurking, that kind of counter-measurement is very necessary. Even Jiangju nodded secretly. Those who could be the captain of MFT must have their own set of unique strategies. Jeffrey's military experience made him comfortable in command. The 3 squads moved forward in different angles while Jiangju watched their back. He could sense that the infected he had cleared out of the cemetery had gathered in the area again since they arrived. 2 hours later, the entire team had completed their first round of searching and found nothing. Jiangju felt a little strange. The whole cemetery was very quiet, and they did not encounter any danger. After a short rest, the exploration team launched the second round of exploration from back to front. This time, the team searched even more carefully. Refusing to let go of any details, almost breaking down the tombstones piece by piece. But still, just like the first time, nothing was found. It was almost dusk. According to the plan, if there are no more valuable clues, they should return from the expedition. Once the sun goes down, those infected will no longer care, and this will become their paradise. Jeffrey had to make a choice, whether to continue searching here or retreat immediately. He looked at Jiangju. Jiangju spread his hands. "Captain Jeffrey, it's not that I don't want to help you. But my knowledge is limited, and I simply can't assist you in analyzing the current situation." For some unknown reason, the Foundation had not released all the information to Jiangju and had only allowed him to accompany them. But in this situation now, it would be unjustifiable to still keep it a secret from him. Jeffrey sighed. "Lord Leishui has instructed that I can reveal some useful information to you when it comes to this situation. What do you want to know?" "The exploration process of the first 2 exploration squads." Jiangju said, "I know you have the detailed records." Jeffrey nodded and took out a tablet from his backpack, obviously prepared. With Jeffrey's authority, there was no way he could carry such a thing around with him, and he didn't have to think about it to know that it must be the handwork of Leishui, who had known that Jiangju would use it. Jiangju held the tablet in his hands and carefully watched the missing reports of the 2 exploration teams. 5 minutes later, he handed the tablet back to Jeffrey. "There are a few oddities here." Jiangju looked at Jeffrey. According to the report, after the outbreak, the town was covered by a special magnetic field that made it impossible to use long-range communication technology such as radio. The helicopter planes couldn't get close to the area. So, the only information the Foundation had was the routes of the two squads' movements, and their last positioning all disappeared in the C3 area. So, you decided that there was something wrong with the C3 area. But have you ever thought that GPS positioning has very big limitations, and they might not be accurate? When Zhu Zhang finished speaking, Jeffrey tapped his head. Advisor Zhang. Are you saying that they weren't in the cemetery when they disappeared, but down it said dash? Jeffrey's words were only halfway through. Then how did they get down there? We searched the place twice and didn't find a downward passage. Because the entrance isn't even here. Zhang Ju said, the two exploration teams didn't search with a clear purpose as we did. Their routes were chaotic, but there was a section that overlapped at the end. They were both walking from the C1 area to the C3 area. So, they were most likely off the ground when they were in the C1 area. Zhang Ju nodded. Of course, that's just my guess. With the situation analyzed to this point, Zhang Ju shut up and let Jeffrey make this crucial choice. Do they continue to head towards C1 to find the entrance that perhaps didn't exist, or do they retreat there and come back tomorrow? Jeffrey looked at Zhang Ju again. Zhang Ju stretched out his hand. He said what he should say. As for the final choice, he does not care. Jeffrey was pondering, seemingly evaluating the pros and cons. While he was hesitating, a long black sword suddenly appeared in Zhang Ju's hand and swung upward violently, splitting a boulder falling from the air into two halves. The two halves of the boulder fell separately, making a crumbling sound and stirring up a cloud of dust. If Zhang Ju hadn't sensed the danger, he and Jeffrey would have been smashed to a pulp. On guard! Jeffrey shouted. The MTF was MTF after all, although they didn't know what was happening. The team's response to orders was engraved into their bones. Everyone contracted their formation and took cover from each other, holding submachine guns and looking around vigilantly. Over there! A team member shouted, pointing to the sky. The crowd looked, only to see a winged infected looking down at them from above. Obviously, the big stone was just thrown down by him from the sky. The infected man was flying so high that the team was hesitant to shoot at him when another team member called out, "Look over there." Zhang Ju looked in the direction he was pointing and saw an uncountable number of flying infected toward them. Hundreds of thousands of them covered the sky while carrying a huge rock in their hands. Jeffrey immediately shouted, "Take cover." The entire exploration team, Zhang Ju and the other 10 personnel faced many enemies. Their only option is to retreat. They quickly withdrew from the cemetery and found the nearest administrative building as a cover. But there was a group of infected waiting for them inside the building, and the exploration team was ambushed as soon as they entered. The team was well equipped and relied on firepower suppression to hold out and hide in one of the storage rooms. What was strange to Zhang Ju was that he seemed to be the first target of all the enemy attacks. Hundreds of infected swarmed around him outside the building, and Zhang Ju wields a long black sword to cut through one batch after another like a leak. "Captain Jeffrey, we're too defensive. I'll draw them while you and the team retreat from this area," Zhang Ju said. "No way," Jeffrey said. "Advisor Zhang, we can't leave you here alone." Seeing that the plot seemed to be developing like the plot of a TV show drama, Zhang Ju waved his long black sword in his hand and said, "Don't be a bitch. Your presence here will only limit my ability to play. Captain Jeffrey, in this emergency situation, you will listen to me and obey orders." After Zhang Ju finished speaking, he smashed the glass of a window with the handle of his sword and jumped out. Just a moment after Zhang Ju slipped away, the infected outside the door seemed to sense something and chased after him in the direction of his escape. The pressure on the exploration team plummeted. 5 minutes later, the exploration team cleared out the remaining infected. Jeffrey looked at the corpses on the ground and sighed. He took out the special walkie-talkie from his backpack and adjusted the frequency. "My lord, just as you predicted. Advisor Zhang found out the secret of the C1 area and then broke away from our team. On the other side of the walkie-talkie, Lei Shui's icy voice came, I know, tell the others to retreat. Chapter 107. It was evening, and Zhang Ju was walking alone through the streets of the small town of Chlamydia. From time to time, infected people suddenly appeared from the corners to attack him, but they were all killed by him with a single slash. It was getting dark, making the already eerie atmosphere of the town even more terrifying. But Zhang Ju was still walking without any worry at all. As long as he didn't get stuck in a corner with little space, the infected were just a bunch of leaks to him, and he was neither troubled by the condition. At this moment, Zhang Ju had arrived at the center of the C1 area. He looked around and found a place to sit down and take a sip of water. Apparently, it was a setup. The first two expedition teams had disappeared in the C3 area, but the problematic area should be C1. Jeffrey may not be able to realize it, but with a simple analysis, Lei Shui can certainly see it at a glance. Jeffrey was acting, so he played along with him to trick Zhang Ju. He wanted to see the town himself. But in the end, what kind of secret can make the Foundation take such a decision? Lei Shan and Lei Shui are brothers, but they act in very different ways. Lei Shan was good at leveraging momentum, while Lei Shui was good at using his mind. Zhang Ju smiled. Knowing that Lei Shui is a sneaky, tricky person, he would educate his brother just for Lei Shan and show him what it meant to use force to break his trick. In front of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are a joke. The so-called game within a game only works for a weak person. After a minute of tossing and slashing, Zhang Ju was a little hungry. He found a random house that was still in good shape and walked in, heading straight for the kitchen. He pressed the gas stove and found that it still worked. He smiled happily. He opened his backpack and took out 2 bags of instant noodles. Yes, Zhang Ju had brought 2 bags of instant noodles with an old pickled vegetable flavor because the red roast beef ones were out of stock. It was a way to eat the taste of home in a foreign country. He opened his kettle, cleaned that stove a little, then began to cook noodles and hummed an unknown song in his mouth, waiting leisurely. Those who know that he came on a dangerous mission will not know what he's doing right now and will think he was on vacation. A few minutes later, the aroma was overwhelmed the entire kitchen. Zhang Ju took out the prepared disposable chopsticks and was about to feast on them when he heard something. It seemed to be the sound of gulping saliva. The sound was soft, but it didn't escape his ears. The infected had long been shaken off by him, and the large house was very quiet. Hearing such a sound can be heard so suddenly was a bit scary. However, Zhang Ju did not show any fear. He didn't even know what fear was. Zhang Ju raised his eyebrows, then walked towards the source of the sound. It was inside a huge closet. With his long sword in hand, he approached the closet slowly. When he came to this room, he had already used the dragon crystal to sense that there were no infected people here. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. Zhang Ju put his hand on the door of the closet and pulled it open with full force. A little girl of 4 or 5 years old, with her hands on her knees, was looking at him with big flashing eyes. The two looked at each other for a few seconds and asked each other together, "Who are you?" Half an hour later, Zhang Ju's heart was pounding as he watched the little girl finish her noodles one bite at a time, but he still opened his backpack under a compassionate impulse. "Eat slowly. I have a ham here." The little girl couldn't use chopsticks and could only eat the noodles with a fork, but she was still fast and looked hungry enough. Zhang Ju knew that she was probably the only survivor here. The little girl finished the noodles and even drank the soup slippery clean but refused Zhang Ju's ham. "Big brother. I'm already full from eating. You can eat this if you want." Zhang Ju could tell that the little girl was lying and that she had refused because of the fact that she hadn't eaten yet. The little girl reminded him of Shirley. Zhang Ju smiled, peeled back the ham hock, broke half of it, and put it into her bowl. At the same time, he ate the other half. "What's your name, little girl?" The little girl paused, still not touching the half of the ham. "My name is Alice," she said. "The Alice who wanders through the Wonderland." "What?" "Nothing, can you tell me why you are here?" The little girl lowered her head. "I'm waiting for Daddy to come back." Jiangju asked, "Who is your father, and where did he go? Maybe I can help you find him." The little girl looked at Jiangju as if she assessed whether Jiangju would lie to her. She was a child, after all, and had no way to tell the difference between a good and a bad person. Looking at Jiangju's harmless gaze, Alice said, "My dad is the mayor of this town, and he said, he went to meet those adults and told me to wait for him at home." Heh. After hearing the little girl's words, Jiangju simply wanted to laugh out loud 3 times. He had actually entered the mayor's house by mistake and saved his daughter. This meant that there was a good chance that he had learned the truth of the problem. Jiangju tried to calm his tone and asked, "Little sister, can you tell me what happened to this town?" The little girl looked at her fingers. "I don't know." Jiangju followed the advice. "It's okay, Alice. Just tell me all the things you can think of." Alice was silent for a moment, then nodded. "That day, my father said that a hole appeared in the town. Some people from outside the town came to the house, and they said to my father that they were going down through the hole. Then after a few days, the people in the town started to get sick, and the kindergarten class was dismissed, so I had to stay at home. Later, there were many people with guns coming, so scary. Then, one day, Dad went out and never came back." The little girl is still small. Speaking like this is not easy to do, but Jiangju still extracted from her words to fairly important information. "Alice, are you saying that a hole was found in the town?" "Yes." "Do you know where that hole is?" "Well, I don't know it myself, but it shouldn't be far from my house because Dad is always standing at the window looking into the distance. I know it's the hole for sure because he's looking at it." "Is that the window in the living room?" "Yes." "Okay, and you said that some people from outside the town were going down through the hole?" "Uh-huh. And then people just got sick one after another." "Yeah, what's wrong?" "Ah, nothing." Jiangju cupped his chin and pondered the connection between the two events. Originally, the problem of the people inside the town being infected with SCP-016 made him weird. Although SCP-016 was powerful, it would disintegrate in a few minutes as long as it was exposed to the air. Even if it was a mutated variant, it shouldn't last long without a host. He couldn't figure out why anyone in this remote town would be infected, and now it seemed that the source probably lay inside that mysterious hole. Jiangju thought about it and asked a crucial question. "Alice, do you remember the people who came to the house? What do they look like? Like how they looked or what they were wearing? Were there any specific detail?" The little girl shook her head. "I only know that they were people from far away, and their accents were a little strange, just like yours." "Oh, I remember." The little girl suddenly said, "On their clothes, they seemed to have 3 letters printed on them." "Which letters?" Jiangju suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he realized that he seemed to have far underestimated the complexity of the matter. The little girl looked up at the ceiling and tried hard to remember. "It seems to be SCP." "Yes, that's about it. On their clothes, they all have SCP printed on them." Chapter 108. Jiangju stood on the balcony of Alice's house and looked out into the distance. His mind was racing as he sorted through the mystery of this whole city. Things were more complicated than he had imagined. According to the young girl, the course of events was the exact opposite of the information provided by the Foundation. A hole had inexplicably appeared in the town, and the Foundation had already known about it and sent people down to explore it. Then the inhabitants of the town were infected with the virus and finally purged by the army. Although the results were the same, the order of precedence had been reversed. Zhang Ju sighed. He knew that the Foundation wouldn't be the one to blame. In many cases, the Foundation would also do such and such unpleasant things, which was why the Ethics Committee existed. But now was not the time to dwell on that matter. There was only one question on Zhang Ju's mind. What was inside the bizarre hole that the Foundation was trying to explore? They are willing to sacrifice tens of thousands of people within the town. He wanted to go and see. But in doing so, he feared that he was playing right into the hands of Lei Shui. The hole has something very important to the Foundation, but the Foundation has suffered a big loss in it. The Birds of Prey team had explored it twice, but both failed to come out, and only then did Lei Shui ask him to come and participate in the expedition. Lei Shui may not even be afraid that he knows the truth of the problem. As long as he can go down to bring out what the Foundation wants, the Foundation can accept the result even though the price to pay was tens of thousands of lives in the town. That person is good at doing tricks. He tells you there is a very important thing that needs to be retrieved inside while also it's very dangerous. Would you do it or not? Sure enough, playing tactics are dirty. In fact, Zhang Ju could have walked out of town with a straight face and said he hadn't found anything. But he was curious. What was inside that mysterious hole? Zhang Ju called Alice and gave her all the food and water in his backpack. Alice, I'm going to find your dad now. You may have to continue to stay here for a while and wait for me to come back, okay? This little girl was probably born with antibodies to SCP-016, so she wasn't infected. But Zhang Ju was going to look for the hole, and it wasn't good to take her with him. The little girl looked at the cookies and water on the ground and picked up only one packet. Brother, this is more than enough. I still have some water at home. Some children nowadays are so obedient. Zhang Ju patted her head. Be careful, okay. After leaving the mayor's house, Zhang Ju walked down to the street and headed west. He had just looked out from the balcony of the mayor's house, and the most obvious target was a water plant not far away, where Zhang Ju planned to go first. The virus had spread throughout the town in a very short period of time, and the water plant itself was probably the cause of it. It was almost nighttime. As Zhang Ju went out, more and more infected attacked him. Zhang Ju felt that the infected were getting stronger and stronger as he got closer to the water plant. Not to mention the fact that they could fly and disappear. Just now, when he slashed at an infected, a spark can be made. If he had just an ordinary steel sword in his hand, it might have been difficult to scratch those infected. There was another point that made him very concerned. Why were these infected always staring at him? Could it be that there was something different about him than the others? Well, Zhang Ju shrugged. He was indeed different from everyone else in this world, and it was understandable that he should be taken care of. The moon was dark, and the wind was breezing. Zhang Ju wielded a long sword and killed those infected that was on his way to the water plant. He had killed and wounded hundreds of the infected. There was even one that he had cut off a second before it blew itself up. Faced with these infected, Zhang Ju did not have the slightest fear or weaknesses. Although they might have been very friendly people before they were infected, now they had turned into monsters. The slightest mercy to the enemy could lead to their own destruction. An hour later, he finally arrived at the main gate of the water plant. There were many corpses lying around here, from the government, the GOC, and of course, from the SCP Foundation. It looks like he has come to the right place. This was the heart of the whole problem. Zhang Ju let out a deep breath and walked into the gate. None of the infected had followed him in since he arrived and entered the room for some reason. It seemed that there was a natural fear of what was inside. Something evil. There are many steel furnaces of varying heights in the water plant, probably for filtering and purifying the water. He jumped on one of the tallest furnaces and looked around. In the southwest corner of the plant, he spotted a building that had apparently just been built and was surrounded by something. This was it. Zhangju jumped off the steel furnace and advanced in the direction of that building. The lock on the door had been violently broken. He pushed open the door and peered inside with a faint light. The room was large, probably 300 or 400 square feet, with countless electronic devices displayed in the room. Zhangju turned on his flashlight and walked inside. He finally saw that there was a black and deep hole with a diameter of about 2 meters surrounded by all the equipment in the center of the room. There were some ropes scattered on the ground, hinting that just a short time ago, someone else had gone down. This is the hole. Zhangju circled the hole 3 times left and right, but never dared to conclude which SCP was this. He had too much information in his head to locate which one it was with just such a hole. If he was right, this hole should be the entrance to some SCP. The Foundation's source of information is big. They usually just send people in this type of situation. But what if this hole was connected to SCP-2935? When those exploration team members come back, the whole world will come to an end. But apparently, the Foundation knows the information for this kind of anomaly and did not hesitate to send people down. Only leaving that they do not know what happened and the exploration team did not return. Lei Shui wanted to let him go down, but he hesitated to tell him what was inside. Maybe it had something to do with the dangers lurking inside. Well, Zhangju cupped his chin and assessed the current situation. There was a hole here, and it was obviously a big one. Should he jump or not? There shouldn't be any reason why he had to jump. He could just pat himself on the back right now. He was just a little unenthusiastic about it. What was inside this hole? What could there be that the Foundation wants it so badly? Curiosity killed the cat. Zhangju was hesitating. Suddenly, he heard the sound of footsteps coming from outside. The footsteps were light, they should be normal humans, and there was only one. Who could it be in this middle of the night? Who would throw themselves in this kind of situation? Zhangju heatedly smiled, turned off his flashlight, and hid behind a large piece of equipment. Concentrate on the quiet and wait for the person. No matter who was coming, he would give that person a big surprise. Chapter 109. In the darkness, Zhangju waited quietly. A few moments later, the person pushed the door and entered the room. The person came with a gorgeous physique, with a curvy front and back, and it was a woman. The woman was covered with a veil, so it was hard to see her face. Like Zhangju, she circled around the hole a few times. Just when she hesitated to go down, a long black sword was placed on her neck. Turn around slowly. Yes, slowly. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad guy, you know. Zhangju placed the flashlight on his chin and turned it on while making a ghostly face. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely be frightened by such a prank. But those who can come here are not ordinary people. He saw the woman by gently removing the veil covering her face and smiled slightly. Hey there, little brother. Goodbye. What the hell? When he saw the woman's face, Zhangju's jaw was almost dislocated because she punched him. It's you. The woman smiled, very satisfied with Zhangju's reaction. How about it, little brother? Did you miss your sister? I still haven't settled the score with you from last time, you know. Seeing this woman, Zhangju sweated coldly. Because she was the famous Alison Chow, whether you have heard it or not, you must know her nickname. The Black Queen. The Black Queen herself is so mysterious that she is said to be the daughter of one of the famous 4 doctors, Dr. Gears. She has an unusual knowledge of the Foundation's structure, activities, security facilities, and containment facilities, and there are even legends that she comes from another world. Not only is her identity mysterious, but she is also one of the leaders of the Serpent's Hand. The legendary L.S., little sister, was able to freely enter and exit the Wanderer's Library, the headquarters of the Serpent's Hand. If the entire SCP world is a chess game, all the peer forces are different players. Then this sultry-looking woman is one of the people who can land a piece. Both the SCP Foundation and the GOC, Global Occult Coalition, have suffered many losses at her hands. It was just that for some reason, she seemed to like to keep it to herself, which allowed Jiangju to take advantage of the situation. The last time they met was in the Alps. Jiangju arrived a few minutes early and obtained the dragon crystal of SCP-3844. Allison tried to grab it, and the two had a fight. Although Allison was a woman, she was very strong, and if Jiangju fought her, he would have lost, and she will be the victor. Even if they fought for their lives, the result would be a 50-50th split. With this level of character, generally, they have their own persona. They can be an enemy or try to be harmoniously friendly. Jiangju put away his long sword and said with an awkward smile, "My lady, why are you out alone at this hour? Do you know how dangerous it is?" Jiangju raised his foot to slip away. Allison put her hand on his shoulder. "Little brother, you're right. It's late. Sister is a little scared. Stay with me, will you?" "Can I say no?" Jiangju's mouth starts to get sour. But as a last resort, he didn't want to face off with her. After all, the Black Queen was targeting the entire SCP Foundation and didn't seem to have any history of killing innocent people on the ground floor staff. Jiangju hummed and hawed. Allison looked him up and down. "Come on, little brother. You have found this place. Tell me, how did you get here?" "By mistake, purely by mistake." Jiangju waved his hand repeatedly. Looking at the hot sister in front of him, he suddenly thought of something. Since this black girl had found this place on her own, she must know more than he did. With a twinkle in his eye, a plan came into his mind. "My lady, I'm not going to lie. I was confused about what I'd stumbled here, and before I came, I had no idea what was going on here." He sighed with a helpless look in his eyes. "Really?" Allison obviously didn't believe him. "There are people who could have fooled you." It looked like Allison had a pretty high opinion of his intelligence. Jiangju held out 3 fingers. "If I lie, let me count my money until I die of exhaustion, choke me to death by a lobster, died from reading a novel poisoned by the author, died from nosebleed and blood loss from looking at a beautiful woman." "What the hell kind of oath is this?" Allison observed Jiangju's expression. Jiangju showed his teeth and grinned, not faking it at all. Just exaggerating it a little, so he didn't show anything suspicious. "Okay, I believe you now," Allison said. "I, Jiangju, am known as an honest and reliable young man with an iron will and gold teeth, and I'm not just a name for myself." Jiangju patted his chest, gave Allison a thumbs up, and finally revealed his foxtail. "My lady, what are you doing here? You're not here just to see the scenery, are you?" Allison glanced at him, looking towards the unfathomable hole. "It's rhetorical. Of course, it's for that reason." "Ah, so all is well. Those Foundation scoundrels said this is a septic tank down here. A little girl's lollipop fell in the hole. They asked me to bring the lollipop back to her." "Bullshit." Allison grunted. "It's clearly down there." "What is it?" Allison was just about to speak when she saw Jiangju's expression, and she cocked her head again. "Little brother, you're trying to trick me. Aren't you?" "I am most assuredly not." The treacherous plan had been discovered. Jiangju laughed and prepared to run away for the second time. Allison had been prepared. She stopped in front of Jiangju and formed her hand into a dagger with a slight wave. Jiangju covered his neck. Allison hid her lips and laughed. "You're good. You're better than last time." There was no escape, so Jiangju sighed. "My lady, what do you want?" Allison pointed to the hole. "I told you, I came for it." Jiangju said, "If you want to go down, then go for it. I'm not stopping you. Life and death are in the hands of God. You go your way, and I'll go my own way." I was thinking the same thing. Allison smiled. Her smile sent a chill down to Jongju's spine. Jongju clutched his shoulders in horror. What are you going to do? This is too soon. Let me get ready first. I'm still a virgin. What a mess. Allison was so confused by him that she kicked him in the ass. Let's make a deal, how about it? So, it's not about that with me. I told you it's too soon. Jongju sighed. What kind of deal? I'm not interested in another forced buy and sell. Talking to Jongju is hard. Almost every sentence thrown by him was nonsense, and Allison had a bit of a headache. The situation inside this hole is unknown. I'll tell you what I know if you go down with me. How about that? So that's how it is. Jongju cupped his chin and pondered the pros and cons. Yes, but there's a big risk involved. If you don't tell me when we get down there, or if the information you tell me is false, wouldn't I be at a big loss? How about this? Let's make a note. We'll write on it, and if you don't keep your word, I'll turn you into a dog. Jongju cracked his fingers and spoke one by one. Allison covered her forehead, feeling that there was no way to communicate with him normally. Forget it. I've changed my mind, she said. No, that's all right. Jongju said, so, do you have any plan? I'll just do this. Before Allison could finish her sentence, she grabbed Jongju's collar and threw him out, aiming for the hole in the ground. Jongju was free falling, there was nowhere to stop it, and his whole body landed precisely into the hole. Arg! His screams continued to echo from below the hole, stopping only after a long time, and it looked like it was very deep. Yup, it's clear. Allison clapped her hands and also jumped down from the hole. The night was dark, and the wind was blowing swiftly. The whole water plant was quiet again. Strangely enough, since the two went down, the entire hole began to shrink slowly. 5 minutes later, the original location of the hole turned into a flat-like area covering the hole above the ground, as if it had never existed. Chapter 110. Jongju's scream lasted for at least 10 seconds. According to the free fall formula, if he was still on Earth right now, the line distance he fell would be at least 500 meters, more than 100 floors deep. Even with Jongju's self-healing ability, falling from such a high place would turn him into a pulp in an instant. Like throwing a tomato down from the 5th floor is probably what would happen to his body. Is there no bottom to this hole? Jongju kept his head down to make sure he could see the bottom first and then enter the pocket dimension for cushioning. But the fall continued for a few more seconds and there was still no end in sight. Strangely enough, his downward speed did not increase significantly, and the whole falling process seemed to be normal. As if he was not falling, but being transported in some way. There was darkness all around him, and if the walls around him had not remained, he would have lost even his sense of direction. After a few more seconds, the falling process finally came to a halt, as Jongju could feel his speed slowing down. Sure enough, he regained the feeling of having his feet on the ground. As if the falling process didn't exist, and his legs didn't even feel the slightest vibration. From the very beginning, the hole was as weird as it could be. After standing still, Jongju took out a spare flashlight from his backpack and began to look around. He was standing at the moment, in the hole, thinking should choose to go to the left or to the right. He looked up and found that the hole he had fallen through had disappeared or, arguably, never existed. He knew that the so-called falling process should be the process of teleportation, as he was directly transported to here. Whether this is Earth or even an SCP extra-dimensional is unknown. It was no wonder that the first two explorations of the Birds of Prey team could not locate the team members. Jongju stood in place and waited for the Black Queen for nearly 10 minutes, but there was still no sign of her. Either Allison hadn't come down at all, or the location that appeared inside the cave after entering was random. Jongju preferred the latter. Because both the Foundation and the Black Queen clearly knew something about what was going on in here, and they had determined that there was something very important inside. He grunted. Since he had come in by mistake. Even if the final treasure was a piece of shit, he still wanted a piece of it. After a few more minutes, the Black Queen still hadn't come, so Jiangju decided to go on his own. Then the question arose. To the left or to the right? According to Jiangju's experience, this was a very important choice, and if he chose a wrong direction, the consequences would be unthinkable. If he was playing game, he would think it as a choice between easy and hard difficulty. Choosing the wrong one can be very costly, and knowing the situation, he has a simple but effective solution. Throwing a shoe. It was a tasteful decision. 2 minutes later, Jiangju put his own shoes back on and walked in the direction of the left. The hole was full of cavern-like hall, about 4 to 5 meters in diameter, and Jiangju didn't see anything unusual as he made his way forward. It was just that the ground beneath his feet always gave him an unreal feeling, as if he was walking not on the ground, but somewhat suspended his weight with an unknown substance. He regretted that he hadn't brought melon seeds or popcorn this time. Jiangju continued to move in one direction, probably for more than 2 hours. According to the normal human footsteps, it was certain he already walked about 10 or 20 kilometers. Not to mention that he also accelerated his pace. But strangely enough, he never made it to the end. There was no fork in the cave, and if the scenery hadn't been changing, he would have thought he had run into a ghostly wall and walked in a circle. Just when he felt something weird, the ground in front of him suddenly had a slope. The right side of the road is about 15 degrees higher than the left, as if he was about to walk towards a new path. But when he walked up, his ankles did not feel the pressure of stepping on the slope, and his eye could not see any difference in the ground that he was stepping on. A little strange. Could it be that his eyes had created some kind of illusion? Jiangju continued to walk forward, and the angle of inclination became larger and larger, from 15 degrees, to 30 degrees, to 60 degrees and finally 90 degrees. If there was a camera behind Jiangju that was not affected by this space, then we could clearly see that Jiangju was standing on the wall and walking all the way forward without falling to the ground. Jiangju walked for some time, and according to his own calculations, if the angle of the slope kept increasing at the same rate, then he currently almost walked his way out at the top of the cave with his head facing down. Obviously, this space is distorted. But what's the point of this hole anyway? Will the whole hole suddenly flip over and crush him to death later? Jiangju let out a puff, shook off his boring thoughts, and continued to move forward. This time, he took an even longer walk, but the cave continued to stretch seemingly without an end. Had he gone the wrong way? Jiangju pinched his chin. The next time he encountered this situation, he should throw his socks at it. He was figuring out which sock he should throw, when he suddenly noticed that something seemed to have appeared on the ground ahead. After walking for so long, it was the first time he had seen anything other than rocks. Jiangju quickened his pace. Only when he got closer did he see that the so-called something was actually a skeleton on the ground. How could there be skeletons here? Jiangju was a little surprised. He counted a total of 8 people, all male. Their deaths were very strange, and from their postures it was clear that before they died, the 8 men were hugging each other. It seemed to be very sad. Jiangju's brows were locked onto something else. Because he saw that the clothes that the skeletons were using are SCP Foundation uniforms. Obviously, these 8 corpses should be one of the 2 exploration squads sent over by the SCP. Het. Jiangju couldn't help but take a deep cold breath. This was too damn strange. According to Alice, from the time the town discovered the mysterious hole entrance to the time the SCP Foundation went down to explore it, it took them at least 2 weeks. Even if there was some unpredictable danger in this hole, and these team members have met with something dangerous and they were all wiped out, they shouldn't be turned into skeletons so quickly. The main thing is that the clothes on their bodies are also starting to fibrillate and crumble when he touched it. The equipment that the Foundation's MTF agent were equipped is a top-quality personnel gear. It would not age to this extent and could stand at least 1 or 2 decades before it disintegrates. Zhang Ju carefully examined their bones. All of them had no fatal injuries. Equipment is also intact. So, what was the cause of their deaths? He went through their backpacks one by one. There was no food, no scraps, not like they were rotting away. If he was right, these MTF team members should have died of starvation and had been starving to death for more than 10 years. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 111. Zhang Ju had been walking in the cave for a few hours, and so far, he hadn't encountered any danger, but the things he had encountered were quite bizarre and simply couldn't be explained by common sense. Of course, the cave itself was not a thing that could be explained. Zhang Ju did not intend to stay too much here, nor did he regret leaving his food for Alice. He organized the exploration squad's bones side by side, bowed to them, and then continued on his way alone. Normal people would usually feel their heart will inevitably drum or feel a little goosebumps when it comes to the situation, scared because of this bizarre cave full of unknown threats. But that has been said countless times, and Zhang Ju grew up as a brave person. After encountering all sorts of things that defied common sense, instead of flinching, he gradually became excited. The mysterious cave, the odd corpse, the Foundation's various failed operations, and even the Black Queen had come to intervene. Everything was telling him that there must be a huge secret hidden inside. Zhang Ju is the kind of person that's hard to describe. Like a soft and hard object, an oil and a salt that acts the opposite most of the time completely. If I had to say he had any weakness, it would be his curiosity. The more complex the puzzle is, the more bizarre the event is, the more he wants to get involved. Knowing that it is very dangerous, he is also willing to accept the risk. At this point, I'm afraid that things might have been too late. This is also the reason why he tried every possible way to trick Zhang Ju into coming here. He only needs to hold a thread to build a bridge, push the boat. Zhang Ju himself will solve all the mysteries. But there's one thing he's afraid that he thought wrong. Once something falls into Zhang Ju's hands, he has to be ready in terms of power if he wants to snatch it from him. Zhang Ju whistled and continued his sightseeing tour. He didn't have to go far this time before he heard footsteps coming from ahead. There were quite a few people, and the footsteps were very regular and disciplined, a footstep that sounds like someone who had trained in the military. Just as he heard the other side's voice, the other side seemed to have noticed him as well. Both sides all stopped in place. There was darkness ahead, and no one was willing to take another step. However, this time was different. Zhang Ju already had an initial guess in his heart who was on the other side. Although he didn't make a sound, he knocked on the wall with his flashlight. SCP. He guessed that there would be someone who knew about his message, and a few seconds after he tapped on the wall, a voice came from the darkness not far away. SCP Mobile Task Force Birds of Prey Squad 1 Leader Klein, number MTF111631. The other person heard him, and Zhang Ju responded, SCP Foundation's Special Advisor Zhang Ju, number SCP-X0001. After exchanging numbers, a figure appeared in the darkness, holding a flashlight and holding his hands high as he marched over to Zhang Ju. Zhang Ju also slowly walked out. The two exchanged the documents in their hands, and after confirming that they were correct, the team member shouted backward, "All clear, Captain." The sound of a click came. Only then did the team members put away their guns and relax. The captain of the first Birds of Prey squad was a tall white man with mustaches, and he looked very shrewd. He had never heard of Zhang Ju's number prefix before, so he took Zhang Ju's ID and looked at it several more times carefully. Only after confirming that he was indeed given an SCP identification, he gave it back to Zhang Ju, but with a look of doubt on his face. Advisor John, when did you come down here? Why didn't I see you just now, and why are you ahead of us? Clearly, even if the documents were correct, he didn't trust Zhang Ju fully. Zhang Ju shrugged, I've been down here for hours. Of course, you don't see me. What squad are you guys on? The first one or the second one? What first squad? Klein looked at Zhang Ju, we've only been here for less than an hour after we dispatched from the Foundation. We're the first squad down. An hour. Seeing that this squad leader's expression didn't seem fake, Zhang Ju pinched his chin, thinking that things were getting more and more interesting. Out of the two squads that had come down to explore the cave, the second squad had already spent their time for 10 years. While the first team claimed to have just come down less than an hour, this cave was truly magical. Seeing Zhang Ju's expression change, Klein looked at him critically, what's going on? I'm not too sure. Zhang Ju turned around, I'll show you something, and you'll see what I meant. Fortunately, Zhang Ju wasn't far from the place he'd just been. 10 minutes later, Klein saw the remains of the second exploration squad Zhang Ju had spoken of. A squad member carefully examined the 8 corpses, then whispered in Klein's ear, Captain, it's indeed Ford's corpse, except for the ID nameplate. I know his tooth that was broken a long time ago, and the bone fracture was the same as I remembered. Klein nodded slowly but still couldn't accept it. They had only just come down an hour ago, but their comrades had already turned into dead bones. He looked at Zhang Ju, Advisor Zhang. According to you, the Foundation sent people to continue the exploration mission because both of our squads had all lost contact. But why are you the only one, and where are the others? Zhang Ju didn't want to go into detail about his battle of wits with Lei Shui, so he could only shake his head, hey, it's a long story. Klein could see that Zhang Ju was hiding something from him, but we were all from the Foundation. He didn't want to escalate the situation so quickly and asked again, Advisor Zhang, you've been in this cave longer than we have. Have you found anything else? Zhang Ju nodded and stated his deduction, here, time and space seem to be distorted. Their direction is not always forward, and the flow rate is not fixed. You are clearly the first squad to depart and arrive here in less than an hour. On the other hand, the second squad has been dead for more than 10 years. Speaking of this, Zhang Ju gave a slight beat as the puzzle pieces in his mind integrated, and he seemed to know what SCP is this cave was. Time and space were all distorted. If he was right, they should be within the interior of the Mobius Cave or SCP-1351. To explain what kind of SCP-1351, Mobius Cave, is, the first thing to know is that you should understand what a Mobius strip is. Imagine we have a strip of paper of unlimited width and length of 1 centimeter. If we do not consider its thickness, then it has only 2 sides, the top and the bottom. We put an ant on the strip of paper, and under normal circumstances, it can only walk on the top. Imagine that we rotate one end of the strip 180 degrees and stick it together with the other end. Thus, we have a Mobius strip. At this point, we then put the ant on the strip of paper. You can see that as long as the ant has been walking forward, it will be able to walk across the edge of the strip of paper without crossing the surface of the entire paper. This is a fundamental characteristic of the Mobius strip. There is only one surface, but you can never go to the end. You can only go inside it. It will be an endless cycle. A Mobius cave is similar in structure to a Mobius ring, except that the paper strip is 2-dimensional, approximate, while the whole is 3-dimensional. If the 2-dimensional Mobius strip only distorts space, then both time and space are distorted in this 3-dimensional Mobius cave. In such a place, any kind of weird thing can happen. But Zhang Ju wasn't worried. Knowing where he was, he now had only 3 things to do. The first was to extract the Foundation's information from Klein's mouth. Second, according to the clues, decipher the secrets that existed in this hole. Third, Get out of this damn place. Jiangju gave a heated smile. It was as easy as putting an elephant in a refrigerator. Chapter 112. Jiangju formulated his plan with a smile on his face. Seeing that he seemed to be getting something out of it, Klein asked, "Advisor Jiang, have you found something?" "Yes." Jiangju nodded. "If I'm not wrong, our current location should be inside SCP-1351. SCP-1351? The Mobius Cave?" Klein thought about it and frowned. "Advisor Jiang, as far as I know, the location of this SCP should be in Mammoth Cave National Park in Kentucky, which is thousands of miles away from here, and its entrance has been sealed off long ago." Captain Klein was knowledgeable and always skeptical about what Jiangju had said, but Jiangju liked working with people like that. When working in a place like the Foundation, no little detail could be spared. Jiangju said, "Captain Klein, inside SCP-1351, time and space are distorted. No matter how long or big it is, it's impossible to measure its exact size. The national park could be one of its entrances. Who knows if it has other entrances? Of course, this is just my speculation, and perhaps it may turn out that I am wrong in the end." Although Jiangju's words could not be confirmed, they couldn't disprove it either. Klein thought about it carefully, then nodded, sort of approving his explanation for the time being. Since Jiangju had been exploring in the right direction for a few hours and the exploration squad had only just explored the cave for an hour. After discussing the matter, both sides decided to continue moving in the direction Jiangju was heading. As he walked, Jiangju said, "Captain Klein, haven't you found anything special since you came down here?" "No." Klein shook his head. "There were all these weird rocks along the way." Klein kept looking ahead vigilantly. Even though he had just walked an anomalous road, he was a cautious man, and he did not let down his guard. It looked like it would be difficult to get the word out of this captain. Jiangju was thinking of how to keep the conversation going when the squad member in charge of guarding the back suddenly fell to the ground, covering his stomach and letting out a painful groan. "What's wrong?" Klein rushed over and took off the squad member's mask. Found that his face was white, his pupils were dilated, and he could no longer speak. "Robert, see what's wrong with him," Klein yelled. The squad member called Robert unpacked his backpack and took out a medical kit. He first used a flashlight to check its pupils and then took a stethoscope to listen to its heartbeat. Although Robert is a professional medical soldier, the condition is obviously not a normal disease. The cause of the disease is yet to be known. "You guys better stay away from him," Jiangju said. Klein looked up at Jiangju, his eyes sharp. "Are you hiding something from me?" "It's not that I'm hiding it from you. It's just that there's no point in talking about it." Jiangju shook his head. "You came down early, so some things may not be clear." A few days after the hole was discovered, the entire town of Chlamydia was infected with a virus that was later confirmed by the Foundation to be a mutated variant of SCP-016. According to my analysis, the source of its spread was because of this cave. The second exploration squad has been vaccinated, but yours are not. If I am correct, this member of your squad should have been infected with it. SCP-016, said Klein, obviously aware of the SCP. He looked over at his team member, only to see that their comrade's entire body had already started to ooze blood, exactly the symptoms of being infected with SCP-016. If not executed immediately, the consequences would be unthinkable when this squad member mutated in this narrow hole. Klein slowly closed his eyes. "Robert, and him quickly." Robert hesitated to move. Klein frowned. "Robert." The medic named Robert slowly turned around. His eyes also began to spurt blood. Not only him but all the squad members started to bleed from their orifices. They all looked at Klein with an indefinable gaze. Klein was frozen for a moment. Robert rushed up at once, opened his mouth, and bit into his neck. Zhangju kicked Robert away in the nick of time and shouted, "Klein! Wake up! You are an MTF captain." Klein finally regained his composure. No one could accept the fact that all of his teammates, who had been living together for so long, had become infected with the virus in an instant. But as Zhangju said, he was a well-trained MTF team member, the leader of this exploration team. Anyone can be under pressure, but not him. Klein gritted his teeth and prepared to go forward to help, but Zhangju shouted at him, "Don't come over. Be careful not to get infected." Zhangju had already blocked the attacks of the first two infected. This time, the weapon Zhangju had manifested was the one known as the most simple weapon of all, a folding stool. One at a time, he smacked all of those who had mutated to the ground. The reason why Zhangju didn't use a long and sharp sword was that he was afraid that the spilled blood would spread the virus into the air. Because Klein wasn't vaccinated, if even he were infected, there would be no way to learn the truth of the problem himself. Zhangju quickly purged all 7 infected people. Because they had just mutated, they hadn't yet developed all sorts of strange physical features. Otherwise, Zhangju wouldn't have made it so easy. The only 2 people left in the cave were Klein and Zhangju. After meeting up with Zhangju, Klein lost all his teammates at once, and it would be wrong to say that he did not have resentment in his heart. But he knew that there was no one else to blame. Before they went down the cave, that cheeky bastard had already told him that there might be danger inside, and he had actually prepared his mind for the worst situation. However, Zhangju felt very bad for him because it was a tragic moment for Klein. Zhangju sat beside him, ready to comfort him with words of encouragement. Klein looked like the kind of very trustworthy partner. He will certainly be another MTF captain shortly after he finishes with this mission. Otherwise, Lei Shui and Jeffrey should not have given him such an important task like this mission ever again. Unlike someone like Zhangju, who was open to the outside world, he was just an ordinary person. Klein sat in the corner, shocked, for a few minutes. Zhangju patted his shoulder and was about to speak, but Klein was the first to open his mouth. "Advisor Zhang. You are from the Foundation, right?" His voice was a bit hoarse. Zhangju nodded, "Yes. But you don't seem to know much about our mission." "Heh, because Lei Shui doesn't want me to know too much. My mission was only to be an advisor for the 3rd Exploration Squad, that's all." By this time, Zhangju didn't feel the need to continue hiding it. Klein raised his head, his eyes were red, and 2 lines of blood tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. "If you want to know anything, just ask. I don't have much time left." Chapter 113. The mutated variant of SCP-016 was very strong, and they had a very long incubation period. From the first contact to mutation, it only took a short period, and the success rate of the mutation was very high. It was really impossible to prevent anyone from it. Zhangju didn't know when Klein and his squad had been infected with the virus, but they all seemed to be infected way before they met him. Klein's face gradually became pale, and tears of blood began to flow from the corners of his eyes. It was obvious that he had begun to develop the symptoms, and he realized the situation he was in. "If you want to know anything, just ask. I don't have much time left." Klein said, "In this cave, so many people have already died. I won't let any more unnecessary sacrifices." Zhangju looked at him, his heart a little intolerant. He pressed Klein's shoulder and tried to activate his paralyze ability to see if he could save Klein, but he gave up on it. After several tries, Zhangju noticed that Klein's condition would become better the moment he activated his ability. But once he stopped doing it, Klein would feel more pain than before. He could probably guess the reason for this. SCP-016 is a virus, and his ability is like a drug or medicine designed to kill the virus. But the virus will have resistance as he continues to use his ability, and it will only make the virus more resistant to the drug, and finally, his ability will be completely ineffective. Klein seemed to guess what he wanted to do and waved his hand. Don't waste your energy. I know my condition. I'm afraid I won't last much longer. Jiangju sighed, knowing that now was not the time for chit-chat. He thought about it and asked the most important question first. Did Lei Shui tell you what's in the hole here? Klein groaned. The mutation process of the virus made him very painful. He endured both physical and mental pain and recalled, when we arrived at Chlamydia, the entrance was already controlled by the Foundation. Although we were assigned to go down to explore the cave, our knowledge of the situation inside this cave was limited. Not only us, but the whole Foundation was not too clear about the situation here. Oh. Jiangju was a bit surprised. In his opinion, Lei Shui was not the kind of person who would fight an unprepared battle. Before we went down the cave, I had an exchange with Captain Jeffrey once. Klein coughed twice. He said that we weren't the first team to go down inside the cave. I deliberately lied to you when we just met. No shit. Jiangju let out a gasp of surprise, not expecting this to unfold at all. So, which was the first team down? Klein took a deep breath and uttered a name that Jiangju would never expect, the Red Right Hand. Holy crap. Jiangju once again let out a gasp. Although the predecessor of the Red Right Hand had defected and become the Chaos Insurgency, the Red Right Hand of today was not the same MTF as it had been back then long ago. One thing that had always remained the same is that the name Red Right Hand always represented the Forbidden Army of the O5 Council and was directly under the orders of the O5 Council. They were surprisingly the first team to come down, which shows how much importance the Foundation's senior management attaches to the secrets that exist in this cave. Hearing that it was Red Right Hand who was the first to go down the cave, Jiangju became even more curious. Did they return safely? Yes. Klein nodded. It is said that they fought their way back and forth through the cave in a very short time and made a discovery. And what was it? Jiangju vaguely felt that he was getting close to the truth of the matter. It had to be said that a person's feelings would really change drastically before they died. Klein was loyal to the Foundation, and under normal circumstances, even if an enemy tortured him severely, he would never reveal the secrets he knew. He and Jiangju were the only two people here, and he thought there was a high probability that Jiangju would also die here. So he had a feeling that the rabbit would die and the fox would be trapped. He told Jiangju everything he knew. Under the continuous erosion of the virus, Klein's consciousness was already blurred, and he fought with his last ounce of strength to say the most important sentence. Red Right Hand, they brought back someone from inside the cave. Outside the town of Chlamydia, the SCP Foundation temporary camp. Inside the temporary ward, a patient whose entire body was wrapped in bandages was lying on a bed with various life-sustaining machines plugged into it. Yang Shui was holding a notebook, recording the parameters on the instruments. Her brow was furrowed, and it looked like the patient's condition was not optimistic. There was a knock on the door, and Lei Shui walked in. Dr. Yang, how's the condition? Yang Shui put the pen down and sighed. What I developed is a vaccine, not a drug for treatment. It has limited effect on people who have been infected with SCP-016A. If the Foundation really wants to save him, we still need to bring in a professional doctor. I'm afraid that Yang Shui said halfway through the sentence, and Li Shui waved his hand. Dr. Yang, you don't need to be too modest. I know you not only obtained a doctorate degree in biology and organic chemistry but also have prestige in pharmacology and infectious disease. Do you see those doctors outside? The Foundation can't trust them, and neither can I. This patient is very important to the Foundation, so I would like to ask Dr. Yang to take care of it. Lei Shui looked around the ward and continued, if there are any special needs, you can ask me, and I will arrange everything else. The patient's body is very fragile right now, barely maintaining an equilibrium point, unable to do long-distance travel. This place is not fully equipped with the needs to sustain its condition, and the environment is not up to standard. Yang Shui gently shook her head. Some things are simply not humanly possible. Unexpectedly, Lei Shui nodded. I understand what you mean. I'll forward it to the headquarters and build a temporary hospital here. The hospital will not be too big, and it will be built in about half a month or so. Dr. Yang, can you make a list of any equipment that is urgently needed first, and I'll have them purchase it as a priority. After Lei Shui finished speaking, Yang Shui froze. She looked at Lei Shui's eyes and realized that he was not joking. He actually planned to build a hospital here for the patient, and it seemed to have been prepared for such a long time from the looks of it. She looked at the patient on the bed and frowned slightly. What's so special about this person that made Lei Shui act like that? Could he be someone from another world, just like Zhang Ju? As Yang Shui was pondering, Lei Shui smiled and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Dr. Yang. Oh, right. Yang Shui straightened her expression. I will sort out the needs this evening. Including some common medicines. Sorry for the trouble, Mr. Lei. I'm the one who should be saying that, Dr. Yang. It's been hard for you these days. Lei Shui shook his head and suddenly said, Dr. Yang, are you curious about this person's identity? Curious about why the Foundation spent so much just to keep him alive? There was no need to deny this point. Yang Shui nodded. Yes, I am curious. It is indeed known for a fact that you may be responsible for this patient for a long time in the future. I have been authorized by the O5 Council to disclose a part of the information about him to you. Lei Shui said, this patient's number is tentatively SCP-9999, Object Class Euclid. You don't need to know about his origin. All you need to know is that whether he can wake up or not may directly affect the survival of the Foundation. That's about it. Chapter 114. Zhang Ju continued to move forward. He kept his pace fast and thinking about what Klein had said to him just now regarding the whole situation. The Foundation had sent the Red Right Hand down to this cave once and had brought out a man. Things were somewhat out of his expectation. But in this way, some questions were explained. The virus in the town should have been carried up at that time. The exploration task was given to the Birds of Prey squad, probably also related to this matter. Jeffrey and Klein are very capable people. They simply do not care about anything other than finishing their mission. This cave is way too bizarre. It is simply not something that can be handled by being careful and cautious. But there are still some questions left. Since the Red Right Hand brought someone out, why did they send the Birds of Prey down? What information did that person give to the Foundation? What is it that the Foundation is looking for? It was like a decryption game, with one clue tied to another. Zhang Ju felt he was close to the truth of the matter, just one more layer of the mystery that had not been pierced. He continued to move forward. However, this time, he did not have the same good luck as before. The cave had played with Zhang Ju. By conservative estimation, he walked inside the cave for nearly a month but never encountered any other people or things. Every day he woke up to the same scene, surrounded by all kinds of strange stones. He used the reality anchor to materialize some essential supplies like food, water, and flashlights. But the machine needs sunlight to recharge. If it continues to be used, it will soon become scrap metal. In such a situation, people who were not strong-willed would have collapsed. But not for Zhang Ju. He still kept his mind straight and sang children's songs every day, traveling and sightseeing in the cave. He really is a freak. Dad, Dad. Where are we going? As long there's me, the sky is not afraid of the earth. Baby, baby, I'm your daddy. Your daddy is the old guy next door. Zhang Ju was singing full of joy when the flashlight shone on the road ahead. He suddenly froze. He stared at the first spot he entered the cave, but there was a fork in the road. A fork in the road. He rubbed his eyes to confirm that it was not his hallucination. Mobius cave can have a fork in the road, something that's rare to see. When things go wrong, there must be a danger lurking. Jiangju looked around vigilantly, preventing any possible danger. But a few minutes passed, and nothing happened. The two caves had a big path opened, quietly waiting for him to throw himself into the hole. The cave entrances were spaced by a huge stone block, he could either go left or right. A simple choice. Jiangju took his shoes off again. Just as he was pinching his nose and preparing to throw them, he suddenly noticed that something seemed to be reflecting on the left side of that rock. Jiangju walked in to take a look, and it was a glasses lens. He cupped his chin. This Mobius cave was so bizarre that the appearance of a spectacle lens was actually nothing, but he always felt that there was a force in the underworld that wanted him to move in this direction. Jiangju decisively threw away the spectacle lens and chose the other path. Just kidding, this was obviously a trap. How could he follow the path set by others? I predicted your prediction. Jiangju hummed and moved on. Sure enough, within half an hour, he made a new discovery. As he shone the light on everyone, there was another field of bodies. There were about 5 or 6 of them, all wearing SCP uniforms, and by the style of their equipment, they should be some kind of MTF squad. Based on the stiffness of their bodies, the time of death was definitely not more than 24 hours. But there was one thing that was very strange that Jiangju always thought about it. After checking the equipment on them, he found that there were some equipment models that the Foundation was currently still experimenting with and hadn't equipped for MTF members. There were also 1 or 2 pieces of equipment that he didn't recognize at all, nor did he know the function. What was going on? After thinking about it for only a fraction of a second, Jiangju came up with a reasonable explanation. These people are most likely, came from the future. So that was the case. Jiangju came to a sudden realization. The deaths of these MTF members were miserable, all having their throats slit with a single slash. But Jiangju found that all of them had tears of blood coming out of the corners of their eyes, obviously infected with SCP-016 and already starting to develop the symptoms. Could they be the source of the virus? Jiangju examined the bodies of the men. Suddenly, one of the squad members' pockets lit up a red light. In order to save electricity, Jiangju's flashlight brightness wasn't adjusted too high, so he knew very well that he hadn't hallucinated about it. He turned the thing over and found that it was an all-in-one camcorder. The MTF had taken it with them when they were on some important missions, like when they first explored SCP-087, the stairwell. The 2 squads that came down to explore, the Birds of Prey squad, were also equipped with it. But the second team camcorder was damaged because of age. As for Klein's squad, they just came down in this cave, and not much was recorded. This camera seemed to be working and not too different from the one currently used by the MTF. It managed to pique Jiangju's curiosity. What had this MTF squad that is most likely from the future go through? Was Lei Shui their target? With excitement in his heart, Jiangju pressed the camera's button. He just wanted to see what had been recorded inside when a line of red letters lit up on the screen. Insufficient power. Will shut down in 10 seconds, 10, 9, 8. Shit. Jiangju almost dropped the camera. That's when he remembered that the camera had just lit up red, which should have been a reminder that he needed to recharge it. Jiangju took out his reality anchor and looked at the energy. It should be enough once. This is just enough to recharge it? Should I do it? To Jiangju, this was not a problem at all. He decisively used up the last chance to manifest a hand crank generator. With the addition of over 20 years of experience in cranking with hands, in less than 10 minutes, Jiangju managed to make that red light disappear. The camera had reached the minimum power to turn on. Jiangju should have cranked it a little longer, but he just couldn't hold back his curiosity to see what these people from the future had gone through. He turned on the camera and clicked on the list of stored videos, which contained only one video dated October 18, 2223. It was exactly 300 years more than this world. Jiangju narrowed his eyes. He had indeed guessed correctly. These people were from 3 years later. He took a deep breath and clicked on the video. The video had already started playing, but the screen was pitch black, and only the gasps of a few people could be heard. 2 minutes later, a slightly raspy voice rang out. "Walton, is the machine turned on?" "It's on." "Give it to me." A black man with an inch of hair appeared in the picture. He was breathing heavily, and his speech was broken. "This is MTF Black Pearl Squad leader Will Smith. Identification number, forget about the number. The situation is very urgent. I don't know what's going on out there, but I'm sure that the end is coming." Chapter 115. Will Smith adjusted the camera in an effort to make the picture clearer. He continued, "A week ago, we were ordered to go out on duty. When we arrived at our site, everything had changed. The world was no longer the same. Something extraordinary must have happened. We broke out all the way and found this hole. This should be the entrance to SCP-1351. We plan to go inside it. No matter what we will encounter, it's better than staying outside." The scene shifted, and someone appeared in the shot with a man in a white lab coat lying on it. "This one of the doctors we saved, but he's sick, and we have to cure him so that we know what's really going on out there and why those people are like that. Doctor, do you have anything to say?" Will Smith turned the camera to the doctor. But because of the angle, it was impossible to see his face. He struggled, and his mouth opened to say a few words. "The notebook, my notebook." "Well, put away your damn notebook. I can't even read what's written on it." Smith shoved away the paper notebook from the doctor's hand and said to the rest of the team, "Well, let's hope to God for our safety. Let's go." That was the end of the video. "A doctor, huh?" Jiangju muttered under his breath. He was a little helpless. Why is it that wherever he is, whichever world he is in, he is always the protagonist that has been given a choice to kill God? As if it's his face all this time. So, it seems that SCP-3844 was right. This world is about to face a huge disaster. From the words of Captain Smith, we can learn that he and his Black Pearl team went out on duty, and when they returned, the world had already undergone a huge change. They must have encountered something incredible. Otherwise, they would not have said that it was the end of the world. It would have been nice to get more information. Jiangju had some regrets. It looked like the survivors of the Black Pearl Squad didn't know much about what was going on in their world either. But the good thing was that there were still 300 years left. Not too long, not too short, enough time to do a lot of things. After watching the video once more to make sure he hadn't missed anything, Jiangju put the camcorder away and returned his gaze to the field of corpses. He had opened all the masks of everyone when he checked just now. There was no Captain Will Smith among the corpses, and the doctor wasn't here either. According to the traces left at the scene, he could basically restore the situation at that time. These members of the squad, at some point infected with the virus. When they walked here, they suddenly fell ill. Will Smith made an immediate decision to kill the 6 squad members one by one. He leads the doctor to escape from this cave. If he was right, the person Foundation rescued should be one of them. How did the Foundation know that the cave contained important clues about the future that he did not know? Like the secret of his own identity. The Foundation always had another source of information for such matters. Just like before, Jiangju sorted out the remains of several corpses, yarded them side by side, and bowed to them as usual. This time, upon entering SCP-1351, he already knew something that he didn't know before. There was only one question left: what was it that the Foundation was looking for? He already had a few possible answers in his mind, but he wasn't sure about it. With this question in mind, he continued to move forward. For a few more hours, he marched forward. When he came to a fork in the road, Jiangju suddenly stopped in his tracks. He frowned, and the cold hairs on his body trembled. This was an omen of danger. He could even feel the temperature of the ground is changing. Suddenly, the ground trembled. It was not just a regular earthquake. It was something bigger. As the time passed, the ground shakes became stronger and stronger, as if some huge creature was approaching him. Should I run or not? Jiangju's mind has not yet made a decision. His body had already run backward several meters. As he ran, he used his flashlight to shine on the path. After seeing the monster, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. In the darkness, a giant snake appeared behind him. Almost as high as the entrance to the cave, just like a train, coming straight at him. The giant snake kept spitting its body, and the saliva fell to the ground with a stinging sound. Apparently, it has a very strong corrosive effect. God damn it! What kind of creature is this? Not knowing why such a monster existed here, Jiangju cursed in his heart and immediately adjusted his body condition to the limit. At this point, if he ran 100 meters, he could easily break the world record. However, the giant snake was even faster, approaching him at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jiangju was about to fasten his speed until he suddenly tripped over a rock. His whole body flew forward and fell heavily to the ground. Motherfucker! Jiangju endured the pain and was about to get up and continue running, but the giant snake behind him stopped moving about 4 or 5 meters away from him. The snake does not have external ears and a tympanic membrane, so it cannot hear a sound, and its eyesight is also very poor. Focusing on stationary objects is very difficult, but very good at detecting moving objects. So, generally speaking, when you encounter a snake, first of all, do not panic and move. You're fine as long you're not hostile toward it, but it will attack you for the reason of self-defense. Jiangju suddenly stopped not moving, probably making this giant snake feel confused. The snake also stopped its body and sensed the surrounding situation vigilantly. Jiangju lay on his back and took the opportunity to rest for a while but did not dare to breathe heavily for fear of disturbing the monster. Jiangju now has a lot of skills, such as terror projection, mind freeze, paralyze, and other killer abilities. But facing such a huge snake, in the case of his reality anchor is not working, he can only play dead. After all, he is not able that could cut out a dozen meters of astral wind. The giant snake pressed its head down and spat its tongue, seemingly searching for him. Jiangju's life was in danger, and he could only taunt it in his mind, "You can't see me. You can't see me." The giant snake head slowly pulled away a minute later, seemingly giving up. Whew! Jiangju was just about to relax when the giant snake instantly catapulted himself to the direction where he was with the speed of lightning. He didn't have time to react at all before the giant snake swallowed him in one gulp. Chapter 116. In this cave, time and space were out of the ordinary. There was nothing else but rocks, and this snake didn't know what it was eating to grow so big. Jiangju thought about it, and there seemed to be only one answer: golden needle mushrooms. Normal snakes would strangle their food before swallowing it to make sure they didn't hurt themselves. But doing so clearly didn't fit the giant snake, which had enough mouthparts to stuff 2 Jiangju. So just like that, Jiangju was swallowed by it. It was dark, and Jiangju felt the snake's belly squeezing his body. He wasn't afraid. As long as he didn't die on the spot, he could have gone to the pocket dimension to hide and then relied on Shirley's self-healing ability to save his life. But he did not do so. The reason is simple. It's because SCP-1351, Mobius Cave, where he is currently located, is unknown. He didn't know if he would be able to come back after he went there and whether it would trigger other unexpected dangers. So as a last resort, it's best not to use this ability. As the giant snake's abdominal muscles continued to squirm, Jiangju continued downward. A foul smell came, choking him. Because the space was too small, he could not stretch out, not to mention how uncomfortable it is inside the gut. Jiangju knew that he had now reached the snake's stomach. This pungent smell should be its stomach acid. This giant snake was of some unknown species, and the stomach acid was so corrosive that Jiangju's clothes began to dissolve just as he reached its stomach. The exposed parts of him, such as his hands and face, began to feel pain but soon turned from the pain to just an itch. Of course, this was because of Shirley's self-healing ability at work. As long as you don't corrode as fast as he can recover, he'll be fine most of the time. Of course, his clothes don't seem to be invincible from it. Swallowed by the giant snake in one gulp, Jiangju was a bit helpless. But it was a special feeling that the average person couldn't experience, although it wasn't very nice is all. He was about to use Abel's ability to get out with his empty hand and plow through the snake's belly when his toes seemed to touch something. Yes, the soles of his shoes had been corroded. He felt his foot touch something round with a strange hollow as if it was a skull. He confirmed this fact by stepping it hard with both feet. It is indeed a human skull. This giant snake had devoured a human being not too long ago. Because his feet also touched the remains of that person's clothes. No, he had to see who this beast had eaten. Was it the doctor? Or was it Captain Will Smith? Or was it both of them? Jiangju made a split-second decision and summoned the long black sword that Abel often used. The long sword was thin but extremely sharp. Jiangju repositioned his arm in the snake's belly and stabbed it upward. Hearing only a poof, the long black sword stabbed in response. The tip of the sword pierced the giant snake's body from the inside. The giant snake was more than a meter in diameter, and the scales on its body were like armor. So, an ordinary pistol wouldn't be able to pierce it. But Abel's sword was a divine weapon, and it was stabbed from the inside out. Jiangju didn't need much effort to injure the behemoth with just one slash. Feeling the sharp pain from its abdomen, the giant snake sprang up from the ground and twisted its body wildly. Jiangju was inside its abdominal cavity. Nowhere to borrow strength but to firmly grasp the sword in his hand and maintain his posture. The giant snake lifted its abdomen and slammed it downward, and Jiangju's head hit its body hard. His eyes were glazed over, and he felt like he was going to have a concussion. Damn it! You're really annoying. Jiangju's heart was fierce, holding the long sword downward with force. The giant snake's abdomen was pulled out of his mouth. The giant snake was in even more pain and started rolling on the ground this time. Jiangju was dizzy, but he refused to let go. The long sword kept tearing the snake's skin, and after an unknown amount of time, Jiangju finally felt the snake stop moving. He looked up and saw that the sword in his hand had cut a large gash several dozen centimeters long into the abdomen of the snake, which had struggled for half an hour before finally running out of strength and bleeding all over the place. It was very strong and did not die easily. Now that snake is just lying on the ground, spitting out its guts. Jiangju walked out from inside the snake's belly, his body full of foul odor. His clothes had been corroded beyond recognition, hanging off his body in pieces. All that was left underneath was a pair of boxers. The cave was pitch black. He took out his last spare flashlight from the pocket dimension. Although his hands were mixed with blood and the stomach fluids of the giant snake, Jiangju did not stop at all. He was using the sword to open the snake's belly with one hand while the other hand kept rummaging around inside. Probably because of the pain, the giant snake raised its head to look at Jiangju. It raised its tail as if it wanted to hurt him a little but finally fell to the ground and resigned itself to its fate. Jiangju was like a child playing with mud, getting his face full of goops. Finally, his hand touched the person, if it could even be called a man. Jiangju dragged him out of the snake's belly. Most of the flesh and blood of this man were swallowed by the giant snake. Most of it had been digested clean, leaving only some hard-to-corrode clothing still coupled together, maintaining his human shape. Jiangju immediately recognized that these were the clothes of the MTF squad. It was not the kind of Will Smith and the other squad used, nor the current one used by the Foundation. The clothes are embroidered with a red plum blossom next to the epaulets. Plum blossom? Jiangju looked again. What plum blossom? This is a hand. Wait, a red hand? Red right hand? In other words, this giant snake swallowed a red right-hand squad member? Jiangju hurriedly rummaged through his body. The reason why Lei Shui had sent the Birds of Prey squad down must be because they were missing something, and there was a good chance that it was on this member who had been killed by the giant snake. Although the giant snake was fierce, it posed no threat to an entire well-equipped MTF squad. He was able to eat a red right-hand squad member, so I wonder what kind of situation they were in. The more Jiangju thought about it, the more energetic he became. He was constantly rummaging through that red right-hand member's body. But his clothes had been almost completely eroded by the snake's stomach acid, and there was nothing of value at all. Nothing. Did I guess wrong? Jiangju pinched his waist, thought about it, and then ran over to the snake's abdomen again. Like a treasure digger, he plowed and plowed and plowed in the snake's belly with his sword. Finally, after a few minutes, a black box was found by him. Hot damn, I finally found it. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the box that had been half corroded, Jiangju laughed like a villain. This should be the heart of the whole matter. The thing that the Foundation had worked so hard to find, almost burying the lives of tens of thousands of chlamydia townsfolk, was in my hand right now. Chapter 117. Jiangju is a human, not a god. Though, he is dull to fear emotion. But he would also be happy and excited. After going through many obstacles, he finally found his ultimate goal, and he couldn't help but let loose and laugh loudly. But God is fair and never lets a person be comfortable for too long. Just when he was finished with his laugh, a charming voice could be heard. Little brother, what have you found that makes you so happy? Can you show it to sister? What? Who? Me. What is going on? The corners of Jiangju's mouth twitched as he looked at the slender figure not far away. My lady, can you tell me why you always appear when I'm just getting started? Can't you just let me be pleased for a little longer? Hearing Jiangju says that, the Black Queen Allison hid her lips and smiled. Little brother, I don't know why it's such a coincidence. It's probably because we're destined to be together. Jiangju hummed, in this kind of situation, I'd rather not. Allison slowly walked towards him, and only when she got closer did she see the clothes on him. Hey, little brother. Since when did you go the sexy route? She looked at Jiangju's boxers and laughed. I didn't know you have a little bit of manhood. It's natural. Jiangju said heatedly. Although both of them were saying those seemingly borderline sexual intercourses under their breath, their attention had been on the package in Jiangju's hand, not letting it a chance to slip away. They were both very powerful people, and they knew each other's abilities without opening their mouths. Jiangju wanted to send that black box into his pocket dimension. On the other hand, Allison was always on the alert for Jiangju's movements. Once he made a move, he would be greeted with a long-prepared killing move. In the cave of SCP-3844, the two had already fought once, and Jiangju lost. With the reality anchor already disabled, this time, it would be a nightmare to escape from Allison's grasp at little cost like last the time unless he ventured into his pocket dimension. Allison is a woman. Treat yourself ruthlessly and treat your enemy even more ruthlessly. The two just stood there, teasing each other, neither wanting to be the first to speak. But Jiangju's shamelessness was innate. After a few seconds of staring at each other, it was Allison who took the lead and sighed. Okay, I give up. Little brother, let's make a deal. How about you show me what's in your hand, and I'll take you out of here. This line was so familiar. Zhangju hummed, "That's what you said before you came down here, and you haven't told me any valuable information now. You've already betrayed my feeling, and there's no way I can trust you anymore," Zhangju said while placing the package in front of his chest in a resigned manner. Those who didn't know really thought Allison had done something unconscionable to him. Allison looked at him. "This is the Mobius cave, and it is possible to gain information about the future of this world. That's all I knew before I came down here, and I'm telling you that now." Zhangju had already known what Allison had just said, but it could also be proven that Allison had not lied to him. Zhangju looked at the black box in his arms. It had been corroded quite badly by the snake's gastric juices, and there was no telling if the contents had been affected. Zhangju weighed the pros and cons and then nodded. "Good, since you're so nice. I'd say this is a great deal." Allison breathed a sigh of relief. It was easy to talk to a smart person because you didn't have to say anything more. He would analyze the pros and cons himself. Although Zhangju was holding the most important thing he had right now, he had no way to go back, which was a fatal weakness. Allison thought she had read on Zhangju's mind, but apparently, she had underestimated Zhangju's choice. Zhangju said, "But I still don't trust you. You have to make a written note. If you lie to me, then you are a dirty dog." Zhangju covered his head and opened the already corroded package layer by layer under Allison's watchful eye. Both were very curious as to what could be inside. When the last layer of fabric was lifted, the remains of a notebook appeared before their eyes. Zhangju recognized that it was the same one that Will Smith had handed to the doctor on the camcorder. How could it be here? Since the package had been corroded through, the notebook inside was not spared. Its edges had gradually carbonized and turned black, and only the middle part was still intact. Zhangju carefully spread it out on the ground and carefully identified the handwriting on the top of the notebook, but he kept his brows furrowed as if what was written on it was a heavenly book. Seeing his strange expression, Allison also hove over. "What is it?" Allison asked. "As you can see, it's a notebook," Zhangju said. Allison said, "But why can't I read what is written on it? There is no that kind of language in this world." The headquarters of the Serpent's Hand was in the Wanderer's Library, which had all the information in the world. Allison was proficient in almost all the mainstream languages in the world, and she could recognize some of the not well-known languages at a glance, even though she couldn't write them. But the words on this notebook were something she had never seen before. "It's quite normal that you don't know," Zhangju said, "because this is not a certain language, but a code. Many researchers use those ways to record data that only they can decipher in order to ensure that their research records are not stolen, and they have gotten used to record everything they see in this way. If I'm right, this is one of them." Allison looked at Zhangju and smiled. "Little brother, can you decipher it?" Allison's eyes could seduce any man in the world, and the average person would definitely be bewitched when they saw it. Zhangju had some resistance to this and could be said to be oblivious to her tricks. He waved his hand and said, "This kind of code usually has a correspondence table. As long as I know the table, I can give it a try in the effort of deciphering this writing." "What if there is no correspondence table?" Allison asked. Zhangju shrugged. "Then I'll just have to take a shit on it." Allison took out a dagger and waved it at her fingertips. "Little brother, I'm sure you have a way." "Right. I don't know if there is any justice, nor is there king of the jungle rule." Zhangju simply wanted to curse. But he knew that there was no heavenly justice or king of the jungle rule in this cave. Whoever is the strongest, they are the king of the jungle. Zhangju carefully flipped through the half-unreadable notebook while saying, "If there is no corresponding table, I do have my way to decipher it." Allison looked at him with amusement, doing her duty as a listener, and asked, "What was it?" "In English, each letter appears with a certain frequency. As long as this notebook was originally written in English, you can find the correspondence between letters and symbols based on the frequency of each symbol appearing and compare the two letters to each other. You see, this word frequently appears here. It means it's a very important thing to note, and we should check the rest. Jiangju crouched on the ground, studying the mysterious notebook. Suddenly, a gust of wind struck him, and he leaped backward almost as if he were a stupid enemy, managing to dodge the attack. Jiangju fixed his eyes and saw that it was the giant snake he had killed before, which somehow regained its strength and attacked him with its tail. Luckily, he was quick to see the opportunity. So, he was able to save his handsome face. Jiangju thought about it. But when he looked back, the sight in front of him almost made him burst with anger. The notebook, which was already half corroded, was smashed to pieces by the giant snake's tail, leaving only a pile of shredded paper flying in the air. Allison sighed. Jiangju was furious, and he pointed at the giant snake with his teeth gnashing. "You insensitive long worm. Try to see if you could withstand that. I'm about to skin you right now." Chapter 118. The notebook was already destroyed beyond recognition, and after this sudden blow, there were not even a few pieces left. Jiangju was furious and was about to destroy the giant snake when he suddenly felt a shake in the ground. At the same time, a rumbling sound came from the front of the cave. As if countless elephants were racing toward them. The giant snake seemed to sense something. He gave up the fight with Jiangju, turned his head, and ran. "Where do you think you're going, you ugly beast? No need to hide, since I will get you." Jiangju raised his palm, trying to catch it. The giant snake didn't even look at him and slithered off into the cave's depths. After the spoof, Jiangju looked in the direction where the sound came from and said, "Not a good sign." Allison said, "In this cave, it's not surprising what's gonna happen next." Jiangju grabbed the remains of the notebook on the ground and gathered them up. But the notebook's paper had lost its original appearance after the giant snake's attack, and he only found a few relatively intact pieces. The vibrations were getting closer and closer, and Jiangju didn't dare to get cocky. He was holding his precious sword to see what kind of bull and snake was coming. A minute later, Jiangju's eyes widened as he saw a group of giant rats coming right at them. Each rat was more than half a meter long, with a tail thicker than a man's wrist. Jiangju was just about to make the first move, but the group of rats fled straight for the depths of the hole as if they didn't see him and Allison. I don't know where they were hiding. How much rice did they eat? Jiangju was thinking. Then he saw another pile of lizard-like things zipping past them. Jiangju recognized that these things should be some kind of salamander. They were also not small and presumably had mutated genetically. The salamanders were faster and occasionally encountered rats running past them and would impatiently stomp them to death. They are hiding from something, just like the giant snake. A pattering sound came from ahead as if something was gnawing at the ground. Jiangju immediately shone his flashlight over. Up ahead, it was dark as far as the light could reach. A black fog was spreading toward them from the walls of the cave. It was like ink that was spreading extremely fast. Jiangju squinted his eyes for a moment before he could see what it actually was, and sure enough, countless ants were crawling toward them from the cave ahead. They were like beasts. Everywhere they passed, they gnawed off the rocks. Those rats that the salamanders trampled were reduced to nothing the instant they touched them, without even a crumb of bone left. Nema ants, cannibal ants, et. The cannibal ants were small but extremely fast. Surrounded Jiangju and Allison. However, Jiangju was not afraid of such small creatures. He concentrated his mind and used his skill, terror projection. He had experimented, and this skill was particularly effective against such small creatures. However, this time he failed. Because there were too many ants. Countless ants attacked the two of them, one after another. Jiangju's terror projection could only affect the ants in the nearest area. The circle was getting smaller and smaller. "Little brother, it looks like you can't do it either. Allison laughed. How could a man be told he couldn't do it? Jiangju maintained his terror projection while saying, "My lady, whether I can do it or not. You always have to experience it yourself, you know." Allison licked her lips. "Yeah, when will you get the chance? This vixen. Allison doesn't know what ability he has. A single look could make a person agitated, and that was with Jiangju being immune to most SCP abilities. Knowing that he had been ridiculed, Jiangju said, "Can't you see I'm busy? If you don't want to help, then don't get in my way." Allison smiled faintly. She closed her eyes and pointed her finger at her brow, chanting a word. She opened her eyes after a few seconds, and massive energy emanated from her body. Those crazy ants paused for a moment and quickly fled backward, retreating like a tidal wave. The whole process took no more than 10 seconds. Jiangju looked at her in surprise. No wonder this chick hadn't taken a step back since the beginning. She had immense power. Well. Allison looked at Jiangju. What else could be done? For such strength, the uneducated Jiangju could only use 2 words to describe it: holy shit. The notebook had been completely destroyed, and with only a few scraps in Jiangju's hand, there was no way to decipher such a little thing. Jiangju cursed. Allison was about to say something when she suddenly seemed to sense something, and a palm-sized book appeared in her hand, with some obscure words appearing on it. After reading the message, Allison sighed and said to Jiangju, "Little brother, let me help you out." Huh. Allison covered her lips and laughed. "Don't play dumb. If I decided I wanted to help you, I would help you out. You failed to decipher the information on top of that notebook. You owe me this time. Got it, got it?" Jiangju waved his hand in annoyance. Allison put her hand on Jiangju's shoulder and said, "Close your eyes." "Okay." Jiangju said under his breath, but actually squinted his eyes into slits. He wanted to see how this Black Queen was going to take him out of here. Allison looked at Jiangju and smiled faintly as she gently tapped her forehead and recited an incantation. Jiangju only felt the sky spinning, countless colors flashed in front of his eyes, and it was as if he was thrown into a drum washing machine, shaking his whole entire body, making him almost throw up. He had no choice but to close his eyes meekly. "I don't know how long it took." Allison's voice rang in his ears, "You can open your eyes now." Jiangju did as he was told and slowly opened his eyes. He looked around and realized that he was back at the water plant. It was late at night when he first left, and now it was early in the morning. He didn't know how many days had passed. "Wow, I don't know that you could do that kind of trick. Can you teach me?" Jiangju saw a bargain. Talking about it does not cost money. "Of course, you can." Allison looked Jiangju up and down. "Little brother, what do you have to offer for an exchange?" Jiangju, now covered in nothing but a pair of boxers, covered his chest in horror. "Wow, my lady. What are you going to do?" Allison laughed. "Little brother, I like the way you act silly. Well, I have things to do. I have to go. You still owe me one thing. Don't forget if there are any clues in that notebook. Let me know about it." Jiangju spread his hands. "You did not add me on WeChat. How can I notify you? I'll look for you when I need it." Allison smiled and leaped over the wall with a big leap. After she left, Jiangju's smile gradually closed up. The Black Queen's strength was unfathomable, and it was better not to make an enemy of her until the last resort. In the Foundation's opinion, the Serpent Hand was far from being the first target. The Wanderer's library has a lot of valuable information. We should have a deeper conversation with her if there is a chance. Jiangju thought as he walked outside the water plant. From the sights along the way, the place seemed no different than when he had left, so probably not much time had passed here. He found a uniform in the street and put it on. It was a little bit, but it was better than skulking around outside in a pair of boxers. If he was photographed and posted online, his reputation would be ruined. Those male colleagues in Site 17 would go crazy. He put that thought away and walked his way back. "Welcome back, Advisor Zhang." A male voice suddenly came. Zhang Ju looked up, only to see Lei Shui standing right in front of the main gate of the water plant, seemingly having been waiting here for a long time. Seeing that it was him, Zhang Ju narrowed his eyes. The killing intent in his eyes flashed. He pointed at the dozens of heavily armed MTF members behind Lei Shui and the submachine guns in their hands that had their safety off. "Lei Shui, do your brother know that you're welcoming home your dad here to meet you?" Chapter 119. Looking at the dozens of MTF members heavily armed behind Lei Shui, Zhang Ju laughed. "Lei Shui, do your brother know that you're welcoming home your dad here to meet you?" Provoking the enemy with words was the tactic that cost the least and gained the most, and it was also Zhang Ju's usual trick, from which it was a success more than once. Yet Lei Shui was not one to be so easily angered, and he smiled. "Advisor Zhang, these are only necessary precautions. After all, the situation inside that cave is very complicated, and no one knows if anything will happen after going in." "Oh, so that's how it is." Zhang Ju nodded, then pointed into the distance. "So, are they part of this too?" Since obtaining the dragon crystal, Zhang Ju's perception had been greatly enhanced, although he couldn't access the exact location of the enemy. He knew that more than one sniper aimed a gun at his head from a few buildings away. Lei Shui gave a slight pause, probably not expecting Zhang Ju to be able to aware of them. He sighed in heartfelt admiration. "Advisor Zhang is really something." Zhang Ju gave a heave. "You don't need to judge whether it's impressive or not. Say what you want from me." Talking to a smart person, there is no need to beat around the bush. Lei Shui said, "Advisor Zhang, I just want to know if you encountered anything special this time." No, Zhang Ju didn't even think about it. "Nothing." "What do you think I should encounter?" Lei Shui was hedging Zhang Ju's words, and Zhang Ju was no different. But Lei Shui had a heavy responsibility. He couldn't be as rogue as Zhang Ju. He said, "Advisor Zhang, the Foundation has left a very important item inside the cave. If you find something, the Foundation will definitely not treat you badly." Zhang Ju smiled heatedly. "Can I ask what that very important thing is?" "Maybe I found it, but I don't know. I have no comment on that." Lei Shui answered, "Advisor Zhang can also share his findings with me. As you said, maybe found something or a clue." The two talked back and forth, neither one refusing to get to the point. Zhang Ju knew that it was impossible to expect someone like Lei Shui to have a flaw in his words. So, he wasn't going to waste time here either. "Since you're not sincere, then we don't need to waste time here. Let's go our separate ways." "I'm not going to lie. I recently bought a new game and haven't gotten through it yet," Zhang Ju said, and then continued to walk out the gate. Behind Lei Shui, dozens of MTF members simultaneously aimed their guns at Zhang Ju. On the other hand, Zhang Ju completely ignored them and continued walking forward. He whistled, his pace steady and determined. No different from a grandfather who woke up early for a walk. He frowned, probably not expecting Zhang Ju to be so assertive. Lei Shui said, "Advisor Zhang, both sides have been working very well together since you joined the Foundation, and I hope this time will be the same." Zhang Ju laughed. "Lei Shui, you think you have a good brain and put everyone into your calculations. What we say and do is all under your control. But you may not know that I, as a person, might have to do it the hard way. If the person was standing here today was your brother Lei Shan, I might have given him the stuff. But to you, no." Speaking of which, Zhang Ju had walked up to Lei Shui. He patted his shoulder. "If you don't believe in evil, you can order them to shoot me. Let's have a head-on, see which is faster. Your guns or my hands." Zhang Ju's words were very arrogant. Because he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Lei Shui looked at him. Advisor Zhang, I have long been ready to sacrifice for the Foundation. It's useless to use my life as a threat. These team members have been given the order. As long as you leave without permission, even if you block me in front, they will not hesitate to shoot. I know. Zhang Ju nodded, so what are you waiting for? With that, Zhang Ju took a step forward. His forehead instantly lit up with several red dots. That was the sniper rifle's aim. Zhang Ju smiled, interesting. Li Shui said, Advisor Zhang, don't make me do it. Good. Zhang Ju finished and took another step. At this moment, he was no more than 2 meters away from Lei Shui in a straight line. Across the street were dozens of submachine guns, and on the far side of the building, at least 5 sniper rifles were pointed right at his head. The atmosphere was tense for a moment. The temperature seemed to drop to the freezing point. The MTF squad members' hands were steady, without the slightest tremor. As soon as Lei Shui gave the order, the guns in their hands would spew a bullet rain. The conflict was about to start. At that moment, Lei Shui's phone suddenly rang. The ringing was so abrupt and untimely. But no one was affected by it. The reason why the phone was not turned off was for something important. It was left on and had a loud ringing tone was because he was afraid of missing any message. The person on the other end of the phone was obviously very important. Lei Shui glanced at Zhang Ju, can I take this call? Zhang Ju shrugged, be my guest. Lei Shui picked up the phone, said a few words, and then handed the phone to Zhang Ju. Zhang Ju probably guessed who the other party was and picked up the phone. Good day, Zhang Ju-kun. This is 05-10 speaking. Hearing the accent, the other party seemed to be Japanese. It turned out that Lei Shan and Lei Shui were not serving the same 05. No wonder their style of action was so different. Listening to the other party's greeting, Zhang Ju said, I'm now having at least a few dozen guns pointed at my head if that can be called good. Ah, I'm sorry. I'll have them to pull back down. 05-10 finished and said something Zhang Ju couldn't understand to the man beside him. The MTF squad apparently also had an external reception device, and a few seconds later, they lowered the guns in their hands. The red dot on Zhang Ju's body also disappeared. Lei Shui took a few steps back to give them room to talk. 05-10's voice came again, Zhang Ju-kun, would this be better? Zhang Ju looked around, then nodded, At least for now, the other side's attitude was impeccable. Zhang Ju wasn't a mad dog that bit anyone. In the end, everyone wanted to maximize their own interests. 05-10 smiled, Zhang Ju-kun, I know that what Li Shui-kun did upset you. I apologize on his behalf. In the end, he is working for the Foundation and for me. I hope you can understand. Understandable. Zhang Ju said perfunctorily, then, 05-sama, you can say whatever you want, but I'm still waiting to go home and play Super Mario. Zhang Ju-kun is really as humorous as the legend says, then I'll be polite. 05-10 pondered for a moment and said, what's inside that hole is very important to the Foundation, Zhang Ju-kun. If you do find something, the Foundation will reward you accordingly based on your contribution. A corresponding reward. Zhang Ju seemed to remember something and suddenly smiled, could you please explain to me what you mean by a corresponding reward, $500 plus a medal? Seemingly expecting Zhang Ju to ask this question, 05-10 said, the corresponding reward is, within my authority, to grant you a request. That seems reasonable. Zhang Ju said, taking out a camera from the other dimension. He raised his right hand high, you can see what I'm holding, right? This is what I found inside the cave. It's from the future. It has some interesting things recorded in it. I believe the Foundation will be interested in it. Jiangju did not tell the truth about having the remnants of the notebook because he did not trust anyone now. Yes. 05-10 agreed very readily. Then what are your requirements, Jiangju-kun? Jiangju pondered for a moment and said softly, I want to meet SCP-682. Chapter 120. In the past few days since you disappeared, the Foundation has purged the town of all the infected, and when Lei Shui couldn't find you, he had to send someone to keep an eye on you every day. Inside the lounge, Jiangju sat in a chair with his eyes closed as Yang Shui poured water into a cup while she talked about what had happened since he left. They found a little girl named Alice. She said she had seen you. I tested her blood. She was not infected. She was diagnosed with malnutrition, and I have arranged for her examination. She has natural antibodies to SCP-016-A in her body, which has very important research value, and the Foundation has added her to the protected list. So you don't have to worry about that. Jiangju suddenly opened his eyes when Yang Shui said, how did you know I would worry about her? Yang Shui looked at him, you may seem to care about everything, but you never treat those who have helped you poorly. Jiangju raised his eyebrows, was it that obvious? Yang Shui nodded. Thinking of Shirley and Karina, Jiangju sighed. Nowadays, it is all the rage to kill people and families at every turn. He was afraid that his personality would not be popular. But it could not be helped. This is the third time he has encountered such a situation. He could only do what he should do. Yang Shui handed the water cup to Jiangju, then set it aside, with the word mind written all over his face. Not to mention that the two were now very familiar with each other. If Shirley been here, she could know that Yang Shui had something difficult to say. What's wrong? Jiangju asked. Yang Shui looked at him and stammered, there's something. I've kept away from you, and I can't tell you right now. Jiangju pointed to the hospital that was about to be built not far from the window, it's this thing, right? Yang Shui didn't shake her head, nor did she nod. In fact, she had already violated the Foundation's regulations with her last sentence. Jiangju laughed, it doesn't matter for me anyway. It's a pleasure in itself. Besides, I already knew about it. You were just silent about it? Seeing SCP-682 was one of his must-do things. 05-10 was full of promises but did not give Jiangju a specific time. Jiangju knew that although the 05 Council belonged to the same top leadership of the Foundation, the 13 05s each had their own small circle, and they needed time to decide something. He was not worried that the 05-10 would lie, as there was no need to. With the ability he has shown, I believe that as long as the Foundation is not stupid, it will not tear up with him yet. SCP-682 itself wasn't that special, and after being shipped away from Site 14 along with Shirley, it had remained at Site 19. Later, when Jiangju wanted to know about it, he was prompted that he didn't have the permission. For some unknown reason, the Foundation had raised its guard for SCP-682. Even when Jiangju wanted to see it, he had to go through various levels of approval and was eventually denied access on the grounds that it was unnecessary. Jiangju didn't know if someone was targeting him or if it was the same for everyone. But it didn't matter, and there was nothing substantial in the camcorder anyway. So it was nice to have a chance to get up close and personal with SCP-682 in exchange. It would be even better if you could find a reason to touch SCP-682. It's a good idea to think about it. Most importantly, he wanted to ask SCP-682. They crossed over together, and it is unknown if they were somehow related. Jiangju leaned back in his chair and looked at the sky through the window. Not surprisingly, the world was about to face a major disaster. So it was best to take advantage of this time to try to improve yourself. There was still time, which was enough for him to prepare. For security reasons, the town of Chlamydia has been completely burned down and forbids any person or creature to enter the confines of the town to prevent them from being infected with SCP-016-A. The residents of several surrounding towns have also been vaccinated against the disease. The May government has kept this matter a secret, and the area will be completely wiped off the map. The public will claim that the plague caused the deaths. Governor Tbukeo has done something unbelievable, not once or twice anyway, so he doesn't care to take the blame one more time. No one knows that a hospital is being secretly established on the outskirts of the town site. Of course, its sign reads XXXX Virus Institute, Military Management Zone. Do not enter. The Foundation has 2 MTF squads based here, and the security level is ridiculously high. Many security personnel has been on duty here for years, and they don't know exactly what it's for. Yang Shui has a special identity and is one of the few people who know the secrets of this hospital. According to the instructions given by the headquarters, she will remain here to carry out her work until SCP-9999 has woken up, and the headquarters will assign Site 14 for another deputy director of experiments. Yang Shui may seem to be transferred to a shitty place, but everyone knows that if she can complete this task, her future is no doubt will be in safe hands. However, Zhang Ju had no reason to remain here. His confrontation with Lei Shui had already spread through the Foundation. The matter was confidential, but the senior people working at the Foundation all had their own channels of information. Zhang Ju faced dozens of guns by himself and was unafraid to face them head-on. In the end, an O5 council intervened, and he did not do anything to Lei Shui. When Harvey, the deputy site director of Site 17 in Europe, heard about the news, he told about it to the head supervisor of experiment Clement. "Look at this old buddy of mine. He did what I always wanted to do but was afraid to do. I'm feeling as good as if I ate grandma's ice cream and 2 of them at once." Clement looked at the brief in his hand and frowned. "I heard that Lord Lei Shui is very good at strategizing. I hope that Advisor Zhang will not be retaliated by him." "What are you talking about?" Harvey slapped the table. "If anyone dares to harm my old friend, I will poke his ass with a pencil, I promise to God." Meanwhile, Lei Shui received a call from his older brother, Lei Shan. "How's it going?" Lei Shui held the phone between his shoulders as he sorted through the information in his hands. "Everything is going according to plan. As you said, Advisor Zhang is indeed a very interesting person." Lei Shan said, "I heard that you and he almost had a conflict." "Ah." Lei Shui laughed, seemingly not taking this matter to heart, just doing it for some people. Lei Shan hummed. His brother is a thoughtful person and has never made a mistake in his work. Never. But he still instructed, "Be careful and take care of your health." Lei Shui just wanted to speak but suddenly coughed. His face was red, and he coughed very violently, obviously with some hidden disease. It took a dozen seconds before it gradually subsided. He took a sip of water, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said to his elder brother on the other side of the phone, "Don't worry. I won't die until it's done." Chapter 121. Thanksgiving. It was also Zhang Ju's last week in May. He had been here for so long but hadn't had a chance to wander around and get a feel for the so-called freedom. The opportunity to travel on public money is not always available. Yang Shui rarely got a day off, although she did not celebrate Thanksgiving. But she has other things to do. Only the security personnel were on normal duty in the newly built hospital. The rest had gone home. Zhang Ju would be returning to China in a few days, and without incident, it wouldn't be too convenient for the 2 of them to see each other for a long time to come. This is the day the 2 of them were having a meal as a practice for Zhang Ju. The time was 2 p.m., not too early and not too late. After eating, the 2 of them walked aimlessly on the street, chatting with each other. Because it was an important festival, many pedestrians were on the street. All kinds of people wander through the street. Everyone was immersed in a sea of joy. Besides, the most interesting thing is the so-called Sino-May cultural exchange event. A May boxing champion Hudson fought against Chinese national boxer Fang Tianlong. This matchup received so much attention because Hudson is the son of the very same boxer who defeated the last Chinese national fighter, the champion Chris. 20 years ago, Chris defeated Chan Sheng Mo for the champion title. In terms of seniority, Fang Tianlong is considered Chen Sheng Mo's senior nephew. So, this battle is highly anticipated. Can the mysterious Eastern martial arts return to the top? Can the king of May boxing continue his glory? The promotional slogans can be extremely exaggerated. Zhang Ju is considered half of Chen Xiao's disciples. For this fight, he naturally wants to go to see it. But helplessly, he has no acquaintance here. There's no way for him to grab a ticket, and he can only give up on it. The two were watching the pedestrians on the street when suddenly a surprised voice rang out, calling Yang Shue's name. Sister Yang Shue. The two looked up and saw a short-haired girl in a black super short skirt waving at them. The weather in November was already rather cold, and the girl across the street was resistant to the freezing temperature. Zhang Ju glanced at Yang Shui. You know her? Yang Shui looked at the little girl running excitedly over in front of her, and for a moment, she was a little less sure. Ning Ning. Ning Ning is a student that I sponsored. She came to Meiguo for further study after graduation, and I haven't seen her since then. Inside the coffee shop, Yang Shui introduced the girl to Zhang Ju. Zhang Ju nodded at her words. Yang Shui and Yang Wenbei often sponsored the poor students of Zhangzhou University, which he had known for a long time. Sister Yang Shui. Because of you, lots of people have come to study in May. Ning hugged Yang Shui's arm quite intimate. The little girl looked very excited to meet her old friend or her benefactor. On the way, she chattered and talked endlessly about how good, advanced, and free May province was. But for this kind of thing, Yang Shui and Zhang Ju did not say anything to anyone. After all, she was not very old, and some things were better left than said, and it was best to wait for her to face them herself. Sister, who is he? He's not your boyfriend, is he? Ning looked at Zhang Ju and asked in a whisper. Yang Shui glanced at the distracted Zhang Ju and shook her head gently. He is my colleague. Ning took a long breath. Okay, you scared me to death. I always told you how amazing you are as a person. How can you be with this kind of person? You know that teacher Shijia is suitable for you. The young girl is also a graduate of Zhangzhou University and naturally knows that Zhang Shijia has been chasing her. In her eyes, the multi-talented and golden Zhang Shijia is the only worthy partner for Yang Shui. Unlike Zhang Ju, that was not even worthy to use Zhang Shijia's shoes. Hearing what Ning said, Yang Shui frowned slightly. Why do you say that? What's wrong with him? Ning stole a glance at Zhang Ju, humming, oh, don't get me the wrong idea. There is nothing bad about him. But sister, take a look. His clothes do not even have a label. I'm sure all of his clothes were 80% bought from the roadside stalls. The watch also did not look luxurious enough, he must not have been able to afford one, and he was also not handsome enough. How can you be with him? It's so weird by just looking at it. Yang Shui sighed. I never thought that after going abroad, the little girl's views would be twisted into this. She said with a straight face, Ning, you are already an adult. By definition, I should not be part of your business. There are some things that I don't want to say it, and I am afraid no one will ever tell you about it. Looks and wealth are indeed both plus points, but you have to figure out what the most important quality of a person is. Don't be blinded by these two things. What is the most important quality of a person? Ning froze. She had never considered this question before. Could there be something more important than looks and wealth? At that moment, Zhang Ju walked over with 2 cups of coffee. What are you guys talking about? Yang Shui shook her head gently. On the other hand, Ning was looking at him with a strange look. Zhang Ju almost thought he had left the zipper on his pants unzipped. Confirming that it wasn't his problem, Zhang Ju said, I saw an event going on in the mall across the street, want to go check it out. On Thanksgiving, most malls would take the opportunity to have some sort of sale, and for a while, there were crowds of people. They passed by a jewelry store, and they were holding a so-called answer to win a grand prize. The three stopped to watch the event. Ning suddenly remembered something, looked at the calendar on his phone, and said, Sister, I almost forgot. Today is your birthday, right? Yang Shui smiled and nodded her head. On the other hand, Zhang Ju looked at her and just realized it. Hey, did you give my sister any gifts? Zhang Ju froze for a moment before realizing that the little girl was talking to herself. Little sister, it's none of your business whether I sent a gift or not, and besides, did you? Of course I sent it. Ning took off a pendant from her neck. Sister Yang Shui, I bought this with the manuscript fee I got for my first paper. It was not expensive, but it's very meaningful to me. Now I'm giving it to you. Please accept it. Yang Shui could only take the pendant and bring it around her neck when she said so. Thanks. Ning looked at Zhang Ju divinely. Zhang Ju was a bit puzzled, not knowing what had offended this young girl he had just met. Luckily, they were wandering around the mall at the moment. They were surrounded by stores, and Zhang Ju glanced at Yang Shui. What do you want? Yang Shui smiled and shook her head. She hadn't originally intended for Zhang Ju to give her a gift either. However, Ning fought for Yang Shui's gift. Fake love, how can you ask someone like that? You're not sincere at all. That was true, and Zhang Ju nodded. Realizing that his behavior was a bit inappropriate, he thought about it for a while but couldn't think of anything to give Yang Shui. Thinking about it to no avail, he simply pointed to the jewelry store where the question and answer event was taking place. How about I win the game over there as a gift for your sister rather than choosing what should it be? Chapter 122. Zhang Ju looked left and right inside the mall but couldn't figure out what to buy for Yang Shui. So he simply pointed to the jewelry store where the interactive quiz was taking place. How about I win the game over there as a gift for your sister rather than choosing what should it be? Ning looked at the crowd that had gathered around in front of her and said, You participating in it? It's not that she despises Zhang Ju since the jewelry store dares anyone to participate in this kind of event. The topic is extremely difficult. They have watched it for 10 minutes. The host stands next to a dozen people, and none of them can answer the quiz. Is he smarter than them? Zhang Ju didn't say anything but laugh. You never know if you don't try it, just in case I get it right by mistake. Ning hummed, you just don't want to spend your money. She finished speaking but suddenly frowned. She remembered what Yang Shui had just said. It seemed that she was indeed too concerned about this money thing. But it couldn't be helped. She had been raised by her grandparents since she was young, and what she lacked most was money. She needed money to go to school, she needed money to eat, and she couldn't do anything without money. She once swore that she would make lots and lots of money and marry a wealthy husband to beat the faces of those who once looked down on her. But Yang Shui's words overturned her perception. Is there something more important than wealth and good looks? How is it possible? It must be Sister Yang Shui's mistake. It must be. She flirts about it, and Zhang Ju does not care about it. He laughed and squeezed into the crowd, listening to that host's questions. The tall, pretty-faced host stood on the event's special stage and said with a smile, that question was a little harder just now, and Mr. James answered it in 20 minutes, which is very rare. So next is our grand finale. This is the last and most difficult question tonight. See if you can win the mystery prize of the store with superhuman intelligence. Please listen carefully to the question. The penultimate question that James just answered correctly is an arithmetic problem. The original correct solution is a mathematician's thesis-argued tricky algorithm, but how would these ordinary citizens know? And finally, the calculator that Mr. James used violently cracked after hearing that there were more difficult questions. Instead of being afraid, he waited for the question to come at him. As soon as the host's voice came, the crowd in the area quieted down. Either excited or nervous, waiting to see how difficult the last question would be. The host gently cleared his throat and said in a soft voice that was not too small, "Once upon a time, there were 5 pirates who robbed 100 gold coins. But because of the distribution problem, a little conflict arose. So, they came up with a method. The 5 pirates made a plan, they proposed a distribution plan in turn, and the others voted on whether to agree or not toward the plan. If the majority of the people agreed to the distribution, then the reward distribution came to a general consensus. Note that it needs more than half of the entire vote to get it to pass. Otherwise, the person L will be thrown into the sea. The next person shall continue to distribute the treasure until they are satisfied with the distribution. If all of the pirates are smart enough, sensible, and trustworthy, then how is the first pirate going to distribute the money to others while also getting the most money without being killed? Each person has one chance. The first correct answer is the winner. Let the game begins. So complicated? That long question made those present onlookers a little bit confused. Everyone looked down and thought, each with a sad face, as if they were the pirates who would be thrown into the sea. Equal share, 20 gold coins each. A man in the crowd shouted. The answer was probably the first thing that came to everyone's mind. According to the usual experience, it seemed more reasonable. However, the host shook his head. Another person answered, of course, the first person wouldn't dare to ask for gold coins. He would be thrown into the sea. So, it should be 0, and the others will have 25 gold coins each. This solution sounded a bit more reasonable, but unexpectedly the host shook his head again. He was signaling that this answer was also incorrect and could not maximize the benefits for the first pirate. Several minutes passed, and still, no one came up with a correct answer. Because once the answer is available, it will immediately be denied by the crowd. Then the crowd will go on a rally and maybe throw that person into the sea. Plus, each person only has one chance to answer the question. Even if they are lucky enough to get the right amount, they have to say the specific distribution plan, which is even more difficult. So, the crowd stopped talking before they were completely sure. Ning and Yang Shui stood on the farthest side of the crowd while still could hear the question clearly. Although Ning is a liberal arts student, she thinks she has good math skills. But she still couldn't come to a conclusion in a short time. She asked Yang Shui, "Sister, do you know the answer?" Yang Shui shook her head, indicating that she was not sure. With this kind of question, the difficulty is not really that hard. You only need paper, a pencil, and a little more time to think about the question. Perhaps most people can solve it. But the mall is crowded. In this kind of environment, it's not easy to think quietly, let alone come up with the optimal solution within the time limit. But just because she can't doesn't mean everyone can't. Yang Shui looked at Zhang Ju in the crowd and smiled heartily. Ning looked at Yang Shui's eyes, and her heart trembled slightly. Girls were very sensitive to feelings, and even if Yang Shui didn't admit it, she could tell that her sister looked at the man named Zhang Ju with a light in her eyes. She was very puzzled as to what magic that seemingly ordinary man had. If it was just under his flowery words, then she must help her sister to expose him. Her eyes once again looked at the stage. 5 minutes had passed, and the host was secretly proud of himself when he saw that the crowd still hadn't come up with an answer. He looked at the card in his hand and also showed a surprised expression as if he couldn't believe the numbers written on it. Such an outrageous answer. An average person would never think of it, I'm afraid. The manager gestured to him inside the store, and the host nodded slightly. Just as he was about to give a hint, a man with an oriental face smiled at her. "Mr. Host, I know the answer." "That fast?" Everyone looked at him in surprise. That host also smiled. "I may have you remind you, young man. Everyone only has one chance to answer the question. So, if you are confident, then please tell me. How many gold coins can the first person get at most?" Under the crowd's gaze, Jiangju raised his head and gave an answer that made everyone's jaws drop. "The first person can get 97 gold coins." Chapter 123. What? 97 pieces? The audience was shocked, staring at this oriental guy with wide eyes, thinking that he was crazy. The host denied all of the previous answers, but most of them were reasonable. While this man said the first pirate could get 97 gold coins, while the remaining 4 pirates were fools. Everyone is whispering to each other, with sinister eyes looking at this unknown guy as if he was really going to be thrown into the sea. Even Ning, who was just a little surprised, said, "Sister Yang Shui, you said that he is not stupid. The first person gets 97 gold, while the remaining 4 people can only get a total of 3. How was it possible?" Yang Shui was also surprised to hear this answer, but the biggest difference between her and the others was that she always believed in Jiangju's way of thinking. She knew Jiangju very well, and when she saw that look, she knew that he already had his mind made up. As expected, the host heard Jiangju's words, although he was slightly stunned. He didn't just declare a death sentence for his answer as he had done before but smiled and asked, "Sir, do you know the exact distribution plan?" The host's words made everyone's face change. Did he really let this kid guess correctly? The first person could get 97 gold coins. How could that be possible? Jiangju wagged his fingers like a child. 97 coins for the first person, 0 for the second person, 1 for the third person, 2 for the fourth person, and 0 for the fifth person, or 97 coins for the first person, 0 for the second person, 1 for the third person, 0 for the fourth person, and 2 for the fifth person. The host listened to his answer, checked it with the card in his hand, and smiled. "Congratulations, you got it right." "What?" The audience on stage once again let out a shocked cry. How could this most unlikely answer be correct? "I'm not convinced. How could it be distributed like that? You cheated." Finding someone just to name a random number and pretending it's the correct answer is clearly a sign that you don't want us to win the grand prize. A person shouted. "That's right, don't you make up something reasonable and cheat the consumers." Another person echoed. "It's not." Seeing that the situation was somewhat out of control, the host hurriedly defended, "We didn't work together with anyone here. The question and answer were given to me by the store manager, and what this gentleman said did match the correct answer on the answer card." The first person who shouted added, "Even if you are not working together, this answer is obviously not correct. Is there any reasonable explanation?" The host was momentarily speechless. The answer card was limited in size. The store manager had only printed the question and answer on it and did not explain how to get the correct answer. He looked at Jiangju, hoping that this person who had just answered the question correctly could help him. This group of people clearly don't know how to play the game. Is this the characteristics of the Great Western people? But since there was a prize to be won, Jiangju was naturally obliged to do so, and he smiled. "Everyone, don't make it difficult for the host. Let me explain. First of all, we have to figure out the conditions given in the question. 1. 5 people will distribute the gold coins in turn, and if half or more disagree, they will be thrown into the sea and fed to the sharks. The next person will continue to distribute until they get a solution that more than half agreed to it. 2. Everyone is rational enough, intelligent, and trustworthy. Rational enough, then that means they have to be put on a survival situation first, whether you can get the gold or not. You have to make sure that you can live after it. Knowing this, we can start the analysis. Let's say there are only 2 people left, the 4th and the 5th. Then it is conceivable that no matter what distribution plan the 4th person proposes, as long as the 5th person does not agree, he will be thrown to the sea. Even if it's 0:100 gold coin ration, there is still a chance of death that depends on the mood of the 5th person. So, when the 3rd person foresees such a situation, he will propose a 100:0:0 ratio. The 4th person will not get a single gold, but at least his life will be saved. The 2nd person, knowing the distribution by the 3rd person, will propose 98:0:1:1 ratio, so that the 4th and the 5th person will each have a gold each and will readily agree. Now we're back at the 1st person. Knowing the 2nd person's method, he will adjust the distribution scheme to 97:0:1:0:2 or 97:0:1:2:0 so that the 3rd person will get 1 gold, the 4th or 5th person 1 gold, plus the 1st person himself. 3 of the pirates agreed, and the number of people is more than half, so naturally, they will not be thrown into the sea. There was no sound from the crowd. Everyone struggled to think about the several scenarios Zhang Ju had described, and none of them dared to speak up again. I get it. Ning suddenly said, it was meant to be counted backward. Yang Shui patted her hand, signaling her to pay attention to her image. Seeing that Yang Shui was always calm and collected, Ning asked, Sister, did you also come up with the answer a long time ago? Yang Shui smiled and shook her head. She also thought of the solution only after Zhang Ju's hint. This question might not be a complex problem requiring a super high IQ. But not many people could analyze it rationally and come up with the best practice in a short time. It took a few more minutes for the crowd to hum in agreement, and it seemed that the rest of the crowd had gradually grasped the principle under Zhang Ju's prompting. Clap, 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 clap. Just as the crowd was about to disband, a man in a suit came out of the jewelry store, applauding as he said, "This gentleman was able to crack the store's final quiz in such a short time, which is really impressive." As soon as the host saw the man in the suit come out, he hurriedly bowed and said, "Mr. Lewis." Lewis waved his hand at him and continued to Zhang Ju, "I have an additional question here. I wonder if this gentleman is interested." Lewis was the store manager of this store, and the reason for his appearance was simple. Zhang Ju's speed in solving the problem was so fast that it was completely unexpected, and this would not achieve the effect of publicity at all. Once the crowd disbanded, it would be more costly to find him again, so he had to step in. Zhang Ju looked at him and probably guessed the matter. "What's in it for me to answer the question, and what's the harm in not answering?" Lewis laughed, "If you answer this question correctly, you will receive an emerald bracelet. Which is amazing but made of very common materials and can be bought on the market." Seeing that he was playing it up, Zhang Ju smiled and asked, "Really?" Lewis pointed to the largest billboard in the mall. "All right, how about tickets to that game?" The crowd turned around and saw none other than a promo for newly crowned boxing champion Hudson's date with Chinese national fighter Fang Tianlong. Wow! There was a sound of envy on the scene. The fight was not as good as a big event like the Super Bowl, but it was full of attractions, and it could be said that it was of great interest to all men. The store manager, who was good at marketing, clearly an expert at this, and as soon as his terms came out, many more people stopped by to linger. It looked like whether or not Zhang Ju would win the prize, in the end, his promotional purpose had been achieved. Zhang Ju asked, "What if I can't answer?" Lewis said, "If you can't answer, then the bracelet you just won can't be given to you. So that's how it is." Zhang Ju nodded without hesitation, "I won't answer. Just give me the item." "What?" Lewis froze, obviously not expecting Zhang Ju to be unimpressed. "Sir, think carefully. You can't lose this opportunity. This ticket is worth a lot of money even if you resell it. Zhang Ju let out a bark, no need to think about it. It's decided. Zhang Ju spoke firmly, not giving Louis a chance to persuade him. His goal was clear, to win a gift for Yang Shui and be done with it. As for the next quiz, he didn't need to think about it to know it was a trap, and he had to use it as a gun for others. Was he that stupid? He doesn't care about that boxing competition. Well, there is still a little regret. Fang Tianlong is Chen Lao's senior nephew, which means he's his senior brother. He also wanted to observe how the Chinese and Western martial arts would collide on top of the ring. But the initial purpose had been achieved, and insatiable greed was not a good habit. Zhang Ju was lost in thought when suddenly his phone rang. "Excuse me." Zhang Ju apologized and took out his phone, but his brow suddenly furrowed. He had two numbers. One was open to the public, known to some ordinary researchers and colleagues. The other was a small number, known only to Yang Shui, Lei Shan, Kane, and a few other extremely important people. At this time, the phone showed an unfamiliar number that Zhang Ju had never seen before. Zhang Ju picked up the phone but did not speak. "Mr. Zhang." The person's voice was somewhat hoarse, and spoke English. Zhang Ju had never heard this voice before, so he didn't know if it was technically processed or if he was just born that way. Zhang Ju moved his thumb slightly and pressed the record button. "Who are you?" he asked. "It doesn't matter who I am." The person said, "I'm just calling to remind you that you'd better answer the next question correctly." From what the other party said, he should be around here and probably watching himself. Zhang Ju looked around. However, there were so many people in the mall that he couldn't find the other party. Zhang Ju continued, "If you want me to answer a question, you have to give me a reason." He heard the other party say, "Are the lives of several thousand people enough?" Chapter 124. After saying that, the mysterious person hung up the phone. Avoiding Zhang Ju takes too much time to think about it. Zhang Ju cupped his chin, somewhat puzzled. The person seemed to be threatening him, but it didn't seem to be. Such empty words with no substance would not be easily believed by anyone. But Zhang Ju instinctively felt that something was wrong. Was the other party an enemy or a friend? Who had told him his number? What was his purpose? In public, Zhang Ju had no time to analyze these things. On the other side, Louis asked one last time, "Young man, have you considered it?" Zhang Ju cupped his chin, making a final decision. Could it be that person had placed a bomb here? Which would explode as soon as he refused to answer the question. "You're kidding. Do you think this is a movie?" But he still didn't dare to be reckless. Just as Zhang Ju was confused, Yang Shui's voice came from behind him. "Mr. Louis, please wait a moment." The crowd looked for the voice and saw a tall Oriental woman coming to the front of the stage. She said, "We will answer the next question." Ning tugged at her sleeve and whispered, "Sister, you're crazy. The next question must be hard. It's not worth it at all for the sake of some boxing match tickets." Yang Shui shook her head gently at her. Yang Shui saw in Zhang Ju's expression before and after answering the phone, that he originally looked determined, but now there is some hesitation. Needless to say, he must have encountered something. What she can do is to support him right now. Louis looked at Yang Shui and then at Zhang Ju. "Who is this?" "A friend of mine," Zhang Ju said. "Then, she just said that." "One moment, please," Zhang Ju said, then turned to Yang Shui, "Are you sure? That's a gift for you." "I'm sure." Yang Shui nodded, "I've already received your gift." "Good." Zhang Ju suddenly smiled, "If you're willing to die, I'll be willing to bury your body, and with that, Mr. Louis, please bring me the question." Ning looked left and right, wondering what kind of code words they were playing. Clearly, there was already an extraordinary tacit understanding between these two. Lewis was pleased to see that Zhang had finally agreed. He said, "The pirates' share of the gold just now is a classic problem in game theory. However, it's a bit difficult, but not impossible. Normal people can always come up with the correct answer after a period of time to think about. The additional question I'm going to give is a variation of this question, but it's more difficult than the previous one, so please listen carefully." This was an additional question specifically for Zhang. Those spectators gathered around the field were just trying to have a good time, and when they heard that this question was even more difficult than the previous one, everyone got excited. After all, those who watched the fun were never afraid of anything big. Zhang looked at the crowd's expressions and couldn't help but smile. "Mr. Lewis, what's the topic of the question?" "I'm all ears." Lewis nodded, "The same topic about pirates sharing their gold. I think we all remembered it clearly. I will not repeat it. To make it more interesting, there will be some change and another new condition to the question. The original 5 pirates are very rational. It was easy to think of the solution. I will now add irrational people. 4 of the 5 pirates are rational people. These 4 people know that there is an irrational pirate among them, but they do not know who might be is. The irrational pirate has his own distribution principle. When proposed by the rational person, the irrational person gets a number of gold coins greater than or equal to 100 divided by the number of people left. The irrational person will agree. When the irrational person proposes the distribution plan, it will propose distributing the gold coins equally according to the number of people. Only when it is number 4 does the irrational person give number 5 100 gold coins. Of course, the average distribution here refers to the relative average. For example, when 3 people share 100 gold coins, the irrational person will propose the distribution plan of 34, 33, 33, and get 1 more gold coin for himself. So now comes the question. Lewis continued, "Suppose the first person is a rational person. How should he distribute the gold to ensure that his share is maximized?" After listening to the question, some of the eager respondents in the field immediately deflated. Just listening to the question, they already know how difficult it is. I do not know where the store manager found these complex questions. Some people in the room were surprised, some were lost, some were thinking hard, but without exception, all eyes were locked on Zhang. After all, he is the main character. He must answer the question. But he was not disturbed by the crowd's gaze, cupping his chin with his hand in contemplation. Man will be at his most handsome moment when they're focused. Ning looked at the side of Zhang's face as if she somewhat understood Yang Shui's words. When all eyes were gathered on one person, he really seemed to glow. Undeniably, the question was very difficult, and Zhang had no tools in his hands, doing complex calculations in his head completely out of thin air. He could see his eyes constantly turning rapidly, a frequency that would make even a person feel exhausted by just watching it. It just wasn't effective. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 5 minutes passed, and 10 minutes passed, and Zhang still did not make any other movements. As if he was just a statue, standing there dazed. Lewis smiled, a little smug. This question was so difficult that even if the game theory bigwigs came, it would be impossible to solve it in a short time. He was just about to open his mouth to put some pressure on Zhang. Unexpectedly, Zhang suddenly smiled. "I know the answer." On the way back, the way Ning looked at Zhang was already a little off. Not that she liked Zhang, of course, but only because Zhang had indeed taught her a lesson. When she first met Zhang, she didn't have a good feeling about him because she was used to dealing with people who were rich and handsome. She was almost oblivious to ordinary people like Zhang. Zhang hadn't really done anything but get 2 questions right, but the aura that emanated from him was something she had never seen before. It was as if nothing could be difficult for him. Ning wondered why she felt this way when it was clear that they had only known each other for a short time. She looked over at Jiangju. Hey, that question just now. Did you come up with it on your own? The latter seemed to be pondering something and smiled when he heard her, or else what? Ning was unconvinced, but why even with your explanation, I can't understand it anymore. What's up with the expected value, the distribution strategy, and the parabolic distribution? Was that really the result of your thinking? Actually, I have a computer in my head. I'm an alien, aliens, you know. Ning froze, realizing that Jiangju was flirting with her, hummed, and stopped talking. Listening to their conversation, Yang Shui smiled and rubbed the bracelet Jiangju had won for her. On the other hand, Jiangju gradually curbed his smile. He had won a bracelet for Yang Shui and a ticket to a boxing match for himself. On the back of the ticket, a few words were written. Mr. Jiang, can I trust you? Let me see your abilities. Chapter 125. 2 days later, Jiangju entered the colossal arena alone. The arena was packed with people who had made the trip for the same fight, May Province newly promoted boxing champion Hudson versus Chinese national boxer Fang Tianlong. The fight hadn't started yet, but the crowd was already excited. Hudson's father, Chris, had defeated former Chinese national boxer Chen Xiao 20 years ago. As a direct result, Chen Xiao retired from the martial arts scene and has since disappeared from the scene. Chen Xiao's nephew, Fang Tianlong, is in the limelight. He had just defeated European champion Gibson last month, a heavyweight, 86 kg plus, champion, weighing more than 40 pounds more than Fang Tianlong. Fang Tianlong was trained by Chen Xiao's senior brother Hua Fengshan and had a remarkable hand of Bajiquan. He has formed his unique boxing style by incorporating Chen's Taiji form of Yi based on his own understanding of Bajiquan. Although Hudson is a new champion, he had lost to Gibson in previous matches. When comparing the two, Fang Tianlong was the one who had the higher ground here. Fang Tianlong's match was called a revenge fight, so he had support from the Easterners. Jiangju looked up and found that half of them were Chinese people. Jiangju answered the question to get a complimentary ticket and was located in the outermost part of the grandstand near the entrance, as bad as it could be. If he didn't have good eyes, he might not even be able to see the big screen. Because the organizers of the pre-game campaign were full because the match was anticipated, the people who came to watch the game were a lot. Among them were some bigwigs from the political and business worlds. Jiangju saw a lot of people surrounded by bodyguards as they entered, some of whom he had seen on TV or social media. He held the entrance ticket in his hand and carefully studied the words on it. The font was wild, obviously, it came from a man's handwriting, perhaps the same person as the one who called him. As for that person's purpose, it was probably to get him to come and watch this game. He had investigated it before, and this arena had just enough room for several thousand spectators. According to Jiangju's temperament, he would certainly not normally act easily on other people's ideas. But whether that mysterious man was friendly or not was unknown, but he should not be an enemy. He seemed to know something inside, and it was not clear if Jiangju could be trusted. Of course, trust here is referred to two aspects. One was Jiangju's position, and the second was Jiangju's ability. He was bowing his head in thought when he suddenly heard someone call him. Advisor Jiang. Jiangju lifted his head and saw an oriental face. Something looked familiar, but he couldn't recall where he'd seen it before. And, you are? Advisor Jiang, it's really you. I'm Du Jingtian, and oh, I'm Mr. Lei Shan's secretary. Lei Shan's secretary? The secretary of the O5 Council secretary? Jiangju then remembered that after the Site 14 infiltration incident, the Foundation headquarters sent Lei Shan to Jianghai City to commend him and Yang Shui, and one of his entourage was this Du Jingtian. At that time, Lei Shan's external identity was the Chinese regional president of the multinational company Sirui Group. Du Jingtian, as Lei Shan's secretary, must also be a member of the foundation. At that time, he and Lei Shan cooperated quite happily, so Du Jingtian would recognize Zhang Ju at a glance. As a high-ranking member of a multinational group, it was not surprising that he could buy tickets for this game. Advisor Zhang, you came to see the match as well? Du Jingtian asked. Yeah. Zhang Ju nodded, just a hobby. Du Jingtian unobtrusively glanced at Zhang Ju's location and laughed, I didn't expect Advisor Zhang to be so widely involved. I'm just an amateur who came over to see what all the fuss was about. He pointed to the VIP seat in front of him, if you don't mind, let's sit together, and maybe we can continue our talk there. Those who could work beside Lei Shan were delicate-minded, eight-sided people. He could see that Zhang Ju's seat was not good but did not explicitly say, taking a turn and asking Zhang Ju if he wanted to go with him to a place with a better view in front. But Zhang Ju had other things on his mind, he hadn't come simply to watch the game, so he simply shook his head. Secretary Du, I appreciate the kindness. But I have something to do later and may have to leave the stadium mid-game. So, it's more convenient to sit here. So that's how it is, that's a pity. Du Jingtian laughed, I'll go first then. If Advisor Zhang needs anything, just give me a call in the front. Zhang Ju nodded his head. After the two men separated, Zhang Ju resumed walking to his seat. He saw Du Jingtian say something to the staff member accompanying him and nod back to him before leaving. A waiter soon approached Zhang Ju and asked if he needed to move to the VIP seats, which were close to the stage and had drinks and food. Even though Zhang Ju had turned down Du Jingtian's offer, he had still been offered by the organizers. He was afraid that Zhang Ju liked to be alone, so he invited him in another way. I had to admit that Lei Shan really had a knack for coaching his men. Zhang Ju declined the invitation again, but he asked for a Coca-Cola and a bucket of popcorn this time. It wasn't a mature social performance to always refuse someone's kindness. Once the Coca-Cola was given, Zhang Ju felt like peeing. It was still early for the show to start, so he got up and prepared to go to the bathroom. The arena was huge, so he followed the signs all the way to the toilets, whistled, and was about to relief. The sound of a phone call suddenly came from inside one of the bathroom stalls. The man had deliberately lowered his voice, and Zhang Ju was not in the habit of eavesdropping on other people's conversations. Still, the other man spoke in Chinese and mentioned a name that interested Zhang Ju in his words, so Zhang Ju focused on him and listened to what he had to say. You guys take it easy. I'm not raising the price on the fly. Business is always negotiated. Only when you're willing to buy it, right? I know you guys are charging less, and I'm not backing down. I can guarantee you. Yes, as long as you guys add another 5 million. I guarantee that Fang Tianlong won't be able to go in the third round. I am very honest. 20 years ago, we worked together once. Remember Chen Xiao? He fell into my hands. Good, then it's a deal. As soon as I receive the bank's deposit information, we have made a deal. The man was so pleased with himself that he swaggered out of the toilet cubicle after flushing. In a matter of minutes, he had made an additional $5 million. What could be more enjoyable than that? He washed his hands while proudly humming about the good old days. Suddenly he felt a chill on his back, and he instinctively looked up. A young man with an Asian face looked at him with a leathery smile in the mirror. Who are you? He asked warily. He saw the young man with a sinister smile. While rubbing his wrist, he said, Moxie, oh Moxie, gave birth to this unholy child to your land, to your whole family land. A land destined to death. Chapter 126. Li Rolong opened his eyes and found himself in a storage room. He was tied to a chair, his mouth was taped, and he could not move. It was the first time he had been kidnapped in his 50 years of life, and he was terrified. He had earned so much money and hadn't spent it yet. He had 2 women in his home and hadn't had enough fun. He didn't want to die in vain. With a creak, the door opened, and a man walked in. In the darkness, he couldn't see the other man's face. He made a whimpering sound, trying to call for help. "Don't even bother. You can scream your throat out, but no one will come to save you." The young man's voice came out, exactly the same as the voice in the bathroom just now. Only then did he realize that figure was not from the west but from the Chinese region. Click. The incandescent light was turned on, and the storage room was lit up. The young man took another chair, dragged it to the floor, and sat in front of him. "I'll be the one who's asking here. All you have to do is nod or shake your head, got it?" The young man smiled and didn't seem as cruel and scary as the robbers in the movie. "Please," Li Rolong looked at the other man with pleading eyes, expecting him to let him go. Who knows that the young man suddenly changes his mind. In his amazed gaze, he smacked his face while shouting, "Don't you understand? I told you to nod or shake your head." The young man's strength was so great that Li Rolong's face instantly swelled up, with the pattern of the sole of the shoe still printed on it. Li Rolong was blinded by this sudden blow, and it took him a while to come back to his senses, not caring about the pain on his face and nodding his head repeatedly. "That's right." The young man looked relieved, patted his shoulder, sat back in his chair, and continued to put on a sinister smile. As if it wasn't him who had just hit someone. After seeing the smile, Li Rolong felt a chill rise from his back. The young man opened the wallet retrieved from Li Rolong's body and took out his ID. Li Rolong, male, 53 years old, Executive Director of the Chinese Martial Arts Association. Fang Tianlong's best friend and manager, right? Li Rolong nodded his head. "Just now, I heard you talking to someone on the phone. It seems like you said you want more money." Li Rolong shook his head frantically. The young man picked up the sole of his shoe and smacked it on Li Rolong's face again. "Who said you could talk? Who said you could talk?" He smacked him left and right as he talked. Li Rolong had never been subjected to this kind of punishment, and within a few strokes, he bowed his head and begged for mercy. The teeth in his mouth were broken several times. When the young man got tired of whipping, he let Li Rolong go and held him upright. "Are you willing to tell the truth now?" Li Rolong had tears in his eyes and nodded his head aggressively. "Good to hear." The young man stroked his head. "So there's this client you're talking about. They paid you for Hudson to win and wanted you to do something to Fang Tianlong, right?" Li Rolong looked at the young man, and after some struggle, he nodded helplessly. He had a feeling that if he didn't match the sum, he would really be shoehorned to death by the other side. He clenched his teeth and admonished himself in his mind that now that he had been kidnapped, he had to bow down. He would definitely kill this young man as long as he could get out of here alive. 20 years ago, the reason why Chen Xiao lost the match was also your doing. The young man continued to ask. Li Rolong hesitated slightly, and the young man raised the sole of his shoe and was about to strike, scaring him so much that he nodded his head. "There is no one else here. Even if he reports this young man, he will not admit to it. Chen Xiao died last month, and his cause of death was unknown." Li Rolong thought he was obedient to the young man and could be spared from the pain. Who knew that he nodded? The young man's smiling face instantly became fierce. "I'll break your grandmother's legs." The young man was mad. The solace of his shoes fell on Li Rolong's head and face like raindrops, hitting multiple times. Li Rolong had never received such severe beatings, and the intense pain in his body made him continue to spasm. He begged, trying to talk to the young man. If he lets him go, he will give him lots and lots of money. But the young man did not give him a chance to speak. As if there was an endless amount of anger was thrown. Li Rolong was soon beaten into unconsciousness. The second before he passed out. He saw the young man looking down at him with a disgusted expression. In this society, there are always some pigs who can't even be considered human for the sake of money. In the beginning, I couldn't figure it out. But when I saw you, now I understood. For the money, you can betray your friends, relatives, country, and even souls. You are just wearing an empty human skin, even worse than animals. If we let people like you continue to roam in this world, then God is really blind. 20 minutes before the boxing match started. Backstage lounge. Master, the boss went out to the toilet for half an hour. Why hasn't he come back yet? Fang Tianlong was sitting on a chair with his eyes closed. It was like he didn't hear what his disciple said. Another disciple who looked more mature said, maybe he met someone he knew. Let me go check. He got up and opened the door but found an extra sack outside the lounge door, which seemed to be stuffed with a person. With an unsettling feeling in his heart, he hurriedly untied the sack and found that inside was Li Rolong, the manager of this match. He looked around and immediately dragged the sack back to the lounge. Master, look. It's the boss. He had been beaten up. Qing Shan, call the ambulance. Fang Tianlong, who had been chilling before his match, opened his eyes. Seeing this scene, he frowned slightly. The disciple freed the already unconscious Li Rolong from the sack, only to find that there was still a camera inside, with a card stuck to it. The card was obviously a corner torn off from some propaganda poster. It was written in wildly exaggerated font with a few big words, "I'm a greedy pig." At this same time, Zhang Ju returned to his seat. Knowing the truth of the matter, he was in a mood that could not be described as good or bad. He thought of old man Chen. The old master was spontaneous at heart, and a simple failure was not so bad as to make him retire in disgrace. The only explanation was that he knew someone had victimized him, and that person was also his friend. The old master is dead. Although he didn't say anything, he still thought about that battle for many years. Suppose the two sides fight squarely, how the victory or defeat is still unknown. But under the circumstances, it was impossible for him to challenge Chris again, which was probably the regret of his life. Fang Tianlong took on Hudson this time, hoping for a fair result. The time was 7:50 p.m., and there were only 10 minutes left before the match started. Just when everyone's eyes were focused on the center of the ring. Outside the competition arena, two well-equipped teams took over the policing of the entire venue. A captain-like man turned on his walkie-talkie, "Mole, this is Raccoon. We've searched the entire west area and no sight of the target. What's the situation on your side?" A gruff voice came on the other side of the intercom, "The east area has also been searched, no sight of the target found. Damn, I don't know where it went." Captain Raccoon said, "If I'm right, the target should be inside the arena. We must arrest the target as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences are unthinkable." Fuck. The captain of the Mole cursed again, "There are probably thousands of people in this arena, and I don't want that calamity to be buried with him amongst these people." Chapter 127. The match between Hudson and Fang Tianlong was a clash of Chinese and Western cultures, despite the fact that both of them were not in the same weight class or even in the same martial arts. The fight follows the same rules that Chris and Chan Xiao fought 20 years ago. No attacks on the lower body or eyes, no weapons allowed, boxing gloves allowed, and no restrictions amongst other techniques. The match was divided into 5 rounds consisting of 3 minutes, and if one of them lost or surrendered before the round ended, the other side won the fight immediately. If the two sides fight to the end, a panel of 12 international judges will score both players, with each effective attack counting as 1 point and the highest score winning. This rule seems fair, but the judges' scoring varies from one to another. Both Chen Xiao back then and Fang Tianlong today have developed tactics to defeat each other within the match time. It is also the best way to show off about the greatness of Chinese martial arts. The match was about to start, and the arena was already full of people. Jiangju also regained his seat. At this time, a man sneakily approached. "Brother, the seat next to you is empty, right? Can you let me sit for a moment?" Jiangju looked up, only to see that the other person was wearing a large helmet with a very strange shape. This kind of event was all about seating in pairs, and this man obviously hadn't bought a ticket but had somehow slipped in. Jiangju took a look at him and thought it was a bit strange, but didn't say much and stood up to let him pass conveniently. Only the last 5 minutes were left before the match started. Both fighters entered the arena. With the host's passionate introduction, a cheer went up in the crowd. Hudson was the new champion of boxing and was loved by the people of Mei, while Fang Tianlong represented the ceiling of Eastern martial arts and had many supporters. Fang Tianlong's expression was calm on the big screen, seemingly completely unaffected by the Li Rulong incident. Jiangju secretly nodded his head. This was the style of a master. Fuck. A low cursing sound came. Jiangju glanced to the side, only to see that the man who had just sat next to him had taken off his helmet. His head and face, and hands were full of scars, both old and new. It was not the kind of scar that had been injured. It looked like he had accidentally bumped into it, just like a blind man. He had just taken off his helmet, not holding it, and accidentally hit his foot. He tried to pick it up, and his head hit the chair in front of him, causing him to scream in pain, looking like an unlucky old man. Jiangju looked at him and suddenly remembered a line from Lao Guo, the horizontal ground pulling the carriage a step from the hurdle, making it fall involuntary. All of the goods in the carriage were chaotically lost. When the man saw Jiangju looking at him, he seemed embarrassed. He took out a bottle of Coke. "Do you want a drink?" Jiangju instinctively stepped away from him. "Thanks, I just had one." "Then I'll make it easy on you." The man laughed and opened the Coke. Who knew foam would come out at once? He hurriedly used his mouth to plug it. But the foam was too much, and it came straight out of his nose and eyes, like a dragon playing with water. He could not hold it and vomit on the ground. The people around him all scattered and looked at him with disgust. Seeing his embarrassment, the corners of Jiangju's mouth twitched, and he was glad he had seen it coming. "Excuse me. I'm really sorry." The man apologized to the people around him, then got up and left, probably wanting to go to the restroom to clean up. As he came out, he tripped over a chair again. Jiangju wanted to reach out to help him but suddenly had a bad feeling about it. So, he forced himself not to move. The unlucky man fell again and then disappeared at the end of the corridor amidst the contemptuous gazes of the crowd. Jiangju looked at him and then at the big screen of the match, then narrowed his eyes and followed him. Meanwhile, Du Jingtian, who was sitting in the VIP front row seat, answered a phone call. "Hey, it's me." "Yeah, I'm here." "Okay, I got it." He stood up and looked around. The waiter next to him immediately bowed and asked, "Mr. Du, what can I do for you?" Du Jingtian waved his hand at him. "Nothing, I'm going to the restroom." Du Jingtian walked all the way to the outfield. When he came to an unoccupied place, he took out another phone. "Mr. Lei, I'm in the boxing arena right now, and there's a little something happening here." Lei Shan's voice came from the other end. "Is there any problem?" "Yes." Du Jingtian said, "Things may be rather troublesome, I think. This match may not be able to go on." "I know." Lei Shan said, "Do what you need to do. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame." "No," Du Jingtian said, "Mr. Lei, I can't afford such a big burden. There's someone I knew here." "Who?" "Jiangju, advisor Jiang." "Oh? He's there." Lei Shan smiled. "Good then. It's not the first time we've worked together anyway. Let him take command of the situation." The bell for the start of the match finally rang. Hudson's touched his boxing gloves while Fang Tianlong arched his hand. A world war was about to kick off. Out of sight, the members of the two MTF squads also began to infiltrate the tournament grounds secretly. At this moment, Zhang Ju was looking for the figure of the man from earlier in the restroom. Where did it go? He frowned but never found it. Suddenly, he felt a bad chill run through his body. He turned around, and he saw another person. It's the old man before. The old man looked old, about 80 or 90 years old, with white hair and a nearly connected beard. He was wearing ragged clothes, with a cloth bag slung over his right hand, looking like a vagrant. Zhang Ju looked at him, and he looked at Zhang Ju. Young man. The old man's voice sounded hoarse, you're here. Zhang Ju cocked his head. Old man, you are waiting for me. Can't say I'm waiting either. The old man said, I can't stay in one place for too long. I just came to look for you. Zhang Ju's whole body trembled with sweat, and something bad lingered in his heart. Old man, you don't want to invite me to dinner, right? I'm really sorry, I've recently lost weight, and I quit dieting. The old man shook his head slightly. Young man, don't be nervous. I just want to ask you to do me a favor. Zhang Ju asked, what kind of favor? Please kill me. That was an odd request. Zhang Ju said. He didn't act rashly because he could tell that the old man wasn't joking. He could feel the dark aura emanating from the old man's entire body. The intensity of this aura was so high that he had only seen it on two people so far. One was SCP-343, God, and the other was SCP-701-1, the Hanged King. And among them, SCP-343 is the densest one. In addition to the intensity, the three gave Zhang Ju a different feeling. The aura on SCP-343 was chaotic and fuzzy. The aura on the Hanged King was dark red and bloody. In comparison, the aura on this old man's body was dark and withered. His body could only be described as a lake that was about to dry up, completely devoid of life. It was like a living dead man. I know who you are. Zhang Ju looked at the old man in front of him. It doesn't matter who I am anymore. The old man sighed, if you don't want a disaster to happen here. Kill me, or all of you will be killed by me quickly. Chapter 128. Zhang Ju stared into the old man's eyes. Before I start, can I ask a question? How do you know that I can kill you? I don't know. The old man shook his head, an intuition drives me. The battle between the two was on the verge of breaking out. Just at that moment, Zhang Ju's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the old man and pressed the button. Du Jingtian's voice came through, Advisor Zhang, I'm sorry. There's one thing that I may have to bother you with. Speak. Zhang Ju was brief and concise. According to the Foundation's information, SCP-1440 has appeared in the nearby area. The two MTF teams, Mole and Raccoon, have taken over the security measures on the arena's perimeter but have not found him. According to their speculation, that old man has probably entered within this arena. There's no need to speculate. Zhang Ju looked at the old man in front of him, he's right in front of me now. There was a sudden pause on the other end of the phone, obviously surprised by the news. Advisor Zhang, you really dash. Well. Nothing. Zhang Ju hummed, Du Jingtian, if you dare to put words in your mouth again. I'll have Lei Shan transfer you to Side 14, and the two of us will have a good conversation. Sorry. Du Jingtian had long been aware of Zhang Ju's temper and knew that even Lei Shan would not be able to win against him, so he could only concede and say, I was trying to say that you are really true to your name. Not bothering to dwell on the implications of Du Jingtian's words, Zhang Ju said unpleasantly, so, you called me to tell me this. No, Du Jingtian said, I have already informed Mr. Lei about the situation, and he said that you are in full charge of the situation here. So, I am asking you what we should do now. Full responsibility? In other words, Zhangju will be the one who is to blame if anything happens. That Lei Shan must be holding a grudge against himself for taking advantage of him. Zhangju said unpleasantly, what should we do? Since it has been confirmed that SCP-1440 is here, what else can we do? No matter what method you use, evacuate all the people in the entire arena within half an hour, including the outer MTF team. Tell them to get lost if you don't want them to die. Also, deploy as many fire trucks and riot squads as possible. Whether or not this building can hold in a while is a different matter. Zhangju laid out a long list of tasks, obviously quite scornful of the old man's strength. Whatever you use seemed to have become Zhangju's mantra, as he really didn't care what tricks Du Jingtian used, as long as he could achieve his goal anyway. Comprehending Zhangju's order, Du Jingtian asked, what about you, Advisor Zhang? Me. Zhangju looked at the old man in front of him. Naturally, the old man has more important things to do. SCP-1440, the old man from nowhere. Legend has it that he gambled with the 3 brothers of death and won immortality, but he was also cursed by them. He will not die, but the price is that wherever he goes, he will bring disaster to the nearby surrounding. Like Dr. Bright, they were granted immortality, but all they could think about was how to be freed. He once voluntarily approached the SCP Foundation and asked to be killed, but it led to the destruction of the entire site. The Foundation tried to take him in or destroy him several times, but without exception, all ended in failure and at a hefty price. Since then, the old man disappeared on his own and once again embarked on a wandering journey. No one knows where he has gone, and at that moment, he appears in front of Zhangju. Zhangju hung up the phone. He summons the dragon crystal and the reality anchor out of the pocket dimension in his hands. Old man, it's not really impossible for me to kill you. He smiled heatedly and asked the most classic questions, but what's in it for me? The boxing match had reached the final 3rd round. Above the ring, the match between Hudson and Fang Tianlong had entered a white heat. Out of the crowd's expectations, Hudson, who was not prepared before, fought Fang Tianlong with ease. Although he is not as heavy as European champion Gibson, he is more flexible than his enemy, so he has an advantage against Fang Tianlong. His resistance to striking was also very strong, and in the first 2 rounds, Fang Tianlong's punch could not even break the defense. At the beginning of the 3rd round, Fang Tianlong unleashed his mastery, the Beiji Fist, and Hudson also obviously stepped up his aggressiveness. Both of them wanted to end the fight by KO. A vicious fight was about to take place. Suddenly, an ear-splitting alarm sounded. Immediately afterward, the announcement also can be heard. To ensure everyone's safety due to a fire on the floor of this arena, the match is suspended. Please follow the staff's instructions and evacuate in an orderly manner. Obviously, this was the solution Du Jingtian had come up with based on Zhangju's instructions of no matter what method you use. By all means, such a brutal and straightforward approach was not a great choice. It could even be described as the worst choice because the announcement would be more likely to cause panic, which would lead to a stampede. But there's no time to lose. Du Jingtian can only take extreme measures to interrupt the game in this situation. If he chose the other solution, he could have buried the lives of thousands of people here. It was a good thing that the worst scenario did not happen. Most people looked baffled and then cursed. Everyone was surprisingly unanimous in their thinking that a boxing match is no more important than a small life. After confirming that this was not a prank, everyone started to evacuate under the pressure of Du Jingtian's ironclad management. 25 minutes later, the entire arena was empty. He didn't even find out where Zhangju was. Several thousand spectators gathered together with anger outside the stadium because they hadn't seen the arena on fire at all. You guys are lying. That's it? I want a refund. I don't want a refund. I want to see the boxing match. All of them were shouting everything. The owner of the organizer could not stand the pressure and found the person who was in charge of the announcer, Du Jingtian. Mr. Du, you told me that there were bombs planted by terrorists in the arena. I have evacuated all of the audience. Are you playing with me? Du Jingtian simply ignored him, looking at the brightly lit arena and saying something in a low voice. The organizer turned his ears slightly to hear what he was saying. 1790, 1791, 1792, he was counting. Just when the organizer was about to interrupt Du Jingtian, he just happened to count to 1800. Before Du Jingtian's voice stopped, there was an explosion. The arena exploded violently. Just like an earthquake, the whole building collapsed in an instant. The crowd was so frightened that they kept retreating backward, afraid of being affected by the explosion. The organizers looked dumbfounded at Du Jingtian, not knowing what to say for a moment. Du Jingtian shook his head and said softly, "This advisor Zhang is really something." Chapter 129. The entire competition arena collapsed with a violent shake. Explosions kept coming, and the ruins of the arena began to burst in fire. The crowd was stunned. If they came out a few minutes later, I'm afraid they would have been buried in the fire at this point. The fire trucks that had been waiting here immediately began to work. Looking at the fire in front of him, Du Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. As Lei Shan's beloved secretary, he was responsible for handling specific matters for Lei Shan and knew many insider secrets. He found that many SCP projects had started to become active in recent years. Regardless they were already contained or not. He didn't know if this meant anything, but there was always a bad feeling. The SCP Foundation has done its best to keep the impact to a minimum. Just like it did today. But inevitably, there would always be sightings of the SCP occurrences. Despite the Foundation's various memory-erasing drugs, the anomalous effects of SCP will always remain. If this continues, it is only a matter of time before the SCP Foundation is exposed to the public eye. Du Jingtian's rank was not low, and he had presented his ideas to Lei Shan. But his response was silent, and he did not say anything. He knew that the Foundation had been alerted about the problem, but there just didn't seem to be anything that could be done. As each day passed and the situation became more serious, the Foundation was like a fireman, constantly fighting fires around the world. Containment efforts became frequent, and the most impressive time he remembered was when Lei Shan commanded several MTF squads at the same time and did not close his eyes for 3 days and nights. Just when he thought the situation would continue to deteriorate. One day, Lei Shan suddenly became happy. Lei Shan is the kind of person who is not happy or angry. No matter what kind of situation he encounters, his face always has a calm and relaxed expression. If he had not followed him for many years, Du Jingtian would not have been able to distinguish that tiny difference. Du Jingtian was able to confirm this matter because on that day, Lei Shan, who had never drank a drop of wine, had a few drinks. It was also that day that the name Zhang Ju spread throughout the Foundation's senior management. Special Advisor, Level B Personnel, Level 4 Authority. The high authority and power given to Zhang Ju by the Foundation were unprecedented. Zhang Ju was still a newly arrested visitor from a parallel world at that time. Of course, because Du Jingtian's level was not enough, these things were also pieced together by him little by little. After the Side-14 infiltration, Lei Shan even took on the task that should have belonged to him and personally went to Zhangzhou just to be able to meet Advisor Zhang with his own eyes. After returning from Zhangzhou, Lei Shan had a word with him. He didn't choose the wrong person. Du Jingtian did not know what Lei Shan meant by he back then, but the hint was very obvious. This Advisor Zhang. It might be the last trump card in the Foundation's hand. Du Jingtian's deputy walked up to him and whispered, "Commander Du, I confirmed with the 2 MTF squad leaders that I didn't see Advisor Zhang coming out from the arena. He wouldn't have dash. Du Jingtian didn't tell anyone about the news that Zhangju was here. He only told about it to a few of his cronies, so they have to be careful. There were a total of 6 exits in this competition arena, but they did not see Zhangju. They were very worried. Du Jingtian, on the other hand, shook his head. Tell the other squads that follow the usual procedures when the police department comes. As for Advisor Zhang's safety, is no longer something that people at our level can influence. Zhangju hung up the phone and took his dragon crystal and reality anchor out from the pocket dimension. He asked that most classic of questions with a heated smile, "Old man, it's not impossible for me to kill you, but what's in it for me?" Zhangju's utilitarianism would be countless times stronger than usual at certain times. When you come to ask for help, you always have to face his demands. The old man faintly froze, seemingly not expecting Zhangju to ask this question. Zhangju hummed, "Old man, you don't even have basic manners. Please, if you want to die, do it somewhere else." Okay. The old man had lived for an unknown number of years, and this was the first time someone had spoken to him like this. Crack, crack, crack. Under the old man's ability, cracks had begun to appear on the surrounding walls. However, Zhangju was unmoved, only counting the time silently in his heart. He suddenly felt a chill on his back. It was as if something was attached to his body, but he couldn't see anything with his vision. Just then, the old man suddenly said, "I have nothing to give you. The only thing I can do is foretell the death of people. The first brother of death has come, and he is behind you." Oh, that's interesting. Knowing exactly what happened to him, Zhangju laughed instead. The curse attached to the old man's body was surprisingly affecting him. The 3 brothers of death were truly worthy of their name. But he was a little curious as to how exactly they were going to come to reap his life. You know, with his current strength, even if there was an earthquake and the whole building collapsed, it wouldn't hurt him at all. It is not easy to kill him. Death has to abide by the basic law of life. Zhangju knew that even though he was immune to most SCP abilities, he was not completely invincible. As far as he could remember, he had almost died twice. First, he met the Hanged King, and then he met SCP-3844. Both of the situations put Zhangju in a troubled state. Of course, the temporal influence of Mobius Cave is a different thing, and it does not count. Time flew minute by minute. 20 minutes had passed since Zhangju had hung up the phone. Zhangju and SCP-1440 were just in the corridor, staring at each other with wide eyes. SCP-1440 was strong because of his influence on the human creatures around him, and he didn't have any powerful killing moves of his own, except for the last treasure that he didn't want to use. Zhangju could have slipped away, but he did not because he knew very well that his life was slowly dying. There was no use in running away. He had to get the problem solved here. The old man looked at him. "The second brother is already on top of you." Zhangju nodded, increasingly curious as to how death would come to take his life. Just then, a noisy voice came. "Excuse me, can I ask something? Why is there no one inside the arena?" Zhangju turned around. He saw a cloaked man holding onto the wall, looking at them, and in his words, a little embarrassed. His clothes were unkempt, and he was not even wearing a shoe on one of his feet. "I just went to the toilet. When I came back, the boxing match was over, and everyone ran off to who knows where. Do you know anything? Didn't you hear the announcement just now?" Zhangju frowned at him, noticing the many gray-brown stains on the other man's white shirt, and only then did he recognize that this man was none other than the unlucky man who had just sat next to him. He hadn't looked like this when he'd left and had probably encountered something else in the toilet to get himself into this state. Seeing that neither of them was talking, he simply walked over in Zhangju's direction. "Dude, I just got hit in the head by the toilet. I'm a little dizzy. Can you help me out? He was walking wobbly, and he clearly was half conscious. He was looking at the guy's hand about to touch his own, a feeling off in Jiangju's heart. At this moment, he recognized the man's identity. And finally, he knew how the three brothers of death were going to kill him. Chapter 130. At that moment, the man's hand was only 0.01 centimeters from Jiangju's body. He dodged his touch with a swift. It was because he recognized the other person. If his guess was correct, this unlucky man should also be an SCP object with the number identification 2416. CP-2416 refers to multiple instances of a 35-year-old Caucasian human male named Joseph Grunderson Pike. Despite having unextraordinary brain activity and no history of neurological disorders, SCP-2416 displays diminished intellectual capacity and a high likelihood of getting into a lethal accident. In short, SCP-2416 is a person who is always involved in fatal accidents, and after death, an identical person is reborn. After the rebirth, although the name and appearance are the same as the original owner, it will lose the original owner's original memory, and they will be two completely different people. The cause of his death is generally very strange or makes people feel ridiculous. According to the Foundation's records, he choked to death on food because he really liked oatmeal, slept on the highway because he was tired, climbed into the incinerator at Site 59 because he was looking for a bathroom, because of curiosity he went to see a Sturm-class info hazard and was shot to death. In short, the cause of death is as odd as it can be. If anyone can make a book about his experience, he will definitely be rated as the best in the death class. In fact, this SCP anomalous ability is quite unimportant. No matter how he died, as long as it did not affect others, it could even be treated as a joke. However, this is different for Jiangju. The level of danger for SCP-2416 is higher than any of the SCPs he encountered before. Having said that, it is necessary to review the ability that allows Jiangju to go smoothly in the SCP world. First, he is immune to some of the effects of the SCP anomalous traits. Secondly, he can acquire a portion of the SCP anomalous abilities through physical contact. Of course, the SCP itself should be alive. Jiangju's second ability is somewhat similar to every cliché novel ever. It can absorb the opponent's power and use it as its own. As long as the opponent's level was within a certain limit, the stronger the enemy he encountered, the stronger the absorption ability would be. Sounds pretty perverted. But this ability also has a fatal flaw. Because it is an indiscriminate absorption, if the enemy's ability is positive, he will rightly become stronger. But if the enemy's ability is negative, he'll subconsciously absorb its negative ability and face the consequences. Obviously, SCP-2416's ability is negative, and it is the kind of negative ability that he should avoid. Once touched by SCP-2416 and absorbed his ability, even Jiangju could not escape the fate of being dead. He could die from overdrinking the next day. Then on the third day, he would die from frequent urination. Then on the fourth day, he would die of dehydration. Every day, he would die in a different way, and it would be particularly funny. Then he will have the chance to become the most miserable protagonist of the century. In summary, if there is any object in the world of SCP that can be called Jiangju's natural enemy, then SCP-2416 definitely counts as one. The three brothers of death wanted to use this very point to get Jiangju killed. Good thing Jiangju found it in time. Avoid direct contact with SCP-2416, and his journey would not end here. Jiangju was at a loss for words. SCP-2416 was lying on the ground. Because he hit his head in the toilet, he was already confused, and when he fell to the ground, he couldn't get up again. Jiangju looked at him. SCP-2416 already has the quality of looking for death, and now it has come to SCP-1440's side. It is really difficult not to die today. Time passed, and there were only 5 minutes left before Zhangju and Du Jingtian agreed on the time. The Brothers of Death is still there. The old man looked at Zhangju. If you don't kill me soon, under my influence, you will die as well. It looked like Zhangju hadn't completely solved the problem. Even if he had dodged SCP-2416, this cunning 3 Brothers of Death were still crawling on his back. A clicking sound came, and Zhangju looked up to find that cracks had appeared in the ceiling above the corridor. The ground also began to shake. Under the influence of SCP-1440, it wouldn't be long before the entire building would be destroyed. It looks like it's not going to work without killing you. Zhangju licked his lips, his right hand clutching the reality anchor. He remembered that SCP-1440 had survived the explosion that destroyed a Foundation site. So, a normal method of killing would definitely not work for him. He had to make the first move is the killing move. SCP-1440 closed his eyes and drew his neck to give hints for Zhangju to kill. Zhangju silently chanted and turned on the switch of the reality anchor. The space around SCP-1440 is distorted in a flash. His head and body gradually separated. Just when Zhangju thought that his work was done, he felt the Hume index around SCP-1440 increasing, as if a force was preventing him from modifying reality. Zhangju held the dragon crystal in his hand and kept increasing his power, but he could only level with that power with each other, and there was no way to continue distorting the reality. By conservative estimation, the Hume index around SCP-1440 had reached 300 plus, which was beyond the limit that the reality anchor could reach. After a minute, Zhangju gave up. He put away the reality anchor, and SCP-1440 was still standing there intact. The first attempt failed. Zhangju let out a grunt. It really wasn't that easy. Although SCP-1440 still maintained his human image, the level of power he displayed was already comparable to Hanged King and second only to SCP-343. Zhangju had no doubt that even if he touched the old man, he would not be able to obtain any abilities from him. Zhangju put away the reality anchor and walked over to SCP-1440. SCP-1440 had been standing in place, waiting for Zhangju. He slowly approached him and took hold of his shoulder. Sure enough, Zhangju couldn't feel anything but that ethereal aura. This time, Zhangju tried to activate SCP-049's ability, and it failed. Humph! A mouthful of blood spurted out of him. The moment he activated his ability, a powerful reaction force came at him, and if he hadn't withdrawn in time, I'm afraid he would have been seriously injured by now. It's really hard to deal with. Zhangju touched the blood at the corner of his mouth, an excited look in his eyes. He activated Abel's ability and summoned a long black sword. The blade inhibited self-healing abilities, and didn't know if it would still work on SCP-1440. No matter what, he would have to try his best. Zhangju swung his arm around, wielded the long black sword, and slashed at SCP-1440's neck. Just as the sharp sword was about to approach SCP-1440's neck, Zhangju suddenly turned around and slashed to the other side. A hand suddenly appeared and steadily held the blade. That hand appeared out of nowhere, very abruptly. It was as if a ghost had suddenly materialized. Zhangju firmly gripped the hilt with both hands and hummed, "Man, since you're here, you might as well tell me your name." Ah! The man's figure slowly appeared as if it had been there on the floor the whole time. At the same time, an ethereal voice rang out. "I have long introduced myself to you that I am, Nobody." Chapter 131. Nobody is one of the groups of interest that are watched by the Foundation. To say it's an organization may not be accurate, because the Foundation doesn't even know how many of them there really are. There may be a lot of nobody, or there may only be one. As for their purpose, it's even more of a mystery. The Foundation has always been vigilant about them and has sent many operations to launch investigations on them. But for so many years, it has not been able to grasp any valuable clues. They were like a mysterious person, appearing in the vision of the Foundation from time to time. He was remaining neutral. Until Zhang Ju's appearance and the Site-14 infiltration incident, Zhang Ju had met him once. Zhang Ju learned that he was the so-called chosen one from him. Obviously, nobody knew something, maybe even the truth about his travel to this world. But he obviously wouldn't tell Zhang Ju this and only said some godly things. For this kind of person, Zhang Ju hated it with a passion. He wasn't very fond of such kind of riddle like that. At this time, he reappeared, and at such a sensitive time, Zhang Ju wondered what exactly he had in mind. Nobody seemed to have guessed Zhang Ju's thoughts. "You know, I have no hostile intentions," he said at first. On this point, Zhang Ju was quite clear. Nobody was very strong. If he wanted to kill him, he could have done it at Site-14 because there was no need to wait until now. Zhang Ju slung the long black sword in his hand over his shoulder. "Did you come here to tell me to go to the landlord? Then you may have to wait a while. Master is busy killing people." Nobody looked at Zhang Ju and then at SCP-1440, who didn't say a word. "I'm just here to make a deal," he said. "Oh, so it's a pimp." Zhang Ju looked at the already cracked wall. "Please say what you have to say quickly. This place won't last much longer." "That's okay." Nobody snapped his fingers, and the shaking building suddenly stopped shaking, and the cracked walls returned to their original state in an instant. Zhang Ju watched his movements, his head analyzing his abilities. He could massively modify reality instantly and seemed to be an advanced reality bender. But then again, it didn't seem to be. Nobody gave him a different feeling than any of the people he'd come in contact with before. His figure is different. It was like encountering a 2D character in the real world. How out of sync it was going to be. The way he appeared, the way he disappeared, were all very abrupt. It was as if some creature had put him directly into this place. Nobody ignored Zhang Ju's scowl at him, but continued to speak his own words. "Cuba, you want to ask for help? I can help you." Nobody turned to SCP-1440, and only then did Zhang Ju learn the old man's name. "Mr. Zhang. If you want something in return too, I can make it up for you." Nobody said, "But there's only one condition." Zhang Ju asked, "What?" Nobody turned around and looked at Zhang Ju with a different kind of gaze. "Don't go see SCP-682. The scene was quiet for a moment. Nobody's condition seemed simple, but it was obvious that it had been planned before. He seemed to know that Zhang Ju had asked 05-10, and the purpose of his trip was to stop Zhang Ju. After a few seconds, Zhang Ju suddenly smiled as he looked at nobody. "What if I don't agree?" Nobody looked at him. "I'm here to help you." "You don't need to." Zhang Ju said, "Either you tell me the truth right now or get the hell out of my way. You won't let me see SCP-682, and it will do nothing but make me plunge the sword into you right now." Nobody stared into Zhang Ju's eyes and smiled back. "Mr. Zhang, you're really impenetrable." Zhang Ju looked at him. "You too. In that case, then let it be." Nobody looked at SCP-1440. "Are you ready?" SCP-1440 only wanted to die. He didn't care about anything else. He slowly said, "That Mr. Zhang will be taken away by death soon." Before his words fell, the wall that had just been repaired by nobody returned to its original state in an instant, and the ground began to shake again. For some reason, Zhang Ju felt a sharp pain in his chest and abdomen and unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of blood. Heh, God damn it. Was there really necessary to follow the basic law? He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression slightly grim. Seeing this scene, nobody looked serious and knew that he couldn't hold it out any longer. With a wave of his right hand, SCP-1440 disappeared as if it had been erased with an eraser, from top to bottom, slowly and finally completely gone. Zhang Ju had gone to great lengths to kill him, but he couldn't even withstand a second under nobody's power. Zhang Ju did not doubt that if nobody made a move on him, he wouldn't even have the power to fight back. After SCP-1440 disappeared, the building's anomaly started to disappear, but it was already irreversible. Nobody carried SCP-2416. Zhang Ju looked at him. Nobody said, "As for this person, I have things to do with him." Zhang Ju licked his face and said, "Buddy, it's hard for you to show up once. Since you're leaving, don't you want to say goodbye? Or you can give me some information, so it'll not be a waste of time to come here, right?" Nobody looked at him. "I've done what I have to do. The path has been laid for you to choose. I hope you do not regret it." A cloth bag suddenly appeared in his hand, and he threw it to Zhang Ju. "After this, I probably won't be able to appear in this world for a long time. This is for you. I hope it can help you on your path till the end." After saying these words, nobody cocked his head. Zhang Ju saw that his expression seemed a bit gloomy and unclear. Then, like SCP-1440, he was erased from this world. Zhang Ju took the cloth bag and looked around but did not see any clues. It seemed to be just an ordinary bag. But nobody was so cautious. This thing should be something extraordinary. It must be that he was not strong enough to use it. Anyway, it was not a wasted trip. Zhang Ju put the bag into his pocket dimension, planning to study it when he had time. The building was about to collapse, and he was going to go out. 2 days later, Zhang Ju was sitting alone on the street side of one of the streets in Mei. He was holding food in his hand, and some pigeons were looking at him with full attention, but he never let go of his hand. The pigeons were anxious, but they never dared to grab food from his hands. A man in a white suit came to him, sat down, took some food out of his hand, and gave it to the poor birds. "Holding food in your hand but not giving it to them. Advisor Zhang, that's unlikely like you." Zhang Ju glanced at him. "Is this like the Foundation?" Lei Shan smiled gently. "You seem to have some misconceptions about the Foundation." "I hope so." Zhang Ju grunted. "We've known each other for a while. Is there anything you want to say to me?" Lei Shan thought for a moment and said solemnly, "Advisor Zhang, no matter what you hear or see in the future, I want you to know that the Foundation is always on the side of humanity, and that has never changed." Chapter 132. The sensational Sino-Mei Cultural Exchange Tournament came to an end. The whole event could not be described as a successful conclusion and could even be described as a disastrous end. Because of the terrorist attack, the competition had to be suspended in the middle of the game, and finally, the whole venue building collapsed in the explosion. The economic loss caused by the whole event amounted to hundreds of millions of dollars. It sets a bad taste among the public, second only to the 9/11 incident. The good thing was that there were no casualties. 2 days later, a certain terrorist group in the Middle East claimed responsibility for the incident. President Tbukeo ordered several more peacekeeping forces to the Middle East that night, not knowing what he was going to accomplish with them. In addition to the panic that the terrorist attack brought to the local population, nothing had a greater impact than the duel between Hudson and Fang Tianlong. The two only reached the third round, and the winner was not yet divided. But because of the incident, it was no longer possible for both sides to risk continuing the fight. The official result was considered a handshake and a draw between the two. Many of the users go to the extent of explaining how it would end on some forum sites, and I don't know how many people have jumped to that conclusion. According to some gossip, Fang Tianlong was said to have a fight with the match director, Li Rolong, and sent him to the local public authorities after returning to China for unknown reasons. On the third day after the boxing match, the newly promoted champion Hudson released a bold statement at a press conference that Fang Tianlong was completely lucky and would have KO'd his opponent if the terrorist attack had not occurred. Hudson said he had asked to fight Fang Tianlong again offline, but Fang Tianlong did not dare to answer the fight. The people of Mei did not know the inside story, and all thought that Fang Tianlong was afraid of Hudson. By then, Fang Tianlong had already returned to China, and the Chinese Martial Arts Association had issued an article to dispel the rumors. Still, people only believed what they wanted to believe. Fang Tianlong had become a synonym for coward and deserter in the hearts of the people of Mei, and what makes it strange is that just a week after Hudson's press conference, he was suddenly injured and hospitalized and refused all interviews. According to sources, one day, Hudson came home from the training arena and met an Asian man who wanted to compete with him. The bodyguards accompanying him were all defeated, and Hudson had to go up to the fight. After 20 minutes, Hudson was knocked down with a punch and unconscious. No one knew where the Asian man came from, and according to Hudson's bodyguard, they could only see half of his face was burnt. The story was spread all over Mei, and there were many different opinions for a while. Some people say that the Chinese people are mean and rely on secret attacks to win, while others say that there are many experts in the ancient East, and they usually do not show themselves. With that, all of the Chinese people were mad because of Hudson. This event had a huge impact, and in the days to come, countless people went crazy for it, directly bringing Chinese martial arts back to the world stage. Zhang Ju was lying in his chair, watching the reports on TV, and couldn't help but shake his head. Of course, he knew who the man who had challenged Hudson was. No doubt that it was Guan Peng. After this incident, I believe that the old man Chen can rest in peace knowing it's the spring season. After returning to Site 14, Zhang Ju began to live a life of idleness, not taking on any tasks other than the experiments at this site. His intention was obvious, to remind the Foundation not to forget what you promised him. Yang Shui was left by the Foundation in the small town of Chlamydia. The new deputy director of experiments has not yet arrived, and Zhang Ju always has a negative attitude. Huang Xingguan, the site director, had no choice but to ask Zhang Hongde, the old experiment supervisor who was already semi-retired, to come back and guide the young researchers. In the middle of the night, Zhang Hongde and Zhang Ju were the only two people left in the lab. Zhang Ju poured a glass of water for the old man. "Old Zhang, you should rest early when you are old. Staying up so late every day is not good for your health." Zhang Hongde took the glass of water and put it in his hand. "If it weren't because for kiddos like you, with your ability, it wouldn't be wise to dictate to an old man like me here." Zhang Ju had a lot of strange knowledge in his head, but it was not systematic because it had not been studied fully. When he first became an advisor, he asked old Zhang for advice when he had questions. Old Zhang also taught Zhang Ju and Yang Shui his life's work, treating them as his successors. The relationship between the two was both teacher and friend, and there was nothing to worry about when they spoke together. After all, Zhang Hongde was old, and his health was not as good as it used to be. The long hours of work were too much for his body, so he listened to Zhang Ju and went back to rest. Zhang Ju did some final cleaning of the lab and was about to leave when he found that Zhang's computer had forgotten to shut down and his account had not been logged out. Zhang Ju wanted to turn it off for him, but when he put his mouse over the logout button, he suddenly hesitated. Zhang Ju used Zhang Hongde's account to open the Foundation's personnel department structure and found the MTF squad section. Zhang Hongde's rank was not low, and he could see all the MTF team names. Of course, his authority was limited to this, except for those secret teams that only O5 Council knew about it. Such as MTF like Pandora's Box. Zhang Ju searched one line at a time and didn't find the name he was looking for. He switched to his own account again. In fact, Zhang Ju's account had higher permissions than Zhang Hongde's, so he could see the name of the MTF squad, but he could even look up the personnel information. He checked for half a minute and again came up empty. Zhang Ju sighed. Apparently, this wasn't the first time he'd done this. The thing he searched for was simple. It was Black Pearl, the name of the MTF squad that had entered SCP-1351, Mobius Cave. The camera had been given to the Foundation, but he remembered the contents very well. Looking for the one who said the end is coming, Will Smith, the captain of the team called the Black Pearl. But whether he searched the Black Pearl or Will Smith, he can't seem to find the relevant information. If the Foundation did not hide the relevant information from him in advance, then there is only one possible explanation. The current Will Smith has not joined the Foundation. The Black Pearl team has not yet been established. Although, finding Will Smith was 3 years early. It may not be very useful, but a few more clues are better than none and may also be able to follow the trail to find information about the doctor. But as for now, there's no more thing to be said. Will Smith is likely to join the Foundation before taking a pseudonym. The Foundation is big. Finding him is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Although according to the normal timeline, the other party is likely to join the Foundation in the last 2 years and set up the Black Pearl team. Who knows if the information they brought out of the Mobius Cave will become the butterfly that flaps its wings and thus affects the whole world. Years before the end of the world happened, he had to prepare early. Zhang Ju sighed and was about to go back to rest when his phone suddenly vibrated. A text message came. Advisor Zhang, the schedule for your meeting with SCP-682 has been authorized. It will be done in a week. Chapter 133. In December, the weather was turning cooler than ever. It had been 2 months since Old Man Chen passed away. Chen Xiao had no children, and after he was buried, no one else came to see him except for Fang Tianlong, who had secretly come here to pay his respects before he left the country. On the same day, a middle-aged man with half of his face burnt came to Chen Xiao's grave with a pot of sorghum wine and a pack of cigarettes. Only some of the village natives know that that is the nephew of Master Chen. Guanpeng is not good at talking. He lit a cigarette and put it in front of the grave of Old Man Chen, and smoked it himself. For many years, he was haunted by the old man's defeat to Chris, and only after hearing about Li Rulong did he realize that the truth was so dirty. Hudson's statement became the last straw that broke the camel's back. After his mission in May, he left the team and met Hudson. When he fought, he did not use the usual killing techniques of the MTF team, but just used those moves taught to him by Old Man Chen and defeated Hudson. He wanted to prove to the world that Chinese martial arts was not so bad. Although the final result was just as he thought it would be, the Foundation's punishment came as expected. To avenge his personal vendetta and leave the team without permission, Guanpeng was punished by the Foundation. He was demoted from MTF captain to an ordinary team member, and had to stay at home for a month without pay. Guanpeng needs some time to rest alone. After a cigarette was burned, Guanpeng lit up another one. Chen Xiao lived in straitened circumstances. Cigarettes is not something he would enjoy every day. A pack of cigarette is enough for several days. Guanpeng finished smoking, and poured the wine in front of Chen Xiao's grave. In the distance, a figure suddenly appeared again. He fixed his eyes and found that it was Advisor Zhang Ju. He smiled at him and placed the things in his hand one by one in front of Chen Xiao's grave, and only then did the two of them begin to talk one after another. Captain Guan, you've defeated Hudson. Chen Xiao must be very relieved when he knows about it. Zhang Ju said. Unexpectedly, Guanpeng shook his head. If he were still alive, he would definitely say what's the point of being able to win, not being able live to its potential, and then told me to go away. Zhang Ju laughed. This was indeed Chen Xiao's style of parenting. Both of them were not pretentious people. After a few short talk, they came to the business. I heard that your matter was handled by Lei Shan. Zhang Ju glanced at Guanpeng. He probably wanted to protect you when he did that. I know. Guanpeng nodded his head. He spent dedicating himself in the Foundation for many years. Although, most of the times he relied on his own strength. There was internal disputes between the Foundation and he heard something. Where there are people, there will be rivers and lakes. The same for any organization, even the Foundation. The O5 Council as a whole represents the highest level of the Foundation, but there is no shortage of open and dark rivalries between them. Those who have the ability will naturally be pulled in. Out of dozens of MTF squads in the Chinese region, Guanpeng is the one who speaks up. Usually, he does not like this kind of rivalry, so there is not much to put his hand on the matter. But he has violated the Foundation's regulations. Lei Shan is giving him the easiest way out for both sides, so he has to accept it. Although Guanpeng was demoted from his MTF squad, as long as he didn't leave Red Ying, he was still the captain. The difference was that from then on, he had to start getting involved in these matters. Zhang Ju seemed to see his worries and said, "Captain Guan doesn't have to worry too much. As far as I know about Lei Shan, he shouldn't let you do anything out of the ordinary. At most, you should not stand against him." Guanpeng nodded his head. He looked back at Zhang Ju, "Advisor Zhang, the purpose of the Foundation is to serve mankind. None of the 1305s is a normal person. What happened just then was a deep and dark matter. I advise you not to get involved too deeply." Because of the relationship between Chen Xiao, Guanpeng, and Zhang Ju were considered to be their own people. So, they spoke relatively frankly to each other. Zhang Ju stretched out his hands. "I can't help it." Guanpeng said, "I see that you are enjoying yourself." When Guanpeng broke the news, Zhang Ju laughed and did not think anything of it, fighting against the sky, the earth, and the people. It's a lot of fun. Zhang Ju is a human being. When it comes to fighting and killing people, Guanpeng is just a schoolboy compared to him. Seeing that he has relieved from it, Guanpeng has no more anything to say. However, he suddenly remembered one thing, and his expression became serious. "I heard that you are going to the headquarters." Guanpeng asked. Zhang Ju gave a hint, "Just a quick visit to Site 19. You know, it's actually just a bigger site there." Guanpeng pondered for a moment and seemed to have made up his mind of some sort, "Since you're determined to get involved in those things, there's one thing that I have to tell you." "Oh? What is it?" Looking at Guanpeng's expression, Zhang Ju knew that it must be something very important. Otherwise, with Guanpeng's character, he would not have said such things. Guanpeng said, "Remember the incident when you just arrived here, when SCP-682 broke through the containment?" Zhang Ju nodded. Of course he remembered this incident. At that time, Dr. Li wanted to use SCP-409, Contagious Crystal, to kill SCP-682, which eventually made SCP-682 broke through the containment. If Zhang Ju did not know that Shirley could suppress SCP-682's berserk, Site 14 would have become a piece of junk. Seeing Zhang Ju nod, Guanpeng continued, "At that time, Red Ying squad was ordered to guard the area of Site 14. In order to quickly recontain SCP-682 once the execution failed." "But why did you guys never show up?" Zhang Ju asked. "Because we were temporarily transferred." Guanpeng said, "An order from the O5. Zhang Ju raised an eyebrow. "Is it convenient to reveal what you guys were transferred to?" This was already something that violated the regulations, but since Guanpeng had nothing to lose, he didn't care about it. He shook his head and said, "Nothing. We were just taken for a ride by the headquarters helicopter, only to return to Site 14 a few hours later and be informed that the mission was cancelled, and by that time, SCP-682 had already been contained by you. According to the Foundation's usual practice, even if we had been transferred, another team would have been needed to take over. But according to my subsequent investigation, the Foundation did not do so." Guanpeng looked Zhang Ju in the eyes. "If you want to go to the headquarters, I won't stop you. But you have to be careful. The hardest thing to guard against is always the cold shot from behind." "So that was it?" Zhang Ju gave a laugh. Originally, he had found it very strange. For an organization as rigorous as the Foundation, it was surprising that there was no backup plan for the execution of SCP-682. Thus, it seemed that both Yang Shui and Dr. Li had been set up. Someone wanted to use SCP-682 to go on a killing spree at Site 14. He thought about it and felt that it was not right. If someone really wanted to use SCP-682 to kill people, then the most likely target would be himself, who had just crossed over to this world. Probably he had been targeted from the first day he had arrived here. Zhang Ju suddenly laughed. Foundation. You're always full of surprises. Chapter 134. On New Year's Eve, the whole world was immersed in a full of joy. Zhang Ju took the last flight to Switzerland. This is where Site 19, the main headquarters of the Foundation, is located. It is called the main headquarters because Site 19 is currently the world's largest operating site for the Foundation, housing hundreds of SCP objects. One of the 13 members of the O5 Council rotates here every year to handle the day-to-day affairs of the Foundation. Many of them are dispersed from here to the rest of the world. Zhang Ju had been to Switzerland once, but that time he did not go inside Site 19. The purpose of his visit to the headquarters this time was simple: to meet SCP-682. More than a month ago, Zhang Ju and O5-10 agreed that he would hand over the camera found inside SCP-1351, and the Foundation would give him a chance to meet with SCP-682 with no video or video surveillance be put on. It looks like SCP-682 holds a very important place in the eyes of the Foundation, regardless of its past life. He arrived at the Swiss airport at 1300 hours local time on January 1st. The person in charge of the Foundation who came to greet him was already waiting there early. "Hello, Advisor Zhang, my name is Jose Morales, and I am the person in charge of your trip. I will first take you to the hotel where you are staying, and then we will have something to eat. I know a perfect restaurant. You will like it, Advisor Zhang." With his kind expression and decent speech, Morales looked like he often did hospitality work. Zhang Ju smiled at him. "Mr. Morales, there's no need to be so polite. If it's convenient, please take me directly to the site." About that," Morales' expression changed. Zhang Ju looked up at him. "What? Was it not convenient?" "Not really." Morales obviously had some difficulty. "Recently, at the end of the year, there are more people coming to Site 19 for debriefing. I'm afraid the Lord O5 there doesn't have the time to, because the ordinary employees did not know exactly which O5 was on duty here, they were collectively called Lord O5. "That's okay." Zhang Ju waved his hand. "I can wait." Morales wanted to say something else, but Zhang Ju simply lay back in his seat and closed his eyes. Morales sighed and could only ask the driver to drive the car directly to Site 19. An hour later, the car arrived at Site 19. Instead of taking the main entrance, it took a detour and drove in through a small side door. Morales took Zhang Ju to a reception room. The reception room was shabby and obviously hadn't been cleaned in a while, not like a place that would serve people on a daily basis. Morales looked at the old sofa and was a little embarrassed. He sighed. "Advisor Zhang, you really don't have to be in such a hurry. Even if you come here early, there's nothing you can do." Knowing what Morales meant, Zhang Ju smiled. "It's okay. You can go ahead and get busy if you have something to do. I'll just wait here. When our noble Lord O5 is free, you can come back to me." Zhang Ju's expression was natural, not the least bit forced. "All right." Morales shook his head and left the reception room. After Morales left, Zhang Ju sat with his butt on the worn-out sofa, his right hand cupping his chin. He didn't know which O5 was here at the moment, but it was obvious that they didn't welcome his arrival. From the moment they met, Morales did not want to bring himself to Site 19. If not for his high rank, he might not even be able to enter the door of the site. Bringing him here was probably his way of giving him a downward spiral, presumably wanting to kill his reputation. Zhang Ju sneered. My name would be written backward if I let you get away with it. Morales walked out of the reception room with a sad face. He walked around the site and entered an office. A man with rimless glasses sat inside the office, saw Morales enter, and put down the information he was holding. Well, where is he? Morales said, Mr. Bellamy, as you expected, Advisor Zhang did not want to wait outside and came directly to Site 19 and is now sitting in that reception room you arranged. It looks like he will not leave today if he cannot see Lord O5. Bellamy coldly snorted, where does he think this is, his Site 14? This is the Foundation headquarters. If he wants to run wild here, he must think about whether he can afford the consequences. He is not staying here. Fine, tell the logistics department that no one can bring him water or food. He just got off the plane. I wanted to see how long he can last. Morales answered yes, and cautiously said, where is Lord O5? Bellamy gave him a look. Morales shivered, and cold sweat gradually seeped out from his forehead. Seeing him in this state, Bellamy sneered. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Lord O5 is busy with other matters at this time. I will naturally find an opportunity to report this matter to Lord O5. Throughout the afternoon, Morales was a bit distracted. He had brought Zhang Ju with him, and it was a bit hard for him to leave him in that old reception room unattended. The time was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and a conservative estimate was that the advisor hadn't eaten or drank for about 10 hours. He went to ask the surveillance room, and no one had seen Zhang Ju make a move. Morales sighed. He was not an obvious faction member and had always been nice to people, but Bellamy was his boss, and he had to obey his words. At that moment, his phone rang, and the name displayed on it was none other than Bellamy. That advisor Zhang, he hasn't left yet. Report, not yet. Go check him out. Understood. Morales thought for a moment and hid a bottle of water and a piece of bread in the pocket of his pants. Before he could get to the reception room, he smelled an aroma coming from the hallway. An aroma he had never smelled before. Morales felt a little strange and couldn't help but pick up his pace. When he reached the door of the reception room, he could finally confirm that the smell was coming from inside. Morales took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Zhang Ju's voice came from inside, please come in. Morales pushed the door in. When he saw the scene inside the room, his whole body was stunned. The reception room, which originally had only a sofa, had somehow been filled with a modern-looking round table, the kind that hotels use. In the center of the round table was a pot filled with soup, and surprisingly there was a furnace burning on the ground, and the soup inside the pot was constantly boiling. There are many plates around the table. Inside the plates were meat rolls, green vegetables, seaweed, carrots, potatoes, and many other things that Morales could not name, densely packed with a dozen to 20 kinds of things. Advisor Zhang Ju's left hand holds a small dish filled with unknown sauces. The right hand is holding 2 wooden sticks, constantly stirring inside that pot of boiling soup. His mouth was still full, and he said, I remember putting down several slices of meat. Where did they all go? Well, it looks like next time I'll have to cut it a little bigger. He looked a little remorseful, then poured a large plate of meat rolls directly into the hot pot. Morales had been to Chinese, and he knew that the 2 wooden sticks in Zhang Ju's hands were called chopsticks, and the pot of boiling soup seemed to be called a hot pot. Advisor Zhang was eating hot pot in the reception room of Site 19? Morales couldn't understand what he saw in front of him before he came to the reception room. He had thought of almost every possibility. For example, Zhang Ju will leave the room or he will go mad about it. But how could he have imagined that this advisor Zhang had set up a large table here? Not even the dishes inside the Foundation's cafeteria were as large as his. If all these ingredients were packed inside Advisor Zhang's backpack, how could he bring out the table and the hot pot here? Did carried them all? Is he here for business or for vacation? Then again, even if it was a vacation, why would anyone carry a table and a hot pot on their back? Whew, phew, so spicy. Next time I'll never buy such a spicy broth base again. Jiangju kept fanning his hand around his mouth, cursing the spiciness as he kept stuffing it into his mouth again and again. He greeted Morales, "Hey, man, have you eaten yet? Come and have some. This duck intestine is authentic, just a bit spicy. I forgot to bring a soda this time. What a mistake." Morales did not have time to speak. His phone rang again. The number is still Bellamy's. Morales glanced at Jiangju and found that he was so obsessed with picking up foods with his chopsticks that he didn't have time to pay attention to him. He pressed the answer button, and Bellamy's voice came through, "How's it going? Is he still there? Is he having a tantrum?" About that." Morales really did not know how to describe the situation in front of him to Bellamy. Is it possible to say that Advisor Zhang not only did not lose his temper but also invited himself to taste the Chinese cuisine together? Morales stammered, and Bellamy was a little impatient. "What is going on? The situation here is rather complicated, Mr. Bellamy. Why don't you come and see for yourself?" "Rubbish." Hanging up the phone, Morales found himself with a small plate in front of him at some point, containing the same sauce as Jiangju was holding. Jiangju used a new pair of chopsticks to pick up a piece of something he had never seen before and put it on the plate. "Morales, this is called a ma. You must not have eaten it before. Try it. If it's not good, I'll put my head inside the hot pot and stir it." Morales dared not eat his food but waved his hand awkwardly. Jiangju sighed and chucked the tripe back into his bowl. "Heh, you're just like a kid." During the time he waited for Bellamy, Morales watched as Jiangju dropped plates of ingredients from the table into the pot and then ate them. Since Morales had forgotten to close the door behind him, the aroma of the hot pot flew out, and many of his colleagues were drawn to it. Everyone looked at the strange Asian guy with Morales inside and was very surprised. But his nose and eyes could not fool anyone. Jiangju was eating like nobody's business, and these onlookers were drooling from afar. Morales was embarrassed and about to close the door behind him for a moment. But then he heard Bellamy's voice coming from outside. "What are you doing? What are you all doing? Are you done with your research? Who told you to stay here?" Bellamy was a close friend of an O5 council member who was on duty at Site 19, so no one dared to touch him. When they saw him coming, everyone scattered like birds and beasts. "A bunch of lazy people." Bellamy came to the reception room door and was about to call out Morales's name, but he was also stunned by the sight inside. He even suspected that he had gone to the wrong place for a moment. When did the reception room become a hotel room? Then he saw Morales and also Jiangju, the advisor who was eating there. Although Bellamy had never met Jiangju, as a senior member of the Foundation, he had seen Jiangju's profile countless times. He knew Jiangju's face when he saw it. Seeing this sight in the reception room, he finally knew how complicated the situation was. As Morales had said, it was more complicated. But he quickly returned to normal. However, Jiangju didn't recognize him and saw him standing in the doorway. He kept staring at what was inside, seemingly very hungry. "If you don't mind, come in and have a couple of bites," Jiangju said. Morales hurriedly gave Jiangju a wink, but Jiangju didn't understand what he meant. Bellamy narrowed his eyes. "Advisor Zhang, who gave you permission to eat here?" It turned out to be someone with high authority. Jiangju laughed and burped. "No one told me I couldn't eat here either." Bellamy's face instantly darkened. "Advisor Zhang, please look carefully. This is Site 19, the Foundation headquarters, not a place for you to fill your taste. Please state your identity." Bellamy had the backing of an O5 member, and he was assertive and spoke with a self-imposed authority. but Zhangju had faced 05-12 head-on and was not the least bit intimidated, so how could he be intimidated by his words? I thought you already knew my identity. Zhangju was lying on the sofa, his head resting on his hands, B-class personnel, level 4 security clearance. As for the title, currently a special advisor of the Foundation. Oh, I forgot, last month, the Foundation seems to have promoted me to be an A-class personnel. And who are you? What authority do you have? Zhangju turned his words back, rendering Bellamy speechless. He was an O5 member friend and held real power. But in terms of rank and authority, he was definitely no match for Zhangju, who had been specially hired by the Foundation. But Bellamy would not be easily angered by Zhangju and do anything out of the ordinary. He just looked at him grimly. Zhangju was not affected by him at all and laughed. I know that some of the senior management of the Foundation does not want me to come here and even want to take me in. But is it really no one wanted to treat me good here? Since the Foundation has hired me as a special advisor, and you are on board this same boat as mine, I am afraid that it is too late to regret it at this time. Morales looked at Zhangju with frightened eyes. I'm afraid he was the only one in the world who dared to talk like that. I don't care whose dog you are. Please go back and tell your master that I'll give them another hour, and if they still don't let me see SCP-682, then I'll go find it myself. Let's be clear. This is a place I'm not familiar with. So, don't blame me if I go the wrong way and make a mess out of it in my way. After all, I'm a Foundation advisor. What bad intentions can I have? Zhangju, don't be so arrogant. Bellamy's eyes were sharp, like a hawk. Don't think that I can't deal with you just because you're a special advisor. At Site 19, Bellamy was just about to let loose some harsh words when suddenly the phone rang. Hello, it's me, my lord. Well, I know. Bellamy looked at Zhangju again. His eyes no longer had a murderous aura in them. Lord O5 agreed to see you, he said. Zhangju spread his hands. Can I ask which one? Bellamy wouldn't even answer his question. Go, and you'll know yourself. Chapter 135. The time was 10 p.m. Zhangju, followed by Bellamy, headed for the place where the O5 member's office was located. The reason why I use the word headed is because Site 19 is huge, so huge that it can be called a complex. Site 19 had all sorts of facilities. Compared to Site 14, where Zhangju was positioned, it was like a bad apartment building. Several tall buildings and a dozen searchlights were swinging around. Helicopters were flying in the sky from time to time. Zhangju had encountered several MTF patrols along the way. Using MTFs as ordinary soldiers for patrols, this kind of handiwork is probably only implemented here. I'm afraid that Site 19's strong defense force and high level of defense are unmatched in the world. However, there were only the things that could be seen. Remember that this is the Foundation headquarters. There must be some hidden secrets. Zhangju did not doubt that even if governments suddenly went crazy and sent allied forces to besiege the place, they would not be able to take it down in a short time, and they might even lose the war. The things that the Foundation had mastered could not be made up for by numbers or ordinary equipment advantages. There might be a fail-safe against nuclear strikes here. Zhangju thought of the saying, to defeat me, you must at least become me first. To defeat the Foundation, you can't be a normal person in the first place. Dealing with the Foundation with conventional tactical and strategic weapons was a fool's errand. This monstrous behemoth exists in the world. Whether the government hates it or not, there is nothing they can do with it. They can only be used to it and beware of them. Zhangju followed Bellamy, going through several security checks along the way and finally getting on a special elevator. The elevator went all the way down and stopped at the -20th floor. After the elevator door opened, there were all kinds of identity verification. Zhang noticed that Bellamy had used passwords, fingerprints, pupils, and other authentication methods, interspersed with a few modal catalyst tests. After another 10 minutes of walking, Bellamy finally stopped in front of an office door. 135467, Bellamy said to the intercom on the door. Zhang knew it was a voice print with a passcode. With a click, the door opened. Bellamy glanced at Zhang, this time standing outside the door and not entering. Knowing that the inside was most likely the O5 member's office, Zhang put his hands behind his back and swaggered in. The office was very spacious, but there wasn't much inside. Without exception, all of them showed an extremely strong sense of technology. A holographic projection of the Earth rotated in mid-air, with various locations marked with symbols Zhang couldn't understand. Advisor Zhang, viewing Foundation secrets without permission is punishable by disciplinary action. An ethereal voice came, seemingly processed. Zhang turned around, and a short-haired woman in a white suit appeared behind him at some point. The woman looked very young, only about 20 years old, but the dangerous aura emanating from her was nothing less than that of the Black Queen. Needless to say, she should be the O5 member on duty here. This O5 has a serious expression, and her constant high position gives her a sense of oppression. As soon as she opened her mouth, she made Zhang aware of her presence. Zhang didn't expect something like this. She only saw him slowly turn around. His eyes rolled upward and white. His hands waved in the air, just like a blind man who kept groping the air around. Who's talking? Why can't I see anything? Saying that, he took a step forward and looked like he was about to touch O5's chest. The woman took a step backward, dodging Zhang's hand. She sneered, "Advisor Zhang, you really are as interesting as the legend says." The word interesting was accented with a murderous tone. She turned back, walked back behind her huge desk, and sat down in her seat. She was towering over like a monarch talking to a peasant. Zhang returned his eyes to normal and smiled harshly, "This Lord O5, it's harder to meet you than find a prostitute." "I am O5-5, the woman looked at him, "this is the Foundation headquarters. Please watch your words." It looked like O5-5 was very unwelcome to his arrival. The reason why Bellamy dared to treat him this way must have been authorized by her. Zhang recalled that O5-12 had once told him that 2 O5 council members had voted for containment and the vote on how to dispose of him, and he thought about the other one. It must be the woman in front of him. In the eyes of O5-12 and O5-5, Zhang, a visitor from another world, was more worthy of caution than the most bizarre anomaly. "Take my advice, don't use this rhetoric to pressure me. It's useless. I told the guy with the glasses outside a long time ago that I'm your advisor when I feel like it. If I get mad at you, I'll tear down whatever bullshit the Foundation has." Although Zhang was smiling, his words were arrogant to the extreme. O5-5 looked at him. Her eyes were calm. At her level, she was no longer able to be angered by words. Even if she was angry, it must have been faked anger. Zhang didn't know this, but he still had things to say. Whether it worked or not didn't matter, it was important that he was happy to let it out. When O5-5 didn't say anything, Zhang shrugged his shoulders and said, "I didn't come here because I wanted to pick a fight. The Foundation promised to let me see SCP-682, and with that, my reason is clear enough." Zhang's method of provocation was relatively low-end, but against someone on O5's level, this simple method was effective. O5-5 said, "The Foundation will naturally not go back on what is approved. There are still 3 days until the deadline, and in those 3 days, I won't let you see SCP-682. So that's how it is." This O5-5 tried to limit himself to the maximum extent allowed by the rules. But with only 3 days, it didn't matter to Zhang. He smiled, "Lord O5, I have a question, and I wonder if you're willing to answer it. 05-5 calmly said, "Speak." I once met 05-12, and the reason he wanted to take me in because he felt that dragon slayers eventually become evil dragons, and I want to know why you are interested in targeting me. 05-5 looked Zhang in the eyes. No comment. After Zhang left, 05-5 sat at the table, picked up Zhang's file, and looked at it. And after a moment, she pressed a button on the side of the table. The wall behind her slowly pulled open, and there was a secret room inside. A man stepped out of the secret room. "I thought you were going to kill him." He walked up to the desk. 05-5 did not pay attention to him but concentrated on the information in his hands. Meanwhile, another woman came out of the secret room. She also wore a white suit, had short shoulder-length hair, and looked exactly the same as 05-5. If someone were to use something to test it, they would find that not only did the two 05-5s look the same. There was no difference in their pupils, voice prints, and fingerprints. Even their DNA sequences were identical. It's like a copy and pasted version of herself. There is no way to identify these two people with the current conventional human science. The second 05-5 said, "The Foundation still holds their principles, and as long as he still holds the title of Special Advisor for one day, I will not take direct action against him." The man said, "So, you found me." 05-5 looked at him. "That was supposed to be your mission." "I think you're mistaken about something." The man smiled, "Since the insurgency changed its name to Chaos Insurgency, we no longer have anything to do with you guys." 05-5 said, "There are no mortal enemies, only mortal interests. I believe this is something your father knows better than anyone." The man shrugged his shoulders, sort of acknowledging 05-5's statement. "One last question, why is it that the person you found in me, and not my brother?" The seated 05-5 sneered, "The whole world knows that brother of yours is an arrogant fool, only he doesn't seem aware of it." Chapter 136. Instead of staying at the place that the Foundation had arranged for him, Zhang found himself in a nearby hotel. He lay on his bed. He carefully analyzed the current situation. So far, he had contacted 405s directly or indirectly, including 05-5, whom he just met today. Lei Shan's boss, 05-6. Lei Shui's boss, 05-10, and SCP-3844's old friend 05-12. Among them, the only ones he had met were 05-5 and 05-12. Coincidentally, both of them have apparent hatred towards him and can be said to want to get rid of him before they do as for the others. Although not all of them are friendly to him, at least no apparent conflict was made between them. Of course, the fact that no conflict had broken out did not mean that it was trustworthy. After all, it was unclear to him which 05 Guanpeng's transfer order had come from. Most of the 05 Council should have a wait-and-see attitude towards him. As long as he shows enough ability and does not overdo it, I believe they will not interfere in a short time. With this in mind, he dared to act arrogant today at Site 19. He knows very well that the Foundation does not need a docile and obedient person. As long as he has the value of use, the Foundation will not do anything to him. Although 05-5 forbade Zhang to see SCP-682, it did not prevent him from entering Site 19. The next day he was accompanied by Morales and wandered around the facility. Site 19 was the main headquarters of the Foundation and held many secrets. Even though Zhang had level 4 security clearance, there were still many places he couldn't get into. However, he still made detours left and right and was happy to do so. As time goes, Morales was exhausted and couldn't catch up with Zhang, but he was still alive and well. "Little Mo, if you can't catch up with me, you need to exercise more." Zhang patted Morales' shoulder and spoke in a serious manner. "Think about it, in case the containment breach happens one day. You won't be able to run much. Morales said with a sad face, Advisor Zhang. You need to be careful throwing those words in Site 19. After a whole day together, Morales probably understood what kind of personality Zhang Ju was. When it comes to harsh words, he can't be stopped. When Bellamy said one thing about him, he made Bellamy silent in a few words. Yesterday, when he met with an O5, knowing his character, it was estimated that both sides' interaction would not end well. I was just telling a joke, don't take it seriously. Look at your expression. Why do you look like you've stumbled upon something? People need to laugh more to look young. Zhang Ju said while laughing. All the staff members passing by looked at them with strange eyes. Morales wanted to dig a hole and burrow himself, while Zhang Ju was laughing even more arrogantly. Zhang Ju. Is that you? Zhang Ju. In the distance, a hoarse voice can be heard. The voice was full of resentment, like a devil. Zhang Ju stopped laughing and looked over at the voice. Only to see a team of security personnel escorting a group of D-class personnel passing by in the distance, not knowing where they were to be sent. All of the D-class personnel were wearing blindfolds, and their hands and feet were all shackled, messy to the extreme. One of them was calling out his name. Zhang Ju. I can hear your voice. Come and kill me if you dare. Kill me. This man was so arrogant. The last person who made such a request had been fed to the pigs by me, you know. This was Zhang Ju's first reaction when he heard the voice. 2 seconds later, he realized that the voice seemed familiar, and he definitely knew whose voice was that. He hurriedly pulled Morales towards the team of security personnel and ran toward them. The security personnel doesn't know his identity. Seeing his aggressive movement, all of them raised their guns at him. Seeing that the security personnel were pointing guns at them, Morales hurriedly pulled out his ID, calm down. We're with you. However, Zhang Ju ignored the guns and walked up to the man who called his name. Looking at the familiar figure, Zhang Ju froze. He did not expect to see his old acquaintance here. Dr. Li. Heard Zhang Ju's voice close at hand. Dr. Li, who was blindfolded, became excited. Zhang Ju. I knew it was you. How dare you come here? You made me be like this. He was incoherent and very agitated. It was obvious that Zhang Ju's arrival had touched his sensitive nerves. At this moment, Dr. Li was covered in wounds, not a single piece of good flesh was spared on his entire body, and a part of his face was full of scars, looking very miserable. Zhang Ju looked at him with a frown. He came to this world, the first villain he encountered was Dr. Li. After the Site 14 infiltration, Dr. Li was taken away by the Foundation for investigation, and he had thought that the two of them would never cross paths again. But he didn't expect to meet him again here. The world must be really small, huh? A man who looked like a captain came forward. Supervisor Morales, what's going on? Morales hurriedly explained, this is the Foundation's special advisor, Zhang Ju. I was ordered to give him a tour around here. So that's how it is. The captain nodded and gestured to the rear, and only then did all the team members lowered their guns. He turned to Zhang Ju, Advisor Zhang, we have a mission to do. So, please make it quick. Before Zhang Ju could say anything, Dr. Li shouted, no. Don't take me away. Zhang Ju, kill me. If you're a man, kill me. The Foundation's D-class personnel, who were generally on death row for their most heinous crimes, is used by the Foundation for various experiments. After being brought back by the Foundation for a review, Dr. Li already knew his fate. He was begging for death, but he couldn't get it. He could only live in fear day by day. He didn't know what kind of cruel experiments he would be subjected to next. I wonder if he still remembers what he said at Site 14. Dr. Li violates one of the biggest things in the Foundation, leading the Chaos Insurgency to enter Site 14, killing and injuring countless security personnel there, and nearly setting off a nuclear strike. Even if he were subjected to the harshest punishment, Zhang Ju would not be soft-hearted. He looked at the nearly crazy Dr. Li and calmly said, "Li Chengming, when you betrayed the Foundation, you should have thought there would be consequences like this. You only had one life to use. It was simply a bargain for you. Zhang Ju, you bastard. You arrogant prick, why don't you just kill me right now?" Dr. Li kept going back and forth with these few words, and Zhang Ju was tired of hearing them. He waved his hand and told the security personnel to take him away. Unexpectedly, Dr. Li was furious and pushed the security personnel away. Bang! The captain shot Dr. Li in the leg, and he fell to the ground while screaming in pain. The captain gave a command, and the team pulled out a tape and tried to shut his mouth. Knowing that this was his only chance, Dr. Li shouted a second before his mouth was gagged, "Zhang Ju, don't you want to know who really wants to kill you? The person who pushed you into SCP-053 was not me at all." Chapter 137. Zhang Ju. Don't you want to know who really tried to kill you? The person who pushed you into SCP-053 was not me at all. This sentence from Dr. Li was like a thunderbolt that made everyone freeze. Although his words were brief, there was no doubt that the amount of information contained within a short sentence was really sensitive. Knowing Zhang Ju's presence and didn't know the reason behind it, Morales felt a bad chill. After Dr. Li said this, he closed his mouth. Zhang Ju looked at him. A scene that had happened before was replaying before his eyes. A few months ago, he had just arrived in this world and had formed a bond with Dr. Li because of the provocation during the interrogation. After that, the experiment to execute SCP-682 failed, and he recontained SCP-682 with the help of Shirley. It was then that someone pushed him to Shirley. It was then that he learned he had immunity to the anomalous effects of SCP, which led to this subsequent series of developments. At the time, he did not see who pushed him toward Shirley, but he figured to beat him up because the only one who had the motivation to do this was Dr. Li. He didn't partake in the interrogation against Dr. Li. In retrospect, the reason why Site Director Yang Wenbei did not immediately dispose of Dr. Li but only took him in custody was probably because of the lack of evidence. Thinking about it at this point, this matter is actually full of flaws. There was a lot of unpleasantness between the two. It did not develop to the point of anyone's death. As a spy for the Chaos Insurgency, Dr. Li should not have done such a thing. It was only when Zhang Ju was attracted by his own abilities and later confirmed that Dr. Li was a Chaos Insurgency that he didn't think much of it, only thinking that those people were unbelievably crazy. At this moment, when Dr. Li shouted those words, Zhang Ju understood what he meant almost instantly. He looked at Dr. Li. Time seemed to freeze. The captain gave an order to his team member, who dropped the tape, swung the gun in his hand, and smashed it into the back of Dr. Li's head. In the nick of time, Zhang Ju held his hand. "Stop," he said calmly. The captain looked at Zhang Ju. "Advisor Zhang, I don't care what kind of grudge you have with him. Please don't get in the way of our work." Zhang Ju turned his head and ignored him. He just kept staring at Dr. Li. The captain gestured to another personnel. They stepped forward again and tried to attack Dr. Li. This time, Zhang Ju finally spoke. "I said stop, didn't you hear me?" The captain said, "Advisor Zhang, if you get in our way again, don't blame me if I were forced to take measures on you." Zhang Ju lifted his head and looked him straight in the eye. "How?" The captain lifted the gun in his hand and pointed it at Zhang Ju. Immediately afterward, all the personnel raised the guns in their hands and pointed at Zhang Ju. Just like when he was in the town of Chlamydia at that time. "Like this," the captain said. Seeing that the situation was about to escalate, Morales hurriedly rounded up the situation. "We are all colleagues, don't be like this. Let's settle this properly. Advisor Zhang, What exactly do you want? Zhang Ju's eyes had not left Dr. Li from the beginning to the end. I just want to ask him a few questions. Impossible. The captain immediately said, no one is allowed to communicate privately with D-class personnel without the approval of their superiors. What if I don't need one? Then we'll have to ask if the gun in our hands agrees with your decision. The captain's lines were corny, but the threat was real. A dozen submachine guns were pointed at Zhang Ju, and they didn't hesitate as long as he dared to make any moves. Morales quietly pulled Zhang Ju, Advisor Zhang, this security personnel are just doing their job. They didn't mean to make things difficult for you. How about this, we let them go first. Then I'll write a request for you to meet the D-class supervisor. How about that? Zhang Ju shook his head slightly. Not to mention whether or not Dr. Li would still survive the next experiment, and even if he did, given 05-5's attitude toward him. There was no way she would agree, and she might even immediately transfer, interrogate, or simply execute Dr. Li. After Dr. Li said that, his life would not be his own. Zhang Ju knew that Morales was indeed doing this for his own good. But from now on, he could not let Dr. Li take a step out of his sight. Zhang Ju patted Morales' shoulder, sorry about that. Seeming to know that Zhang Ju was about to make a move, that captain was instinctively alert. Morales was dumbfounded, wondering why Zhang Ju had said such a thing. However, he felt the sweat on his body gradually dripping. It was as if a pair of eyes were watching him from behind. Immediately after, he fell into boundless darkness, and an unprecedented sense of fear enveloped him instantly. There was silence all around, and he could even hear his own heartbeat. A strong force drove him to turn his head. Morales simply did not dare to move, as if the slightest defiance of the will from the force would be mercilessly torn apart his body. I don't know how long it took for him to recover from that state. In front of his eyes was the blue sky. He sat down on the ground, panting heavily. His back was full of cold sweat. Where is this place? What had just happened? Looking at the security personnel who had fallen to the ground, Morales was confused for a moment before finally reacting and then looking at Zhang Ju in horror. It must have been this advisor Zhang who had used an ability just now. He had knocked down the entire security personnel squad in a flash. Zhang Ju smiled at him. Then looked over to the captain. That captain was the only one still standing, his willpower was stronger than the others, but his excessive fear still made his hands tremble slightly, not daring to shoot at Zhang Ju. Zhang Ju came in front of Dr. Li. Don't lie. Tell me the truth, and I'll guarantee your safety. Dr. Li's hoarse voice, I do not need to lie to you now. Zhang Ju lifted Dr. Li's collar and was about to drag him away when suddenly, a team of MTFs surrounded them. Apparently, the commotion here had alerted the security system. If Zhang Ju didn't have his SCP employee ID on him, he would have been greeted with a round of fire. Bloom, what's going on? The captain of that MTF squad asked. The security captain pointed at Zhang Ju and Dr. Li in his hand. That advisor Zhang tried to take a D-class personnel. The MTF captain looked at Zhang Ju, Advisor Zhang, I need a reasonable explanation. Zhang Ju didn't bother to talk nonsense with them. He was just about to make a move when Bellamy also came over from a distance. Stop it! Do you all want to die? Bellamy was a close friend of the current In Charge 05 council member, and almost everyone inside Site 19 knew him. Seeing him step forward, the security captain sighed in relief. He just wanted to go up and explain the situation to Bellamy but found that the words were actually addressed to them. Bellamy walked quickly to the crowd and used his own body to separate the two sides. He faced Zhang Ju, Advisor Zhang, they are all the Foundation's elites. Don't make some stupid actions. Zhang Ju shrugged and lifted Dr. Li in his hand, I just want to take him away. Bellamy looked at the miserable Dr. Li, who was injured all over and weighed the pros and cons. After a minute, he turned to the security captain and said, "Let him take the man, and I'll make the report about it." The security captain looked up, "Lord Bellamy dash." Bellamy stared into his eyes, "Shut it if you don't want to die." Zhang Ju walked away with Dr. Li. Everyone looked at Bellamy, expecting him to give an explanation. But Bellamy gave them a disgusted look. "If you can't kill him in seconds, you'd better stay away from him before I come to collect your corpses." Chapter 138. Dr. Li was tied to a chair inside the interrogation room while Zhang Ju sat behind a table. It was set in the same room at the time when Zhang Ju had just arrived in this world. Zhang Ju removed Dr. Li's blindfold, only to find that two of his eyes were gone, leaving only two eye sockets. Zhang Ju did not have the slightest sympathy for Dr. Li's ordeal because it was entirely his own doing. Compared to the security squad personnel who had been killed, his retribution was not enough. Zhang Ju's tone was calm. "Li Chengming, I'm warning you for the last time. If you dared to lie to me, I would make you regret it. You know me enough when it comes to this." Dr. Li coughed. Obviously, his throat had been seriously damaged. Only after a long time did he say in a hoarse voice, "I have nothing to gain by lying to you now. I just want to die." Zhang Ju looked at him. "Even for a D-class personnel, it shouldn't be hard to die if you're really serious about it." "Het." Dr. Li tilted his face, seemingly remembering those horrible experiences. Then, he slowly raised his right hand and scratched down hard on his left arm. His strength was so great that his nails had even gouged into the flesh, leaving several long blood stains. Zhang Ju didn't know what he was going to do and just watched it with a cold gaze. A minute later, Dr. Li stopped his self-harm. His left arm was already a bloody mess. But soon, Zhang Ju noticed something fishy. Beneath the skin of Dr. Li's arm were not normal muscles. Many flesh-colored worms were wriggling in his flesh and looked very disgusting. The worms were exposed to the air, and after a few died, the rest began to secrete a kind of mucus. Dr. Li's skin soon began to dry, the scabs falling off, and eventually recovered under the effect of the worms. During the countless trials of being D-class personnel, Dr. Li seemed to have acquired a self-healing ability, yet at a high cost. That's why he's been able to survive until now. But it seems that it has caused him great pain. Unable to seek life, unable to seek death. Zhang Ju calmly watched the scene and said, "I know, I promise you. As long as you tell me everything you know, I'll help you end your suffering." Dr. Li was an inside man sent into the Foundation by the Chaos Insurgency, something the Foundation had investigated very clearly, and Zhang Ju had read the reports. But the previous investigation had actually left quite a lot of doubts. For example, how exactly did the intruder, Mr. Samuel, enter Site 14? Where did the Site 14 defense blueprint come from? The person in charge of the interrogation work at that time was Lei Shan. With his ability, Zhang Ju believed he would not ignore that the information was unreasonable. Either he really hadn't investigated them, or the interrogation records provided to him by the Foundation had been processed twice. Zhang Ju believed that it should be both. They already forged some of the information so that only half of it was true, and in this case, the Foundation's techniques were already perfect. This time, Zhang Ju finally had direct access to first-hand information. "Where do I start?" Dr. Li asked with a hoarse voice. "Maybe start from the main problem first?" Zhang Ju thought for a moment. "Let's start with why you're hostile to me." A large part of the reason why a person is angered by someone else's words is because subconsciously, he agrees with the other person's words. For example, if a person mocks Yao Ming for being short, he will never take it seriously. If you are handsome, but someone says you are ugly, you will only laugh because you know he is just jealous. But if you are short-minded and happen to meet a sarcastic person, then you will definitely be taunted. The verbal attacks of others combined with their own underlying comment are the root cause of some people being attacked to death. According to the clues that Zhangju later found at side 14, Dr. Li was not gay at all. The reason behind Dr. Li's anger and targeting him left him a bit puzzled. The only explanation left is that Dr. Li was playing on the issue. He deliberately made others think he was angered by Zhangju's words, thus hiding his true purpose. As a Foundation doctor, how could he be so naive? As expected, when Zhangju said these words, Dr. Li suddenly laughed, laughing miserably. Ahem, Zhangju. I really underestimated you. If only I hadn't listened to them at the time. Chaos insurgency. Zhangju asked. In Zhangju's mind, it was the obvious answer, and he was just asking casually. But unexpectedly, Dr. Li shook his head. Zhangju let out a chortle, don't tell me it's the Foundation. Dr. Li shook his head again, to be honest, I don't know what that organization is called either. Zhangju tilted his head as if Dr. Li's eyes were still there. He would have been able to see that at this moment, Zhangju's face had a few big words written all over it, are you fucking kidding me? I'm not teasing you. There's no reason or need for me to tease you now. Dr. Li continued, the first night you were captured by the Foundation, a mysterious man found me. He knew I was a Chaos Insurgency member and threatened me with it. He asked me to find an opportunity to kill you, but many researchers were watching the whole interrogation, so I couldn't do it, and then you broke free from the handcuffs. That's what one of them told me. Zhangju placed his arms on the table and crossed his fingers, so you put on a good show about being angered by me, found some pretty lame reasons, and even went so far as to bet against me. Yes. Dr. Li said, the Foundation has always been known for its rigor, if not for that. As a Foundation researcher and a spy for the Chaos Insurgency, how could I have done something so stupid? Zhangju nodded, sort of acknowledging Dr. Li's statement. At the time, he hadn't treated the incident as suspicious because he had just crossed over and didn't yet know if the style of the place was the same as those documents he had read. Zhangju looked at him, you said before that the person who pushed me toward Shirley, that is SCP-053, in the corridor wasn't you. Right. Dr. Li sighed, how could I do something like that when all I had to do was save my life? The Foundation is full of cameras, and I just got into trouble with you. Do you think a normal person would do something like that? It must be said there were two Dr. Li at side 14. At this time, he was thinking clearly, and he could indeed be trusted as a companion. This also shows from the side that he was able to become a spy left by the Chaos Insurgency at the Foundation by his own strength alone. Then do you know who is the person who pushed me? Zhangju asked. Dr. Li shook his head. Zhangju asked again, does the Foundation know about the matter of you being threatened by the mysterious person? Dr. Li shook his head again. You were waiting for that mysterious person to save you, weren't you? Dr. Li did not respond. Zhangju said, it's already too late, and you know very well that it's impossible for him to come. Dr. Li let out a long breath, yes. How do you know that they are an organization and not a person? They came to me several times, with each time came a different person, and the Foundation's defense blueprint was given to me by them as a deposit to kill you. Dr. Li coughed a few times. He forced his body from time to time and said, on their arms, they all have a mark printed on them. What mark? Zhangju instinctively felt that this matter was important. It seems to be a few English letters. It seems to be MRW. Yes, it's MRW. Dr. Li fell silent after saying this, and that was all the information he could provide to Zhangju. He then sat in his chair, thought about it for a long time, before finally standing up and walking over to Dr. Li. After all is said and done, you just dump all the information on an unknown organization and don't even know who they are really is. How do you want me to believe you? Dr. Li coughed a few times, I just told you everything I know. Whether you believe it or not is not in my consideration. I just hope you will keep your word and give an end to me. Chapter 139. Zhang stood on the hotel's roof, letting the cold wind blow against his face. Today's conversation with Dr. Li resolved his long-standing doubts. But it also added many new suspicions. He now knew that there was a mysterious organization that had been trying to kill him since the first day he had arrived at the Foundation. Such a big grudge. MRW. He looked at the 3 letters in his hand and searched his mind for information repeatedly but came up empty. It was neither an acronym for any SCP object nor groups of interest by the Foundation. Come to think of it, all those Foundation documents he'd read were made up by the people in his world, so how could an organization exist specifically to kill him? Did he really think it was the anti-Zhangju volunteer group? That organization is presumed to only exist in this world. It was normal that he didn't know about it. From Guanpeng's transfer order, it seemed that this organization's personnel had probably infiltrated the top brass of the Foundation. It was even possible that a certain O5 member was their leader. Of course, he didn't believe all of Dr. Li's words. After all, if Dr. Li could fool him the first time, he could fool him the second time. When he returned to Site 14, he had to investigate the matter again. He lived in Site 14 for more than half a year. I thought there was nothing he did not know inside. But now, it seems that Site 14 is way deeper than he thought it would be. Zhang remembered what Yang Wenbei had said to him before he retired. Compared to the anomalies that are feared, people are the most frightening thing in this world. The next day, tomorrow, is the 3rd day. This is a special day because today is the day Zhang can finally go to see SCP-682. As the largest Foundation site in the world, the Site 19 containment room is much larger and more complex than Site 14. Usually, only the staff in charge of the area would get a map of part of the area. The Foundation takes the containment of SCP-682 very seriously. Its containment room and disposal lab are in a separate building. However, according to Zhang request, his meeting with SCP-682 was not allowed to be monitored or recorded. So early this morning, the containment staff in charge of SCP-682 set about sending SCP-682 to a specially designed room. The person in charge of containing SCP-682 was a female researcher in her 50s called Melanie. After SCP-682 was sent to Site 19, she studied the lizard in great detail. But it was clear that she could not kill SCP-682 either. Therefore, she could only retreat and weaken SCP-682 to the point that it could not hurt and break through the containment even if she succeeded. She tried to communicate with SCP-682 several times in an attempt to find the reason for SCP-682's hatred toward humans. But SCP-682 is simply not willing to pay attention to her. To be precise, SCP-682 does not want to pay any attention to anyone. So, she was a little curious about this meeting. She had heard of Zhang name, the Foundation's special advisor. She was very curious to know what this advisor was going to say to SCP-682. SCP-682 was sealed in a container filled with hydrochloric acid, lying motionlessly inside. But Melanie knew that if she let her guard down a little, it would immediately turn into a demon that reaped human lives. She sat at the door of the temporary containment room, waiting for the arrival of that advisor Zhang. 8:50, 10 minutes before the appointed time. A sound of footsteps came. Melanie looked deeper into the corridor, and he saw Bellamy walking towards her with a young man in his 20s. A young advisor? Melanie was a little surprised. She had worked at the Foundation for decades and naturally knew the weight of the title. She did not expect the advisor would be so young. She certainly didn't think the Foundation had gone crazy. In fact, in some major matters of decision-making that were made by the Foundation, almost every time was the correct decision. Mankind is walking on a tightrope. If you are not careful, you will fall into the land of misery, and the Foundation is the hand that holds the balance for mankind. The Foundation is definitely responsible for the fact that mankind has been able to continue until now without being swallowed up by various anomalies. This young man, there must be something unique about him. Melanie watched him, step by step, getting closer each time, and then smiled at herself. "Good morning, Dr. Melanie." He actually knew her name. His smile wasn't dazzling, but something was reassuring about it. Melanie smiled back at him. "Good morning, Advisor Zhangju." There were still the last 10 minutes until his visit. Bellamy greeted the staff and began to do a full-body check on him. From a distance, she heard Bellamy arguing with Zhangju. One said something about how there was no need to delay for 10 minutes. The other said that even if it was the last minute, it had to be observed. According to Melanie's decades of experience in dealing with people, this young man named Zhangju seemed a bit frivolous in his behavior, but deep in his eyes was a depth and wisdom unique for an Asian man. It was by no means mundane. 9 o'clock sharp. Advisor Zhangju was about to enter the temporary containment room of SCP-682. 2 MTF squads were already on guard outside, and inside this building, there was no one else but her and a few other researchers. This was done as a precaution. In this regard, the Foundation has always done a good job. Especially since this was Site 19, any slight slip-up would be fatal. After Zhangju entered, Melanie stood guard in the surveillance room not far away. But the surveillance inside the temporary holding room had all been cut off, so she stayed here and could only see the scene outside the door. She noticed that Bellamy was wearing a pair of headphones and listening intently. In front of her, a pair of recording equipment was running. It looked like even though the Foundation had promised Advisor Zhangju that they would not do surveillance or videotaping of their meeting, they had ultimately chosen to listen to it secretly. In fact, Melanie wanted to know what Zhangju said to SCP-682. But she was in no hurry. If the Foundation allowed it, as the head of the SCP-682 containment, she would have a chance to hear the recording sooner or later. She was thinking this when she saw Bellamy cursing, slamming the headset on the ground, and then leaving in a huff. "I wonder what he heard." Melanie smiled. Probably the wiretapping device was discovered by Advisor Zhang. Melanie poured herself a glass of water. She brought a stopwatch and adjusted the countdown. Some time had passed on it, because she had pressed the start button when Zhangju had entered. The Foundation had given Advisor Zhang 2 hours, and when this timer went to 0, he would need to come out of the temporary containment room immediately. An hour had passed. Melanie fidgeted. The calmness in the temporary containment made her a little scared. When faced with humans, SCP-682 had never acted so docile. Could it be that Advisor Zhangju had been eaten by it? This possibility flashed through her mind. There were still the last few minutes left on the clock. Just as she was about to leave the room to check the situation, a different view suddenly came from the surveillance video, and she was completely stunned by what was happening before her eyes. On the screen, the wall of the temporary containment room was crashed through with a big hole by SCP-682 with its body. SCP-682 burrowed out of it and looked up to the sky. Through the screen, Melanie could feel SCP-682's anger. Advisor Zhang was riding on SCP-682's back and holding a leather whip. Chapter 140. If there were a clock that could precisely control time, we would set it forward hours before to see what happened before and after Zhangju entered SCP-682's temporary containment room. Advisor Zhang, to reiterate with you one last time. The countdown will start from the time you enter SCP-682's containment room, and if you don't come out of it after 2 hours, we will break in regardless of whether or not your conversation with SCP-682 is over. Bellamy looked at Zhangju with some unexplained meaning in his eyes, not knowing if he was hinting at something. Of course, since you don't agree to the surveillance and video, we wouldn't know if you were in danger, and perhaps when we open the door, you'd already be in SCP-682's belly. After Bellamy spoke, Jong-ju shrugged. If that's really the case, please tell the staff at Site 14 about my death. They'll burn the paper for me. After saying that, Jong-ju laughed, walked into the SCP-682 containment room, and closed the door. Bellamy pressed the stopwatch switch. After entering this temporary containment room, Jong-ju looked around. Although he acted indifferent in front of Bellamy, no matter what, safety came first. After all, he was going to meet SCP-682. He needs to be careful. The structure of the room was simple, a sphere. He was in the southern hemisphere, SCP-682 in the northern hemisphere. The middle was separated by a transparent glass wall. The glass is specially made and very thick. On the wall of the glass wall, there is a two-way sound amplification device. At this time, SCP-682 was held in a transparent container full of hydrochloric acid, the size of only a few meters, apparently long after special treatment. After Jong-ju closed the door, a switch in the transparent container opened, and the height of the hydrochloric acid solution began to drop slowly. The figure of SCP-682 slowly emerged from inside. Its set of organs should have been specially set up. Although some people in the Foundation did not want Jong-ju to see SCP-682, the Foundation's rigor was evident here. Such a thing like that could greatly reduce the possibility of something going wrong. It was just a little time-consuming. As the hydrochloric acid slowly drained, SCP-682's head emerged from inside. It made a strange sound. 10 minutes later, with the last bit of hydrochloric acid was fully drained, SCP-682's body was completely exposed to the air. It was like a sleeping lion, coiled within the container with its head resting on its tail. It opened its eyes, glanced at Jong-ju, and then closed them, neither speaking nor attacking. Except for facing SCP-053, this was the first time SCP-682 had acted so meekly in front of a human. "Hey, big guy!" Jong-ju shouted at the speaker, "Can you hear me?" SCP-682 didn't move a muscle. "Hey, don't play dead. It's pretty hard for me to come and see you." Still not moving. Jong-ju recited a large series of idioms in one breath, through the mouth in general, in an attempt to anger SCP-682, but SCP-682 did not respond to his provocation. What's wrong? Is SCP-682 deaf? It shouldn't be. With SCP-682 regeneration ability, there's no way something like this could happen. The only explanation is that it simply does not want to care about itself. Why? Jong-ju looked around. The walls were covered with special glass to ensure there was no surveillance, and Jong-ju walked around his side of the room without finding anything suspicious. He turned the lights off and walked around again, still finding nothing. Had he guessed wrong, and SCP-682 simply didn't want to talk to him? Jong-ju cupped his chin. Then his eyes fell on the two-way megaphone. It was a palm-sized black box, just 2 meters above him, set inside a glass wall. If it was simply a megaphone, why would it be placed so high up? Wouldn't that make his voice even quieter? Jong-ju gave a heave-ho. He used the Realty Anchor machine to manifest a ladder, set it up on the glass wall, and climbed to the location of the two-way voice amplifier. As expected, he found a green light flickering inside the small black box. He didn't know what it was, but he knew that it was definitely not something good. Needless to say, this must be the work of that old boy Bellamy. The Foundation agreed not to listen to their conversation but did not say it would not record and listen to it later. Fearing that Jong-ju wouldn't reveal the secrets in the presence of wiretapping, he came up with this solution. He got out a pair of long, thin scissors and reached in to cut the wires inside, only to find that the green light was still on and looked quite tenacious. Jong-ju was very playful. He laughed and manifested a gong, a stick, and a pair of earplugs. He put the earplugs in his ears and deliberately spoke in a very small voice next to the amplifier. In the next second, he placed the gong next to that sound amplifier, swung the stick around with his right hand, and slammed it on top of the gong. Boom! The sound of the gong resounded throughout the room. The sound of the gong was so penetrating that even though Jongju had brought earplugs in advance, his ears were shaken a little. If Bellamy was really eavesdropping, he would probably be cursing now. Jongju was in a good mood after using this trick to kill 1,000 enemies and damage 800. He laughed and brought out a flamethrower, completely burning and destroying the entire instrument. The original glass curtain wall appeared to be a hole of about 10 centimeters in diameter. Jongju lay on the edge of the hollow and shouted at SCP-682. "Hey, big guy. I've destroyed the wiretapping device. Now you can talk." There was still no response from SCP-682. Motherfucker. According to his own pulse count, half an hour should have passed, but he hadn't been able to get SCP-682 to talk yet. Something had to be thought of. Just as he was about to do a striptease in front of SCP-682, the big lizard finally moved. It slightly adjusted its posture, raised its eyelids, and looked at Jongju. "Who are you?" Finally, there is hope as long as SCP-682 is willing to talk. Jongju said, "My name is Jongju. Do you know me?" SCP-682 looked at Jongju for a full 5 minutes before he said in a strange voice, "You don't have those things on you. You're not from here." Jongju immediately asked, "What thing? What are you saying I don't have?" SCP-682 did not respond to him. SCP-682 obviously treated him differently than it treated the others, and although the communication wasn't smooth, Jongju had confidence as long as he was willing to speak. "I've seen you in a dream. A big foggy place, do you remember?" Jongju asked. "Fog," SCP-682 said slowly, "I seem to have. Indeed, I've seen that fog." Chapter 141. Fog, SCP-682 said slowly, "I seem to have. Indeed, I've seen that fog." "Nice." Jongju gave said secretly. His guess was indeed correct. The big lizard in the dream was SCP-682. The two worlds must be connected in some way. Jongju said, "Then do you still remember where we met? Do you remember me?" SCP-682 closed its eyes again. Although, he was not hostile to Jongju as he was to ordinary humans. After all, it was not Jongju's pet and would not answer every word. Only when Jongju spoke of something that interested it would it open its mouth. "Hey, big guy. How about we make a deal?" Jongju shouted. SCP-682 still ignored him. Jongju decided to throw out his killer move. "Do you remember Shirley? It's that little girl. You met her once at Site 14. As expected." Just as he finished speaking, SCP-682 snapped his head up. "Where is she?" "There it is." Jongju rubbed his hands together, revealing an expression of excitement. "I know where she is, and she's in a bit of a bad situation. I can tell you about her, but you have to answer my questions too." "How about that?" "Sounds fair." Jongju's expression was like a weird uncle who had just made a deal with a child. SCP-682 looked at him for a long time before saying, "I won't accept a deal, but we can help each other." "Heh. He's really desperate this time. He is probably the first person who can help each other." SCP-682. Jongju chuckled. "Okay, but I made the deal, so I should be the one to ask first. Answer my question, where did you see the fog?" Jongju used a crook's logic to gain the opportunity to ask the first question. SCP-682 slowly said, "The fog was seen during one of the Foundation's termination attempts on me. On exactly which one, I don't remember." After hearing SCP-682's answer, Zhang simply wanted to hit the wall. The number of SCP-682's termination attempts and the length of their records are enough to write a novel. Especially after the Foundation used conventional weapons that did not work, they began to use the SCP objects to deal with SCP-682. The history of SCP-682 termination attempts is the history of the Foundation's blood and tears. There is no shortage of some quite famous anomalous objects, such as SCP-173, SCP-096, etc. Although, all of them have caused harm to SCP-682. But it ends with the same result. It cannot kill SCP-682, only make it more powerful. Despite all the records of SCP-682's termination attempts, it has given Zhang a rough estimate. This was already considered quite good information. Zhang nodded. In exchange, I'll tell you that Shirley is now in one of the Foundation's other sites. As for the exact location, I can't tell you, but it's not too far from here. Next is the second question: have you predicted my arrival, and is my coming here related to you? Mortal. Am I annoying? SCP-682 was clearly not someone who was easily fooled. Zhang tricks didn't work on it at all. It fell into silence once again. Fine. Zhang shook his head. She is now no more than 1,000 kilometers away from you in a straight line, and I can't tell you any more specific. Now you can tell me, have you seen me or not? I haven't, but the smell of your body smells very familiar. Another ambiguous answer. Zhang pressed his brain and had a bit of a headache. But he believed that SCP-682 would not lie to him. Compared to humans, SCP-682 was more trustworthy. SCP-682 answered another question, and reasonably, Zhang should also say a little bit about Shirley's question in exchange. He thought about it and said, Shirley is currently in a deep coma. Just as he said this, SCP-682 stood up from the containment vessel all of a sudden. You said what? Its voice was low, and there was strong killing intent in it. It was as if it would break through the glass wall between the two in the next second and tear Zhang to pieces. Aha, take it easy. Zhang soothed SCP-682 with his movements. Shirley is just in a coma, but I believe that she will wake up one day sooner or later. In an instant, he remembered what Dr. Bright had said to him. Like SCP-239, it was best for Shirley to stay asleep, and it wasn't necessarily good for humanity if they woke up. Zhang quickly reacted. No matter what, he wanted to wake Shirley up. Why did she fall into a coma? This was the first time since the two had communicated, and SCP-682 had taken the initiative to ask a question, obviously very concerned about the issue. No. Zhang shook his finger, revealing a devious smile of scheming success. It's my turn. He wanted to ask a vital question that he had thought about before he met SCP-682, and now SCP-682's attitude was an indication of just how important the question was. Zhang looked at SCP-682 and whispered, Hey, big lizard. Can you tell me, what is your relationship with Shirley, and why do you care about her so much? There was a long silence. For 20 whole minutes, SCP-682 hadn't said a word to him. No matter how much Zhang tried to push him, SCP-682 refused to say a word. It even went back to the container where it was contained to show its dormant attitude. Zhang had to settle for the second information. Okay, I won't ask you that question, but you have to tell me one thing, okay? I've been teaching Shirley to be true to her heart, to be true to her word, and to believe in herself. Zhang broke his fingers and used words indiscriminately. I don't know if his action had an effect or because he brought up Shirley. SCP-682 reopened his eyes. In Site 14, there is a person who smells the same as you. Its voice was still as low as ever. But Zhang heard every word it said clearly. Just a few minutes ago, SCP-682 had just said to him that the smell of his body made it familiar. Now it was throwing out such a heavy bomb. The smell of his own body. Jiangju looked at himself. He crossed over this world. Could there be another traveler inside the tiny Site-14? Another person from another world? Whether or not that was what SCP-682 meant by taste, Jiangju wasn't sure. But according to normal logic, there was at least some resemblance to him in some way. If this person was an enemy, then the danger would be great. Corroborating with both of Dr. Li's words. This person was most likely the one who had pushed him toward Shirley. It was part of the mysterious organization with the letters MRW on its arm. Everything seemed to become a closed loop. But the identity of the person is still vague. As long as the person was still active, he would definitely be able to catch his footsteps. After thinking about it, Jiangju informed SCP-682 about the real situation of Shirley. Because he also wanted to hear what SCP-682 had to say. Shirley is currently having trouble with the force inside her body. I don't know what the final result will be. I know that she will overcome it. Big Lizard, do you know what that force is? SCP-682 did not answer. Come on, playing dead again. This time, Jiangju couldn't wait to run across the room and give SCP-682 a kick in the butt. The conversation was at a standstill. Jiangju had no more information of value to SCP-682. No, he still had one last killer information. Jiangju smiled. Big guy, let's make one last deal. This time, I promised you something beneficial for you. Chapter 142. Time went back to the present. Melanie looked at Jiangju riding on the back of SCP-682 with a leather whip in his hand, and her whole body was stunned. The last person to do so was still one of those 4 famous doctors. That incident directly led to a massive containment breach at Site-19, with many buildings being destroyed with countless deaths and injuries. I never thought that, after so many years, another person would do such a crazy thing. The temporary containment room was supposed to be specially made, with all 4 walls constructed with a very special material. Even if you take a rocket launcher to break it through, it is not likely to blow a hole. SCP-682 is made with flesh, and it was able to blow out a big hole. The power of destruction is evident. But Melanie still somehow can't figure it out. The glass wall inside the shelter room is designed by her personally. It will automatically send out an alarm as long as it is destroyed, but why is it not triggered? Even if the alarm device failed and SCP-682 suddenly burst into action, Advisor Zhang had enough time to escape. But he did not do so and rode on the back of SCP-682. Melanie saw that Advisor Zhang got up slightly on SCP-682, waved the whip in his hand, and shouted, "Get out of the way." SCP-682 went crazy. Yippee-ki-yay. I don't know if it was an illusion. Although Advisor Zhang's expression was serious, Melanie always felt as if he was enjoying himself. Despite being shocked by sight in front of her, she pressed the alarm at the first opportunity. The 2 squads that had already been waiting outside the door immediately went into the area. 2 minutes later, Bellamy called through to the surveillance room. Melanie, what's the situation? Mr. Bellamy. Advisor Zhang, What happened to him? Was he eaten by SCP-682? No, he rode on top of SCP-682. What? Advisor Jiangju rode on top of SCP-682. The 2 are now hanging in the corridor. The MTF squad has entered to support the situation. Fuck. Melanie heard Bellamy curse a few times, then slammed the phone. It was prescient that this time Advisor Zhang had been arranged to meet with SCP-682 in this one building. The video footage showed Jiangju riding on top of SCP-682, who kept shaking his body and trying to shake him off. However, Jiangju's feet were clamped dead on its back. He was always keeping his balance, like a bullfighter. The two MTF squads surrounded them from afar. Due to Zhang Ju's position, they did not immediately attack it with weapons. Advisor Zhang Ju, please get off of SCP-682 as soon as possible so that we can contain it. The Tyrannosaurus squad leader shouted to Zhang Ju over the loudspeaker. They had already learned of Zhang Ju's identity before being assigned this mission. Originally SCP-682 was out of control. Even if a doctor were riding on it, the two MTF teams would not have hesitated. This was because the Foundation had already had a similar incident. But Zhang Ju's identity was special, and he had received orders that if Zhang Ju were harmed, their squad would be removed from the MTF forever. It was quite a harsh punishment. They fought and retreated, only daring to use weapons that were not as powerful in terms of damage. But how could they possibly stop SCP-682 with it? Get out of the way. Something wrong just happened. No, I can't get down. When I come down, it's going to eat me. Get out of the way. Heave ho. Zhang Ju rode SCP-682 all the way forward. The Cobra squad leader shouted over the intercom, "Cartman, what do we do now? It's starting to get out of control. We need to step up our firepower." Captain Tyrannosaurus said, "No. Advisor Zhang is still up there. We can't let him get hurt. Lord Bellamy has given orders that SCP-682 cannot be allowed to come out of this building. Otherwise, we'll all be thrown into a disciplinary. Lord O5 has also ordered that if anything happens to Advisor Zhang, both of our squads will start cleaning SCP-682's room from tomorrow." What the fuck? Can I ask which O5 it is? Don't fuck around. I have his orders here. But I have no right to know exactly which one. If you want to complain, it's better to wait until we finish the mission. It's better for me to be given a disciplinary than cleaning SCP-682's containment room. Fuck. What are we going to do then? You stall them first, and I'll start a backup plan. At this time, there is some backup plan. Directed by one of the O5's orders. Of course, it's given by the O5. The two captains determine the tactics and situation. Zhang Ju rode SCP-682 all the way forward without any problem at all and soon broke out of that complex. Zhang Ju waved his whip and shouted, "Don't shoot, I'm scared," while shouting, "Heave, heave, ho." As SCP-682 pushed forward, he said in a low voice, "Can you act more convincing?" Zhang Ju whistled in the air with his whip and laughed, "We have people who believe naturally, people who do not believe depends on the likeness of a person towards them. I was with David Copperfield, and we went to the toilet together. How come I cannot like him? Because his trick is a movie star level performance." SCP-682 was silent for a moment. After a few seconds, he said, "I hope I made the right choice." Ha 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 ha. Zhang Ju rode on SCP-682's back and let out an arrogant laugh. "I have always done business with a fair and reasonable result without any tricks at all. You will definitely not be on the loss here if you follow me. Well, if my information is correct. This should be the place, SCP-682. The time has come to test your ability." As they spoke, two of them came to open space. In the way of SCP-682 Rage, Tyrannosaurus and Cobra's squad can only point their weapon from a distance. The skin of SCP-682's body kept changing, scales appeared on the body, and sharp claws appeared on the limbs, eventually turning into a pangolin look. "This looks very ugly," said SCP-682. "Whatever, just be practical." Zhang Ju laughed, "Come on, I can't wait." Only to see SCP-682 immediately began to use sharp claws to dig the ground, soon made a large hole, and then with Zhang Ju, drilled in. Captain Cobra said in shock, "Shit, where do they headed?" "Shit, that's the Euclid containment area down there. What's going on?" What's going on? Why aren't you guys recontain SCP-682? At this time, Bellamy met them along the way. Lord Bellamy, we received a secret order from O5 to not allow Advisor Zhangju to be harmed or else. Or else my ass. Bellamy took out a piece of paperwork. This is an order written by Lord O5-5 herself, and I now order you 2 squads to recontain SCP-682 at all costs. I'll turn you all to a D class if anything goes wrong. The 2 captains looked at each other, revealing bitter smiles, and suddenly felt that life was hard. At this moment, Zhangju has come with SCP-682 to Site-19's Euclid Object Containment Area. They were scurrying around inside, destroying everywhere. Only God knows what they really want. Chapter 143. Left, left, and left. Right, right, and right. No, forward. Is it because I don't shout heap ho you can't understand my words? If you dare to ridicule again, then get off my back. Okay, my bad, SCP-682. Feel free to go anywhere. Where the hell is it? To the left. He and SCP-682 are speeding through the Euclid class containment area within Site-19. Because what is contained there is not really dangerous, so the underground defense force is not very strong. At least much better than the 2 MTF squads above. Based on their years of experience fighting with the Foundation and Zhangju's command, the 2 men were in no man's land. Occasionally, when they encountered unlucky security personnel, Zhangju would shout in advance, "Move away. I'm riding a Tesla over here." Some unbelievers thought that SCP-682 was so fast that he was not able to brake. They must be talking nonsense, but they were all mercilessly run over by SCP-682. I don't know what kind of deal Zhangju and SCP-682 made to reach an agreement to mess around in the containment area of Site-19. Nor do we know what their purpose was and how it would end up. The only thing I do know is that Zhangju should have crossed one item off his list of things that a real man should do once in his life this time. It was already a mess when the 2 MTF Tyrannosaurus and Cobra entered the Euclid containment area. Many of the security personnel on duty were missing arms and legs, but very few had died immediately. I wonder if it had anything to do with Zhangju sitting on the back of SCP-682. The 2 captains immediately evacuated all the staff and began to take control of the situation. According to the surveillance video, Advisor Zhangju and SCP-682 were scurrying around the various containment rooms. Everywhere they went, SCP-682 inevitably used its physical body to unlock the doors of the containment room. Either with violence or with its wits. Then, no matter what was inside, he swallowed it in one gulp. Zhangju sits on the back of SCP-682, and it is difficult to say whether this thing is his master plan or not. But if Zhangju could convince SCP-682 to work for him, the 2 MTF captains were a little unconvinced. No one knows better than them regarding SCP-682's temper, and he is not easy to be provoked. Ordinary people would let him do anything. Even most of them will be scared to piss their pants. Those researchers who had been studying SCP-682 for a long time were unwilling to spend long hours with it, let alone ride on him. No matter what Zhangju had done. The fact that he could make SCP-682 listen to him was enough to surprise the vast majority of people, whether they liked him or disliked him. The Tyrannosaurus captain looked at the containment room destroyed by Zhangju and SCP-682 and said, "It feels like they were looking for something." His vice captain asked, "What could that be?" "Fuck if I know." He spat, "Notify Cobra and have them position themselves in the Y4 area. We'll chase them forward from here and try to block them in." I had an SCP-682 I never rode. One day I rode it on told it to steal chickens. I had a small leather whip in my hand, I was so proud of it. It suddenly stopped moving, and I handsomely dropped all over the mud. Zhangju is simply lying on the back of SCP-682 while leisurely humming a song. While crawling quickly through the corridor, clearing away the security personnel, SCP-682 said, "I've seen many of your kind, but this is the first time I've seen one like you. Many thanks for the compliment." Jiangju nodded solemnly. "I am often aware of being such a good person." Even though SCP-682 had considerable wisdom, he didn't know how to respond. Jiangju's shamelessness had broken through its knowledge of humans. It simply changed the subject. "You've already achieved your goal. Why do you want to remain here? Isn't it good for us to just leave?" Note, it's me leaving here, not you. If I let you get away, I guess the entire Foundation staff would want to go plow my family's ancestral graves. Jiangju whistled, looking like he was in quite a good mood, "And the reason why I'm accompanying you here on a blind stroll is, of course, to hide my true purpose. As for you, just wait to be recontained by them, and you'll be fine." It's probably been a long time since anyone spoke to SCP-682 like this, and it was a little difficult to adapt for a while. After a long time before muttering, "Mortal, I know you're not convinced, and there's nothing you can do about it." Jiangju waved the leather whip in his hand. "That's the way it is. You know, it's the first time I wish those scum with weapons would hurry up and come." Before SCP-682 could finish his words, he heard a rustling sound in front of him, which seemed to be the sound of a gun being loaded. Immediately after that, there was a burst of fire. SCP-682 suffered from the bullet rain. But this level of attack was not enough to make him injured. "Captain, don't shoot. It's me. I'm a hostage," Jiangju immediately shouted. Although he had long expected Bellamy to give them a new order, his life was no longer worth anything. But the drama that should be done still had to be done fully. Sure enough, when he shouted, a voice rang out from the opposite side. "Advisor Zhang, we received an order to contain SCP-682 at all costs. Now it is surrounded by us. If you still don't get off it, then we will have to apologize." With that, a rocket hurtled towards them, exploding violently only 2 meters from SCP-682. The heat wave hit them, and Jiangju's hair was scorched by a few strands. He knew that this was the last chance the Foundation would be nice in this situation. The 2 MTF squads were not good at being caught in the middle of O5's order, and they wanted to both recontain SCP-682 and not injure Advisor Zhang. "Okay, you guys wait. I have to control this beast for a while," he said, and he struggled a bit more in a pretend manner, and SCP-682 also cooperated by roaring a few times. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly came from the headphones of the 2 MTF squad leaders. "Hello, you two. This is O5-5. An O5 speaking?" Both captains were based in Site 19, so naturally, they could hear the current In Charge O5's voice. Although she was a woman, there hadn't been any accidents at Site 19 in the past year due to her Iron Hand policy. It was exactly what the MTF squad needed. "What are your instructions?" Cobra's squad leader asked. She was quiet for a few seconds, then said in one word, "I order you two to open fire immediately." "About that," said the Tyrannosaurus squad leader, "My lord, Advisor Zhang has promised to come down and escape from SCP-682. No need to care about him if there is any problem. I will take the responsibility." After a short silence, the 2 captains responded. Understood. They were MTF captains, after all. It was their responsibility to contain SCP-682. They had already given Jiangju enough time, and if they were still quivering at this point, they would not be worthy of this position. "Attention, all squads, prepare to open fire. Attention, all squads, stand in your position." The 2 captains simultaneously issued orders to their groups, preparing to launch the fiercest attack on SCP-682. Just at that moment, a surprising thing happened. Jiangju, who was still grinding on SCP-682's back, was suddenly thrown up high by SCP-682. Then, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, he was swallowed into his gut by SCP-682 in an instant. Chapter 144. In this accident, a total of 3 people were killed, 58 people were injured, 12 containment rooms were damaged, 10 of the anomalous object were swallowed by SCP-682. The good thing is that most of the containment rooms that SCP-682 attacked were Euclid-class items, which did not trigger any serious consequences. At present, SCP-682 has been recontained. For the time being, it is impossible to determine what kind of effect those who were swallowed by him will affect SCP-682, and will be followed up with focused attention. 3 days later, inside the O5 office, Bellamy was making a final summary of the whole incident. O5-5 had the report in her hand, flipping through it page by page. "Where's Zhangju?" she asked. After being swallowed by SCP-682, he was nowhere to be found. O5-5 put down the report in her hand, stared into Bellamy's eyes, and said word for word, "Not known his whereabouts." Bellamy's cold sweat slid down his forehead. "My lord, after Zhangju was swallowed by SCP-682, it has been dormant for a long time, and it took 2 MTF teams 3 hours to recontain it. Only 20% of its body was left by that time, and much of what it had swallowed could not be found. We used a special life detector. Throughout Site-19, there are no vital signs of Advisor Zhang. The current theory is that he's been digested by SCP-682 and died." O5-5 snorted coldly. "Bellamy, you know me that I don't believe others. You just said these things, but do you believe it yourself?" Bellamy wanted to say something else but eventually shook his head. Zhangju had planned for so long just to see SCP-682 once, and if the end result was to be eaten by SCP-682, it would probably become the biggest joke of the century. If it was someone else, it would be fine. But that was Zhangju, a person that's known by many people. To say he just died, Bellamy couldn't even convince himself. The only possibility was that Zhangju had somehow managed to leave Site-19. Bellamy kept his head down. He had foreseen that something would happen and taken precautions. But he had never expected that it would end up like this. He hadn't been able to hear the conversation between Zhangju and SCP-682, but he had also made a mess of the containment area and hadn't even seen Zhangju in the end. This was a dereliction of duty on his part. But on the other hand, it also showed how difficult Zhangju really was to deal with. Almost everything he did was outside of Bellamy's expectations. Even beyond the expectations of everyone. At the last minute, O5-5 had sensed that something was wrong and had gone out of his way to intervene personally. But in the end, she hadn't been able to stop Zhangju either. "Show me the list of those SCP objects that were lost," O5-5 said. Bellamy immediately said, "It's in the appendix of the report." O5-5 flipped to that page and looked at it carefully, her brows furrowed. Bellamy cautiously said, "Do you think there is something wrong there?" O5-5 said, "Since Zhangju was able to escape from SCP-682's stomach, then naturally, these items wouldn't have disappeared into thin air. They're probably in possession of that Advisor Zhang by now." Bellamy's fist clenched secretly. How dare Zhangju blatantly steal the Foundation's contained objects, such damnable actions. "All right, pack up. We should go. Site-19 will have one O5 member on Site-19 every year. Now it's the year of 2222. After the final debriefing is done, O5-5 will leave the place." Evening. The sunset afterglow shone through the whole Site-19 with its golden light. O5-5's car left the gate of Site-19 and drove into the road, departing from Site-19. It was a 19-kilometer long straight road, with nothing on the road to act as a shield, and it seemed to lead all the way to the end of the road. Soon, another long black sedan came from the opposite direction, and the two cars drove toward each other and eventually stopped together. After stopping, the two drivers got out together, walked away from the cars, lit cigarettes, and started talking about how the weather was today. The two black cars were parked in the middle of the road, like two ants on a long highway. 3 minutes later, the windows on both sides were lowered simultaneously. On one side was 05-5, who was leaving the place, and on the other side, a young man with short brown hair. The young man was holding a game console in his hand, and the Super Mario on the screen was surrounded by countless spinning fireballs and finally forced to die in the corner. What kind of idiot designed this level? How should normal people play this game? He shouted, but still playing the game, performing with actions what it means to be really good at the game. 05-5 looked at him. Her eyes were calm. The corners of the young man's mouth twitched, and he threw the game console into the car. Okay, Sister 5. Don't look at me with that kind of eyes. I'm scared. What do you want? 12, you haven't answered me yet. Come on, Sister 5. It's useless if you keep pushing me about it. 05-12 scratched his head. Look, even if I vote on him, you guys are still 2 against 10. No chance of winning, right? Please don't pull me into the problem anymore. It's too late for now. Besides, I'm just a newcomer. What do you want me to do? With me or without me is not much difference. 05-5 looked at him and didn't say anything. 05-12 slapped his head. Okay, Sister 5. If they do something weird, I will definitely inform you first. You can rest now. After 05-12's driver got into the car, his car started heading for Site 19. 05-12 had been playing the game. After dying numerous times, he cursed and wanted to throw the game console out of the car window, but in the end, he didn't let it go. Seeing his annoyed look, the driver smiled. My lord, that one is pulling your strings again. No. 05-12 shrugged. That old woman, who does she think she is? She still wanted to lure me. It's not about the game, or the manga isn't good, she and her chaos insurgency thing. I didn't want to get involved with it. She just wanted to use me as cannon fodder. I mustn't follow her. The driver said, that advisor Zhang. Didn't SCP-999 say that he is the key to saving this world? I don't want to be his enemy. I still have to play the game. Let's just leave the task of saving the world to him. But didn't you also say that the information SCP-999 provided to each 05 member is only minor information? For this kind of pieced-together information, as long as one person tells a lie, the conclusion that is reached may be completely different. 05-12 waved his hand in annoyance. Tom, we both grew up under the same roof as brothers. When did you become so gossipy? Let me play the game properly for a while, can't you? The driver laughed. Jerry, because we grew up under the same roof, I know what kind of person you are. The one who hides information from other 05 members is you, right? Meanwhile, Zhangju had just stepped off the plane that had landed in Switzerland, carrying his luggage and humming a little tune comfortably. The trip to Site 19 was very fruitful. He got a lot of useful information from SCP-682, but he also got a lot of useful things from the Site 19 containment area with the help of SCP-682. Simply the best heist ever. Site 19 is a treasure trove. If not for the time constraints, he could have earned himself a motherlode. But this is also enough to avoid the backlash from the Foundation. Doubt that even 05 Council can't protect him. Getting out of the cab and looking at the administration building at Site 14, Zhangju licked his lips. He's back again, and this time he wanted to see if the site which he has already familiar with, would still bring him surprises. Chapter 145. It's a cold night that hurt my feelings, and I can't pity anyone who felt the same as mine. Invited him to drink 3 bottles of wine to destroy our liver and get drunk and tell the stories each other to haunt our dreams for 5 nights long. Stories about the Beauty and the Beast relationship, but without the connection to the flowers. The sun and the moon can't live together in a single moment. It was also difficult for them to meet. And the story continues. But it says that after I entered SCP-682's containment room, I fought with that damn lizard for 300 rounds, rode on its back, and controlled it. However, SCP-682 is such a divine beast that it could not stand such insults. It desperately shook its body, trying to drop me to the ground. When I couldn't take it anymore, the faces of everyone here came to my mind, and I said, I can't be a disgrace to all of you at Site 14, so I leaped up, grabbed a cable, turned it into a whip, and continued to fight the beast. Zhangju was in Site 14's cafeteria during the lunch break, telling the story of what happened before and after he met SCP-682. Of course, he didn't tell the whole truth, but he was influenced by his father, and his story wasn't that bad. Even if the Site 14 people wouldn't believe his story, it was a really good and entertaining story for after-dinner entertainment. He didn't explain the part that he ran away from there. Because on that same day, when he returned to Site 14, an investigation order from the Foundation headquarters also came to him. The investigation order came from the new rotating O5 member, O5-12. Zhangju was ordered to return to Site 19 to assist in the investigation of the SCP-682 containment breach incident. This order somehow leaked out. Site 14 colleagues then learned that the original Zhangju had disappeared and gone to the headquarters. Zhangju is a thief with a weak heart. This kind of investigation order on him is simply a waste of paper and time because he will not go to Site 19. Who can tell what has been spitted out from SCP-682's stomach? However, this problem soon spread throughout the site. Zhangju usually was cool with people on the site. Everyone made the same enemy. The people from the headquarters were also mad at him. In fact, also because O5-12 has been explained regarding the situation, he doesn't want to make it difficult for Zhangju. Although the problem was soon settled, everyone would come to ask Zhangju what had happened. Some were concerned, and some were curious. That's how the whole problem came to an end. After lunch, Zhangju would speak for a while. Although most people knew that what Zhangju said was not necessarily true because of secrecy and other reasons, they were still willing to listen to him. It also shows that after a few months of living together, the staff of Site 14 has really considered Zhangju as one of their own. Except for one person. Site 14's new Deputy of Experiment Supervisor, Dave Simmons. Yang Shui was left behind in chlamydia, leaving the Deputy of Experiment Supervisor vacant. Since Zhangju was gone, the headquarters sent him here. The Experiment Supervisor Zhang Lao is already semi-retired, so this Deputy Supervisor has the same power as the original Supervisor. This means all Site 14 experiments have to be approved by him. Because he was sent in from headquarters and was a Westerner, his work did not go well at the beginning. Only because of his strong working management was he gradually recognized by everyone, and Zhangju's return swept away the prestige he had originally built up. As soon as he got off work, everyone gathered around Zhangju. It was impossible to say that he was not jealous. Simmons was only 30 years old and was able to hold this position, so naturally, he had his own merits. He was indeed jealous, but he kept his mind not to cross the line. He knew that the best way to surpass others was to improve himself. He studied night and day, did experiments, and researched various SCP objects, expecting to make a breakthrough. If Zhangju is a rising star who came out of nowhere, then he is a representative of a person that's called zero to hero. Since childhood, he had always believed that there was nothing that could not be solved by hard work. But soon, he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't surpass Zhangju. Zhang Ju's knowledge seemed to be way beyond his comprehension. Often the conclusions he had spent days and nights sleeplessly coming to a dead end, and Zhang Ju could just blurt out something and solve his problem. This made him feel very frustrated. Was there really someone who was born with a gift that knows it all? He had originally wanted to compete with Zhang Ju, but after a month of hard work, he realized that while it was true that genius was 99%, and hard work was only 1%. But without that 1%, the 99% would only be endless suffering. He began to be a little disillusioned and demoralized. He is still dedicated to working, but after that, no one saw him during his usual overnight attendance in the lab. On this day, he was drinking on the roof of Site 14. The sound of footsteps came, and he turned around to see that it was advisor Zhang Ju. He had been holding back his energy to compete with Zhang Ju. He didn't usually warm up for such competitions and prepared to talk about business matters. At this moment, Zhang Ju approached him, and he didn't know how to speak for a moment. "Supervisor Simmons, you seem to be in a good mood." Zhang Ju greeted him. "Well, Advisor Zhang. Sorry, my current position is still a deputy supervisor," Simmons said. Zhang Ju smiled. "Simmons, although you know Chinese, you obviously don't know enough about Eastern culture, and since you're already here and it looks like you won't be going back for a long time to come home, let me share with you some knowledge. In the East, especially Chinese, very few people add the title deputy, whether it's out of politeness or something else. At least in most cases." "I see." Simmons nodded in acceptance. "I'm not going to lie to you, Advisor Zhang. There are indeed many etiquettes I'm not clear on. If there's anything I've done wrong, I'd appreciate your guidance in the future." Zhang Ju laughed. "I can't talk about guidance. We are learning from each other." With this, the two naturally talked. It was only then that Simmons felt Zhang Ju's charisma. He had seen Zhang Ju telling dirty jokes to the researchers, and he had also seen Zhang Ju sternly reprimanding the young people who were not rigorous in their work. But no matter what, everyone was blown away by his charisma. Simmons is essentially a nerd, not to mean it's a bad thing. Zhang Ju was a man of the people. He wouldn't laugh at people who got everything through hard work. The first thing you need to do is to get a good idea of what you're getting into. After a few words of conversation, Zhang Ju learned that Simmons had majored in computer science in college. He opened his mouth and asked, "So you know how to fix computers?" "Advisor Zhang, I studied software development as an undergraduate." "Wow, really? Then let me ask another question. If certain video files on my hard drives are deleted, can you recover them?" "That's a rather difficult question. But, Advisor Zhang, some videos that you've deleted are best to leave like that. It's not good for your health, you know." "What are you thinking about?" Zhang Ju said, "I want you to restore a surveillance video, you know." "Just kidding, my videos are confidential. With 18 layers of encryption, how can they be deleted?" Chapter 146. No one knew that the first thing Zhang Ju did after returning to Site 14 from headquarters was to retrieve the surveillance video from the day of the first SCP-682 experiment. He cared more about what Dr. Li said than what SCP-682 said. That was esoteric and mysterious. If Dr. Li did not lie, then Site 14 must be hiding the enemy, and this enemy had nothing to do with anyone else but simply targeted him. On the first day he crossed into the SCP world, he had already premeditatedly tried to kill him. As the saying goes, there is no fear of a thief stealing, but only fear of a thief thinking about it. Zhang Ju was aware of that thought right now, and that was not a good feeling. Therefore, he must investigate clearly whether Dr. Li was lying. Under normal circumstances, just call up the video operator to open the video in that corridor and take a look at it. But because the incident had happened a long time ago, the storage could only keep half a year's worth of records, which had been long deleted. Zhang computer skills were only half-assed. He knew that if the files on the hard drive were just deleted, they could easily be recovered. But if the information was deleted and the hard drive was overwritten by a new video file, the chances of recovery were slim. There are a total of 4 people who have watched this video material: Yang Wenbei, the ex-site director, 2 investigators, and a security officer in the surveillance room. But Yang Wenbei had retired and had his memory erased. He couldn't just tell Zhang what he had seen in the video. On the other hand, the other 3 had died in the Site 14 infiltration incident that occurred later on. It seemed to be a bit of a coincidence. By all means, this kind of video should be kept as evidence. But for some reason, Yang Wenbei hadn't done so and hadn't even informed Zhang about it. Zhang could only rely on himself to find the answer. For confidentiality reasons, he couldn't bring that hard drive with him and make an effort to find someone to recover the data. The appearance of Simmons gave him hope. Simmons was a senior computer science student at the University of Pennsylvania and was extremely good at electronic devices, software programming, and hacking techniques. His wish is to be able to go to Site 15 and participate in the research of SCP-079, Old AI. Zhang believed that he would face that day soon with his talent and hard work level. Simmons opened his personal computer, ran a special program, and then connected the hard drive Zhang had given him to the mainframe. A black pop-up window appeared on the computer screen, flashing with various data that Zhang couldn't read. The situation is not too promising. Simmons typed on his keyboard, typing in various commands. The hard drive used by the Foundation is specially made, but the video files have been deleted for too long and partially overwritten by other data. Even if the AI algorithm I developed is able to recover some of it, the best that can be achieved in just a few video frames. Simmons was somewhat demotivated, but Zhang was overjoyed. Just get the images. Zhang burst out laughing. Impossible, you say? I have long since gone through every corner of the internet, and none of them really helped much. The reason why Zhang was so happy was that he had long since gone to Google for a bit on this issue. But almost everyone told him that it was just one video and that he to just forget about it. Some even said that if Zhang could tell the content, he could immediately be provided some help on the matter. Looking at the replies to the post, Zhang had some egg on his face. If he knew the general content of the video, he wouldn't have asked such a question. But he still added the big guy's friend and sent a good man lives in peace, just in case. Simmons tapped on the keyboard again and finally shook his head. My computer's computing power is too low. Even if it's processing for 24 hours a day, it will take a month to recover the video. Zhang was shocked. Why is it taking so long? Simmons nodded helplessly. The AI restoration algorithm I wrote is not perfect enough. It's just a beta version at the moment, without considering the efficiency. Simmons was a computer expert, and the configuration of his computer must be quite high. As seen from the techy appearance. If his computer was taking this long, I was afraid that there was no better option within the entire site. Zhang straight sucked his teeth. Do we really have to spend an immense amount of money just for this? It just seems like a bad idea. The laptop's manufacturer's main business is to provide a wide range of products and services to its customers. But Simmons said, perhaps, there is a place to process it faster. Where? Site 14 Central Control Room. Each SCP Foundation site has a central control room with a supercomputer to store and calculate various data and control the temperature, humidity, and other parameters required for each containment room. In addition to these most basic tasks, it is also responsible for managing some of the containment's failure measures, such as the automatic detonation of nuclear warheads. Therefore, the central control room is a very restricted place. Its defense system and mechanism are not comparable to other areas. In Simmons' opinion, only the supercomputer inside the control room could complete the video repair in a short time. Zhang then accessed the central control room. He took Simmons and came there together. The officer on duty was a little surprised by their arrival, but Jong-ju had quite a high reputation at Site 14, and as long as he didn't do anything weird, no one would ask him what he was doing. Even if they wanted to, they didn't have permission to do so. Simmons got his program running on the supercomputer. How was it? Jong-ju asked. Simmons operated it. It'll take 3 days. One could tell that he was somewhat dissatisfied with the result. However, Jong-ju made an okay gesture to him, accepting the result. Simmons put the program into an idle background state to continue its execution, and the two of them left the central control room. Out of the room, Simmons let out an exhale as if he had accomplished something big. He looked a little strange, and Jong-ju asked, "What's wrong? It wouldn't be the first time you've done something like this, would it?" Jong-ju's words were somewhat ambiguous, but Simmons nodded his head anyway. Ever since he was a kid, everything he had done had been within the rules of what was allowed. This was indeed the first time he had done something like this for the private use of a public instrument. This advisor Jong seems to have a magical influence. He obviously doesn't know him well, but after only a few hours under his leadership, he began to do some things that he could not do in the past. The good thing is that he seemed to be very happy and had accomplished something amazing. For Simmons, this was something that was simply unimaginable in the past. Looking at his appearance, Jong-ju laughed. In Chinese, we have a saying that it is not easy to learn how to be good, but learn how to be bad once. Simmons, I can guarantee you that you will do this kind of thing often after knowing me. Young man, resign yourself to your fate. Chapter 147. An important matter had been settled, and Jong-ju was in a good mood. He only had to wait 3 more days before he could see the contents of the video. He lay in bed, pondering some of the sights he might see. For example, the video was empty, and nothing had been recorded, or perhaps Dr. Lee was lying, and it was actually him who had pushed himself. But that is still speculation. 3 days later, all the answers will be known. Jong-ju was just about to close his eyes when he suddenly felt a heartbreaking pain strike through his body. His whole body was in pain as if every bone was about to crack. Cold sweat continued to seep from his forehead, feeling great pain. But he kept his teeth clenched and did not make a sound. After 10 minutes, the pain gradually disappeared. Jong-ju slowly got up and sat on the bed, panting heavily. This was not the first time he had experienced such a condition. Ever since he had returned to Site 14 from the Foundation's headquarters, he had discovered that he had this problem. This made him very puzzled. Because he had Shirley's self-healing ability, he hadn't experienced this feeling for a long time. At first, he thought he had contracted something like a virus but soon found that it was not. This was probably the aftermath of meeting with SCP-682. He was making a deal with SCP-682 and riding on it. One was because he wanted to grab something, and the second was because he wanted to touch SCP-682. This is something that even SCP-682 did not think about it. He can get the ability of certain SCP through contact. After coming to this conclusion, SCP-682 has been on top of Jong-ju's must-contact list. This must be an unbelievable ability, and with it, he can be immortal. The moment he entered Site 19 and saw SCP-682, Jong-ju couldn't wait to hug it and kiss it twice. However, things didn't go as smoothly as he had imagined. He did touch SCP-682 and even rode on it, but coming into contact with SCP-682 was different from the feeling all the previous SCP. Generally speaking, if he succeeded in acquiring the abilities of a particular SCP, a special feeling of physical pleasure would arise, presumably as a result of an adrenaline surge. Whereas when he comes into contact with items whose abilities he cannot acquire, such as SCP-343, God, and SCP-701-1, the Hanged King, he doesn't feel anything. Presumably, because they're beyond what he can comprehend. On the other hand, SCP-682 is different from anything he met. At the moment of contact, he seemed to be pricked by something, and it hurt like being stabbed, and there was no feeling of physical pleasure. For a moment, Zhang thought he couldn't obtain SCP-682's abilities, but the pain that flared up from time to time told him that it wasn't that simple. With each onset of pain, he could clearly feel that his body was changing. If he had to use something to describe it, he was probably like a block of iron. The blacksmith keeps burning the iron red, hammering it, burning it red, hammering it again, and after getting rid of all the impurities, it can be forged into a great sword. The cycle of pain is getting weaker and weaker. At first, it only occurred once a day at night, then once every 3 days, and recently it took a week to occur. If this continues, I don't know what my body will eventually become, but it definitely won't be bad. Zhang began to look forward to it. But this time, the pain had also given him a wake-up call. The matter of recovering the video had been handed over to Simmons, so what he should do now was something else. To check SCP-682 termination attempt records. According to SCP-682, he had seen the white fog in Zhang's dream during a termination experiment. SCP-682 termination attempt was a lot. Even in his own world, Zhang hadn't been able to read them all, and besides, the process in this world was different from the SCP he knew so well. He decided to read it again nevertheless. However, there were many experiments that shattered people's senses and turned Zhang's perception of the Foundation upside down. He realized that the Foundation did have not only researchers with strict attitudes but also brainwashed people. In this world, there are always some idiots who use their existence to tell you that the place you live is not a paradise. For example, this article in particular. Experiment 1, an ordinary human child. Termination attempt record, the child began to scream and cry when SCP-682 was introduced into the cell. The subject was immediately and messily devoured by SCP-682. Notes: okay, so that didn't work so well. Maybe the fact that the kid was crying made 682 perceive it as hostile intent. Guest researcher Drive W. Experiment 2, a normal human child using drugs to suppress their emotions. Termination attempt record, the child stood and smiled, giggling at SCP-682 with no sign of fear. SCP-682 devoured the subject messily. Notes: maybe we can try that again. I'm sure somewhere out there's a kid who'll make friends with it like SCP-053 did. Guest researcher Drive W. Experiment 3, Guest researcher Drive W. Subject screamed in terror and pounded on the door to the test facility, begging to be let out. SCP-682 devoured it messily 3 minutes after being introduced. Notes: fucking sadistic asshole. I've got no sympathy for that moron whatsoever. Introducing children to this fucking monster? What the hell? Assistant Director Clef. Zhang turned off his computer, thinking he should go and relax. It was hard for him to stay calm when he always saw records like this. He tried to find Simmons again. After that night's ridiculous action with Zhang, Simmons had returned to normal and stopped fighting with himself. After the work, he still worked diligently in the lab. The door was left open, so Zhang knocked symbolically twice and walked in. Seeing that it was Zhang, Simmons said, "Advisor Zhang, what can I do for you?" Zhang waved his hand, "I'm just bored and decided to take a walk." "You do your experiment. Just don't mind me." Simmons nodded and continued to fiddle with his test tubes. On the other hand, Zhang was rudely scurrying around in other people's labs. Like Yang Shui, Simmons was a workaholic and slept in his office when it was too late, so many of his daily supplies were on a separate table. Zhang saw a photo. Simmons and another black friend were hooked up in the photo, very close. This was not an easy thing for Simmons, who had some slight social difficulties. Jongju couldn't help but look at it a few more times, and then he felt that the black man looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. For a moment, he couldn't remember it. When Simmons finished his experiment, he saw Jongju staring at the photo, so he called out, "Advisor Jong." Jongju turned around and pointed to the person in the photo, "Is this your friend?" Simmons nodded, "What's wrong with him?" Jongju frowned slightly, "I think I've seen him somewhere before." "No way. How could you have seen him?" Simmons laughed, "His name is Will Smith. He's a friend I met when I was studying in May. I shared a room with him back then." Simmons began to recall his past, yet Jongju had completely lost track of the words that followed him. "What did you say? What was his name?" Seeing Jongju's strange expression, Simmons felt a little strange. "His name is Smith." Simmons repeated, "Will Smith." Chapter 148. Will Smith. This name is very familiar to Jongju. Not because he was a legend. It was because the captain of the MTF Black Pearl Squad who had entered SCP-1451 was also called by that name. After returning from the May province, Jongju investigated this person. Only then to find out that the Foundation did not have an MTF squad called Black Pearl, nor was there a person named Will Smith. The only explanation was that he had not yet joined the Foundation, and the Black Pearl squad he led had not yet been established. 3 years later, Will Smith and his Black Pearl team went out on a mission and successfully escaped a disaster. Survived the end of the world situation, hiding in SCP-1451. They managed to dodge several chaotic situations and lost some of the squad members and researchers along the way. Their importance to the Foundation is evident. Suppose they could find Will Smith and the doctor they had saved. They could find out what had happened to the world 3 years later. But Jongju's investigation had always come up empty. Simmons must have known what happened that 3 years ago in the future and the Will Smith of this timeline. But even if Smith could not predict what would happen later, a person's behavior pattern is fixed. Perhaps we could get other clues from him. Therefore, Jongju did not intend to let go of any details. "Smith is a friend I met when I was studying in May, and I share a house with him." Simmons said, "I got along with him for a long time, and only later did I learn that he was actually an underground black boxer." A black boxer. Smith's profession was somewhat unexpected to Jongju. He was familiar with the Foundation's process for recruiting MTF members, going through several rounds of screening and being very strict, not to mention the captain. Smith's identity was so sensitive, yet he was able to be drafted by the Foundation. So, he must have something special. Jongju asked, "Can you get in touch with him now?" "Yes, you can." Simmons nodded his head. It was 11:30 p.m., exactly in the morning in the country of May. Simmons picked up the phone and dialed the number of Will Smith, who was far away from here. The phone rang for a minute, and no one answered. Something's not right. Smith never sleeps. Simmons felt a little strange, dialed again. The result is still no answer. Simmons wanted to call again but was stopped by Jongju. His intuition, which was always accurate, told him that something wrong had happened to Smith. Jongju narrowed his eyes. "Other than phone, do you have any other contact information?" Feeling Jongju's aura change, Simmons hurriedly nodded his head. "Yes, he has a special email address that only the two of us know. I'll try sending him an email right now." Simmons immediately logged into his email and sent an email to Smith's secret address with a very simple sentence, "Are you okay?" He clicked the send button and immediately received a reply that startled him. It was an automatic reply. "Simmons, I'm glad you remembered me as a friend. Only us knew about this email address, so I knew it had to be you. I feel that some bizarre events are always happening around me lately that give me the creeps. I decided to look into it. If you receive this email, it means that my investigation has failed, and I may have disappeared from this world completely. Don't pray for me, my brother. And don't risk investigating anything. I have some things stored safely at a bank in Canada, and these will be a gift to you. The code is the day we pay the rent each month. You must remember it. Wish me luck. Your best buddy, Smith. After reading this email, Simmons froze for a long time. Some could not accept the fact that they had obviously talked on the phone a few months before. His friendship with Smith had exceeded that of an ordinary friend. In the words of the Chinese saying, they were buddies for life. He used his computer skills to help Smith escape from his enemies repeatedly, while Smith has also helped him teach many bullies a lesson. Smith's auto-reply was more like a suicide note. What's wrong with him? Simmons turned to Zhang Ju. Advisor Zhang, can you tell me what happened to Smith? Why do you know his name? Simmons had expected that Zhang Ju would tell him the answer. Instead, Zhang Ju shook his head. No, with your rank. I can't reveal any information about him with you. Simmons looked at Zhang Ju. Zhang Ju's face was calm. In the end, Simmons sighed faintly. I see. The rules of the Foundation were, at times, cruel. Zhang Ju gently patted his shoulder. Don't be too pessimistic. Maybe he just got into some kind of trouble and couldn't leave for a while. Really? Simmons was like a family member, refusing to let go of any hope at all. I don't know if it's true. Zhang Ju wasn't going to lie to him either. Smith encountered some kind of bizarre event, and it's still unknown if he's alive after he went to investigate. Simmons, there's no use in you worrying blindly here, but I can help you go see what happened to him. Whether he's alive or dead, and I'll find out for you. People know that Zhang Ju looks like a person who usually just spends their time hanging around without any reason. But once he gets serious, he is very trustworthy and can even trust his life with it. This is something that people throughout Side 14 know very well. Simmons had just arrived here, but he was also unconditionally obedient to Zhang Ju's words after several days. He stood up and bowed respectfully. Advisor Zhang, Smith, is my best friend. No matter what, please help me find him. The two men were talking. Zhang Ju's phone suddenly rang. It was a number coming within sight. Who could it be at this late hour? Zhang Ju picked up the phone. Advisor Zhang? It's not good. Didn't you operate the computer in the central control room the other day? Something went wrong. Zhang Ju's brow knitted. Don't worry. First, what's the situation there? Oh, I don't know, I just came back from a sip of water, and a dialog box suddenly popped up on the computer desktop. I couldn't understand what was written on it, but I couldn't turn it off. What kind of dialog box? It's a pop-up window that overlays all the programs and keeps flashing. Constantly blinking. Zhang Ju whispered. Simmons asked, is it green? The other party replied, yes, it's the green box. What should I do now? Don't do anything yet. Simmons was a little excited and said to Zhang Ju, the video is recovering faster than I thought, it's only been 2 days, and it's already done. Now we can go and see if the video has been recovered or not. Chapter 149. Side 14 Supercomputer computing power is really powerful. The video has been recovered 1 day faster than Simmons expected. After receiving the call, the two immediately rushed to the central control room. Simmons looked at the prompt that popped up on the computer and typed in a few more commands. Zhang Ju looked at him, how's it going? Simmons wiped the sweat from his forehead as if relieved. The program was executed successfully. All the files and information from 6 months ago that could be recovered have been recovered. But since some of the magnetic tracks have been overwritten by other data, it may not be complete. It depends on luck whether the files you want are recovered or not. I've always had good luck. Zhang laughed. Simmons, no matter what. Thank you in advance for this time. Zhang tucked the recovered hard drive into his pocket and immediately returned to his room. He couldn't wait to see what the security footage had been restored to. However, the moment he opened the hard drive, he had a problem with his computer. Zhang computer configuration is not the best, but definitely not bad. Enough to play games with max settings is absolutely no problem. The reason for it was because there were too many video files. Since the video recovery algorithm written by Simmons himself was only a beta version, it still needed to be optimized. The hard drive provided by Zhang was rewritten several times, and the AI algorithm tried to recover the previous data. Still, it was not able to combine the obtained video data together. As a result, tens of thousands of video fragments existed in the recovered hard drive. The big ones are more than a dozen gigabytes, and some are only a few kilobytes. As Simmons has said, some of the files probably have only a few frames, and because they were intelligently recovered files, they couldn't be sorted by date either. It's not difficult to find the frame you want from so many video files. There was no way out, and Zhang couldn't just stop here. So, he could only click on each video to check it out. At first, he was confident, thinking that he would probably see the image he wanted to see in just a moment with his luck. But after an hour, he was tired, dropped his body in front of the computer desk, and began to slack off. All of them are surveillance videos, not small movies. It's too boring to watch them one by one. Even if it's a small movie, how many people can watch the whole thing? Most of the time, you're just going to skip parts of it. After a night of continuous investigation, Zhang finally appeared in front of the Site 14 staff with 2 black circles under his eyes the next day. Looking at his appearance, Simmons immediately guessed the reason. Advisor Zhang, how about I develop another software for you to help you with videos? Zhang, who knew little about software development, asked, and what's that? Simmons nodded. The principle is actually not complicated. The upper right corner of the surveillance video has a time marker. I just need to write the program so that it can identify the video within a certain time range and mark it, and you can manually review it again. It should be helpful later on. This method was possible. Zhang nodded, looking forward to your development. Sorry to bother you. No problem at all. I developed similar software in college, and I can do it in a few days. Simmons said, compared to the matter of Smith, it's more troubling for you, Advisor Zhang, to take care of it. When the average person heard such words, they would have thought that Simmons was blackmailing Zhang. But Zhang knew that Simmons was just a bit antisocial and not very good at talking. Thus, the two agreed. Simmons was responsible for developing a tool to identify video time for Zhang, while Zhang investigated the disappearance of Will Smith for Simmons. Zhang was in China and had no way to get to the scene in the first place. Other than Yang Shui, he didn't know many people in Mei. But Yang Shui was currently on a classified mission and was probably even busier than Simmons. Zhang thought about it and finally dialed Lei Shan's number. Hey, old friend. I've got another piece of good news for you. What are you going to take in exchange? These were Zhang first words. On the other side, Lei Shan laughed. Zhang style could never be imitated by others. He laughed, Advisor Zhang, the benefits you gained the other day have been quite a lot. I heard that at least 10 or more SCP objects at the headquarters are missing or destroyed. Nonsense. Zhang hurriedly set himself aside. I, Zhang, am a person of integrity and honesty, hard-working and brave, out of the low class, and that has a reputation, okay. Without proof, be careful I sue you for slander. Hearing Zhang brush off the blame, Lei Shan shook his head helplessly. Tell me, what is it that I need to take the blame for you this time? That's a tough thing for you to say. Zhang said, You've seen that videotape I gave the Foundation with Captain Will Smith in it? Have you found him yet? Lei Shan paused for a moment. This was a Foundation secret. The headquarters did not inform him of this matter, even Zhang Ju himself. But he still knew about it and took the initiative to find himself. It looked like he most likely had some information that the Foundation did not have. After thinking about it, Lei Shan told Zhang Ju the truth, that Will Smith, the Foundation had originally found him. But then, he disappeared again. Found and then disappeared again. Zhang Ju chuckled, President Lei, do all your people work with their heels? Even Lei Shan was choked up enough by Zhang Ju's words. He coughed a few times and laughed helplessly. The people sent there were all elites, but it was said that they encountered something bizarre. So, we lost the target. If you are free, Advisor Zhang, you might want to visit me. I think they would welcome you very much. This is precisely what Zhang Ju wanted. But how could he possibly agree easily on this matter? Lei Shan, you're asking me to do something? I'll say this first. I'm a man who takes advantage of anything. You better prepare a reward for me first. Okay. Lei Shan sighed, if Advisor Zhang can find Smith, I will personally apply to headquarters for a commendation. 3 days later, another 3 days. Simmons finally got the video screening program done. The program didn't require much of a complex algorithm, and it ran on Zhang Ju's computer. An hour later, tens of thousands of surveillance videos were sorted by date in the video and inserted into a dozen folders. In this way, Zhang Ju quickly located the footage from the day of the SCP-682 containment breach. Because of permissions issues, Simmons was unable to view the content of the video, and he sat across from Zhang Ju in case there were any bugs in the program. Simmons watched Zhang Ju's expression. At first, he was excited, very excited. However, when he opened a certain video file, his face began to turn serious. Based on Zhang Ju's movements, he should have repeatedly viewed a particular video frame by frame. Finally, Zhang Ju closed his computer. Simmons looked at him. Well, Advisor Zhang, did you find what you were trying to find? Zhang Ju rubbed his temples with one hand, his expression unprecedentedly tired. It seemed that watching that surveillance video had taken all of his energy. Finally, he sighed. Simmons, I finally understand it. That some things are better kept secret than being known by everyone. Chapter 150. No matter how long it took, Zhang Ju would be very depressed when he recalled the content within the video. He had made many assumptions about what was inside the surveillance video, but he had never thought about this situation. In the video footage, Shirley was standing alone in front, and he was standing about a meter behind Shirley. Dr. Li was isolated from the crowd at a great distance, and the closest person to him was Yang Shui. Because of the fear of Shirley, the others were at a distance from the three of them. Only Yang Shui was behind him. Although the video footage did not clearly capture the action of Yang Shui pushing him, unless the other's arms were 2 meters long, there was simply no reasonable explanation. Zhang Ju leaned against the roof's railing, trying hard to remember what it felt like. He was quite sure that someone had indeed pushed him with his hand rather than using some tool. Judging from the video, only Yang Shui could have done it in the position he was in at the time. When you eliminate all impossible circumstances, no matter how unbelievable it is, that is the truth. Zhang Ju narrowed his eyes. He had always been very confident, even a little conceited. He didn't think he was afraid of anyone when it came to this situation. But this time, it seems to have fallen into the path of others. The bucket does not leave the well broken. The general will inevitably die in front of the battle. The result of playing with geese all day long is to be pecked blindly by geese. After coming to the SCP world, he spent the longest time with Yang Shui. In addition to the title of Dr. Foundation, Yang Shui is just a somewhat simple girl. If it was really Yang Shui who pushed him towards Shirley, then it seems that the somewhat simple one should be himself. He is still a bit puzzled. Even if Yang Shui had fooled him repeatedly with a woman's unique acting skills, what was her motive for doing so? Was she part of the MRW organization? Zhang Ju smiled. This isn't good. After coming to the SCP world, there were always some weird and mysterious things going on. Yang Shui was the only clear clue among all these messy things. If something could be discovered, maybe the places that could not be figured out before could be solved. Hey, Advisor Zhang. Simmons' voice came. After all this time together, he had also discovered this habit of Zhang Ju's. Whenever Zhang Ju was not in the dormitory or the lab, he would usually be on the rooftop relieving himself. Seeing that it was him, Zhang Ju asked, "How's it going?" Simmons walked up to him and shook his head. Without being able to view the content of the video, it's a lot more difficult to analyze. I used various software and programs in the world to decode the video, and I didn't find any signs of editing or overwriting. The expected result. Zhang Ju said, in other words, this is indeed what was captured inside the surveillance video, right? Yes. Simmons nodded. To fake on this kind of video, you first have to replace the real footage with fake footage. Then after 6 months of overwriting and finally being forcibly recovered by us with software, the cost of faking is too high, and the controllability is low. The probability of success is basically zero. Zhang Ju hummed, acknowledging Simmons' statement. If someone wanted to fake the surveillance video, they wouldn't have to go to such lengths. Just give him a complete tape. The reason Zhang Ju had asked Simmons to confirm the authenticity of the video was because he had spent so much time with Yang Shui. His eyes were not lying, and Yang Shui's concern for him did not seem fake. He tried to find an explanation that would make sense. The video content was replaced and edited like many movies and TV shows. Zhang Ju thought about this in the first place. But now, it seemed that he had thought wrong again. Seeing Simmons' somewhat strange expression, Zhang Ju said, "There's no need to be insensitive. Just say whatever comes to mind." Simmons frowned. "Advisor Zhang, I don't know what you saw on the surveillance video, but if you doubt the authenticity of the video's content, then you've actually overlooked one of the most possibilities of them all." Zhang Ju looked at him and asked, "What is it?" Me. Simmons pointed to himself. "I wrote the software to recover the video. I have the source code of the program in my hands. If I add a little something to the code, there is no way you can know about it, and this is the one with the highest possibilities for your current problem." Simmons has a somewhat flinty personality and says whatever comes to mind, even if the object of suspicion is himself. Probably this is one of the reasons why he is not popular with his colleagues and classmates. But this kind of matter-of-fact style was perfect for working at the Foundation. Zhang Ju nodded and smiled. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about this possibility. In the end, he didn't believe it at all. Their relationship hadn't been good at first, and asking Simmons to help recover the video had been purely his own choice. If Simmons was really behind it, then it shouldn't be plotted like this. Even if Simmons was manipulating the program, he could have run the program on his computer. There was no need to borrow the site's supercomputer. Just because Zhang Ju didn't understand the software code, it doesn't mean that the others didn't, and once someone found out about it, the whole thing would be exposed. Most importantly, that MRW, which only targeted Zhang Ju, didn't seem to be that big of an organization, and there shouldn't be so many insiders in the Foundation. Of course, all of this could be forcibly explained, but overall the probability was too low when you looked at it. So Zhang Ju ruled out this possibility. Instead of always doubting the authenticity of the video and falling into another cycle, it would be better to be open to the facts and see where things would really go from there. Simmons looked at Zhang Ju and cautiously asked, "Advisor Zhang, are you all right?" Zhang Ju wondered, "What happened to me?" "This afternoon, when you just finished watching the video," something wasn't quite right with your expression. As if, frightened by something. Simmons, you're hallucinating. Inside 14, who does not know that I, Jongju, a person that could kill Buddha without even need to blink, be afraid of a video. Advisor John could kill without blinking. What's wrong? So, you don't have any eyes. 3 days later, at the Jianghai City Airport, Jongju once again stepped on a flight to Mei. He hadn't spent less than a month inside 14 before he had to go on another business trip. Jongju couldn't help but sigh at his own laborious life. You know, his biggest dream is to be a sea fish that could do anything they want. However, life is cruel. You tend not to get something you really want, and that thing will draw you farther from yourself from time to time. There was only suffering, no time to go search for a desire. Breathing in the free air, Jongju couldn't help but grunt. Not that he's pretentious. He opened his phone and replied to the question he had just seen. Smells like a laxative. That's what would I describe the people of Mei. I just got off the plane, and most of the time, they don't look too happy, as if they have eaten a poisonous soup. Though there is some interesting stuff, but still.